what to do in a position here.
Which is extremely understandable, because, as mentioned, not a part of his preparation. People are asking if he plays his opening regularly, and the answer is yes. He played the Najdorf in many a game, even against Magnus Carlsen in their last non-World Championship game in Bilbao. He played the Najdorf.
Sure. Knight A6 played, and
where's this going here?
Not really. I think he is just maybe sidestepping something in case of knight d5. The knight will not be attacked if white plays knight d5. But the rook b1 d4 plan is still very much in place if white wants it.
Or the bishop e2 castles. Bishop, now that there's no knight ever coming to d4, I feel a lot comfortable just developing.
Sure. Bishop e6, rook fc8, but then you play b3. It's very similar actually. White sort of almost always goes for this. And yeah, here. There was a very amusing suggestion by the machine of taking with the a pawn and then going knight 1 a2. But
sorry, I hear after.
Yeah, take. I mean, rook fc8 here, b3. I briefly saw that the machine was advocating doing this, but well, you don't really need to. Although this is also probably very playable.
Too subtle.
Yeah, people are saying Magnus will play g4 and h4. I don't think Magnus will play g4 and h4. Bishop e2 played.
I'd give serious odds against g4.
Yeah.
And h4. Neither one of those moves, nor the combination.
But any one of those two moves is still possible, I think. There was a very amusing, very playable.
Neither one of those moves, nor the combination is possible. I think my first statement already implied the latter statement.
Bishop e2 played. I think bishop e6 and rook fc8 is what you... I mean, you still want to play bishop d8, bishop b6, but with a knight on a6, that plan really no longer promises very much. And Sergey played knight c5 very fast, which is curious, because now after rook b1, b4 is a huge threat.
Is it? You want to take and queen b4 now?
No, I want to take with a knight.
Ah, okay.
I want to take with a knight and force you to do something very, I mean, all of your choices will become extremely uncomfortable there, I feel. Yeah, that doesn't really feel like a...
Yeah, this knight a6, knight c5 looks like too artificial a plan somehow.
Yeah, that doesn't
Neither
really
one
feel
of
like
those
an a6. That plan, objectively good plan, but maybe he's trying
also
to dodge...
like castle after bishop e6.
Knight on a6.
Let's say...
That plan,
okay.
Once again, I want to take with one.
Yes.
Without the idea of b2, b4, this would be playable, but it does exist. And it will create a huge problem for black. Like takes with the knight.
Okay, this is just a dream position for white.
Yeah. Considering the match situation, this is exactly what Magnus wants. I want to take with the knight and really good plan, but maybe he's trying to... Castles played. We expect bishop e6. I mean, if you play knight e6 here, you're really saying, why have I not played? Yeah, why didn't I put it on c6 in one tempo instead of putting it on e6 in 3? So it might now be objectively slightly better than bishop e6, but it's very naively good plan. But maybe he's trying to avoid the knight. Yeah, this is going quite well for Magnus because he's also playing faster. He has a significant, well, somewhat significant advantage on the clock, and an extremely safe position with knight. Should not be even all in one tempo instead of bishop d7 played by Sergey. Once again, rook d1, rook b1, all of these natural moves are very playable here.
You do like this plan, don't you?
Yeah, I'm very insistent on it. That's because I was very impressed by what Aparin did in that game. That game really felt to me like he played really well up to a point.
That's my boy. I played Aparin in Spanish league. I was very impressed with him. Not so much the game, but sometimes you can feel somebody's good, right?
Yeah.
It feels strong.
No, we shall await developments because I think objectively the assessment of this position cannot really be in my... we shall await developments because I think objectively the assessment of this position cannot really be in much doubt. White has a very safe, stable advantage. And more importantly, it's not even that easy to name. It's because I think rook b1 played.
Great minds think alike.
No, once again, the choice of knight c1 I think implies that they've looked at that game as well. I mean, it's you don't have to unsurprising. With the pawn push, you can start with rook d1, maybe even bishop f1 later, but you don't also. You don't have to hurry with the pawn push. You can start with rook d1, maybe even bishop f1 later, but you don't also necessarily need all those moves. It's just a very comfortable position for white.
Yeah, black to make something happen. I feel like he has to, even if it costs a pawn. Go for some kind of jump.
Yeah, but
Not saying it's great.
Yeah, rook d1, bishop f1 here actually does make sense to sidestep all kinds of
great minds think alike. Great minds think alike. Some kind of.
Eventually, you do start expanding on the queen side once you've secured your king side.
Gotcha. By the way, do you feel that this is the established? I'm aware there have been other attempts, but the established try for a win at Super Grandmaster level is c5 followed by d6 in a must-win situation.
Yeah, I think this is where people go these days. Knight e6, bishop b5 really doesn't feel like a better choice because it gives white a lot of options to just have security or really solidly. And then you can play either the knight or for the rouser. And we will now never know, but probably the rouser actually, because knight features a lot of variations where white can maybe.
This is one plus of Carlsen's f3. He doesn't want to find out if Karjakin had prepared the rouser or the knight.
Yeah.
Rouser was Karjakin Caruana, right?
Yes, with the colors reversed, so to speak, with Karjakin in exactly the same situation that Magnus finds himself in today. Yeah, and it also, you can maybe say that because of that it's slightly more precise to start with knight f6 and move 3, but that allows other things, obviously. You can take on c5, yeah. You can take on c5 and play a somewhat simpler position. Although black is immediately completely fine. That's either for the
Karjakin Caruana, right? Rook f8 played, logical enough move.
Yeah, well,
you can play rook d1 or
no, but here in particular, before I think, especially in connection with knight takes b3, is how do you even deal with this? Yeah, and b4 blitzed out by Magnus.
Very logical.
Yeah, ab3 will be played.
By the way, we've tried to explain en passant somewhat unsuccessfully.
Yeah, I was about to mention that, but yeah, AB. I really like taking with the knight here, but it's unnecessary, I guess. AB4 is.
Why not though? He doesn't want whatever queen a3, because knight takes
queen
b3
a3 loses material. That was sort of my point.
c7, or what do you do? Queen a7.
No, but then I can.
No, I understand it's bad.
No, but here in particular,
try to
b3 loses material. White is just better here with no risk because we are lending something on d5 earlier than black lends something on d4, which is the most important thing about these positions.
No, this is extremely comfortable. Sure. So, I don't know. Maybe he thought AB was even stronger because it creates a threat of b4.
Sure.
And if you get in b4 and knight b3, you also take control.
Of course, he is still doing perfectly fine, and it's a strong move. But I thought the other one was simpler. Queen d8 played. Yeah, you can continue just quietly strengthening your position. Yeah, rook d1, bishop f1.
b4, knight b3 is sort of what you would want to do.
Yeah, also,
but of course the game continues.
Also knight d3 simply, and this is what he played with no risk. I think very unpleasant to face because you kind of want to take on d3 because otherwise knight b4, knight d5 comes very quickly. But you also don't want to trade pieces with black because with every trade it becomes a lot easier for white to play.
So we go here, which looks like the desperate move.
Yeah, knight b4.
Yeah, knight e6 plate, knight b4, no.
You can even wait for a move to have bishop f1 after knight f4. Here black does have knight f4, but you can also ignore it. And knight b4 actually blitzed out by Magnus. Magnus playing really fast.
Well, this does not really.
No, it's not a threat. Yeah, you can continue, and this is what bishop c6 played by Sergey, because he needs to get rid of this light square bishop. If he trades it off for a knight, he will be somewhat happy about his situation, I guess.
Not too happy.
No, not tremendously happy, but somewhat happy. But yeah, white doesn't really need to do anything immediately. Now you can start improving your pieces slightly, like rook d1, bishop f1, as we mentioned.
These are sort of the autopilot improvements here, and even king h1 to step off, and checks on b6 or c5 ever.
Playing really fast.
Well, for black it's very hard to create serious
counterplay. You go for h5, h4, knight h5, these types of ideas to at least start distracting white on the king side, because you really aren't going to do anything on the other side of the board. You can also maybe make an argument for something like rook a1 to start swapping down.
h5 play, yeah? I like that. Rook f1 has been played once again.
And h5
play, yeah? I like that.
Yeah. This needs to happen. White needs to have at least something to worry about, because otherwise what are you doing here with black? Maybe bishop f2 actually.
Yeah, but that's sort of...
Yeah, it's a bit of admission. It's a bit of a concession. Yeah, it's a bit of a concession from white here. You could just go knight d5 with probably the b4 knight, I guess.
But I like this plan here. Yeah.
No, it's the only plan that really exists here for black. But white should be able to cover this. His position is way too solid. And actually knight bd5 here creates a very serious problem for black, because knight e7 is a threat and knight b6 is a threat, and if you take on d5 I can take with the e-pawn, and there really isn't any good square for this piece. It's a decent sacrifice. Yeah, you can sacrifice these pawns in a variety of ways, but white should take a decent sacrifice to equalize maybe, but if you want to win I just take twice and I play this carefully without really attempting anything risky.
We'll see what Carlsen decides on. No bad choices, but still, Karjakin is doing what he has to do. Trying to mix it with h4. And something might happen.
19 against 15 on the clock, so both are, considering they've already made 19 moves, they're playing very fast and yeah, leaving themselves time for the big decisions, because it probably will sharpen up at some point. Black will very likely have to sacrifice something, in particular some kind of a or like the one we just discussed, where white places something on the e-pawn, black snaps it off carefully without plays either knight f4 or knight d4 to get the dark square bishop, and then try to get some kind of desperate counterplay on the dark squares. But white, if he plays well, should be able to control all that.
This feels like the first longer thing, I think, Magnus Carlsen in this game. This feels like the first longer thing, I think, Magnus Carlsen in this game. Well, many pleasant options.
Sure, but I think he is trying to decide if he wants to start forcing issues here, because knight bd5 does force a structure change, which generally should favor white, but also it's a commitment. You need to make sure you're happy with this. And also he's got plenty of time, obviously, to settle on something. And also he's got plenty of time, obviously, to settle on something. Too much time, because if black actually makes all of his moves like h4, g6, knight h4, but you don't want to give black too much time, because if black actually makes all of his moves like h4, g6, knight h5, places something on f4, the bishop goes to g5, it's a commitment. You do get positions in which it begins being possible to blunder something.
No, tricks will start showing up. In the history of World Championship matches,
to settle on something.
This is only the third tiebreak, right? Because it used to be. In the history of World Championship matches, this is only the third tiebreak, right? Because it used to be, you spoke about this bit at the beginning of the show. It used to be draw odds for the champion. So when it was 6-6, like in Kramnik-Leko in 2004, the match was over.
There was 7-7.
Third tiebreak, right?
Secured the title for Vladimir, who was the reigning world champion. Yeah, we had, I think, two tiebreaks. One in Kramnik-Topalov in the infamous Lista match. And
Toilet Gate.
Yes, and one in Anand Gelfand in Moscow, which I, for some reason, failed to mention when I was speaking on the subject in one of my wrap-ups. And I'm beginning to suspect I commented on that tiebreak live, which makes my idiocy even more pronounced.
In the grand scheme of things, I believe you will be forgiven. Forgotten in the grand scheme of things. Forgiven is what I meant to say. But yeah, so far the reigning champion has won all these tiebreaks. Is that correct? Not a big sample size.
Yeah, not a huge sample size, but yes. Bishop f1 chosen by Magnus. Now something like either the immediate h4 or maybe g6 to actually create the g7 square for the knight if white goes for knight g5 later in the game might be a useful inclusion for the time being. Because g7 f5 is actually a very decent transfer for this piece later in life. h4 played, to which Magnus blitzes out queen f2. Yeah, I wonder what this is. Maybe he wants to go c5. Like knight h5, is the plan to go c5? And knight g7 played very quickly by...
Isn't the plan to go knight d5?
Or maybe just knight d5 and dominate. And knight g7 played very quickly by Sergey. stopping both of those ideas. Well, not stopping knight d5, but covering the b6 square, which I think is the important part. And they can't really play h3 yet, because h4 played, to which Magnus very quickly by... It might, yeah, bishop g5 is something black would very much like to do on strategic grounds. It wasn't really... like I think
queen f2, something feels a little off about it.
Yeah, it wasn't really necessary, I feel. But I mean, it's still
wanted to clarify probably fight against this knight h5 because if this happens here, then up to knight d5.
Yeah, after knight d7, if you play knight d5 anyway. Yeah, he controls everything very decently here. But yeah, after knight d7, if you play knight d5 anyway, I think bishop g5 becomes a very solid option for black, and you start feeling that black is making some progress at least.
No, and of course now it's not so much about the chess moves anymore, but also about psychology is something black. I mean, it's still wanted to clarify chances potentially. And
although, yeah, here maybe you can take play queen d2 and start driving these pieces back.
Yeah, but you've given up the square, and like there are scenarios at least where black could play for a win here.
Sure. But generally there are ways of dealing with this knight invasion, like you play queen d8 here probably because you don't want to be playing the endgame. And then I can play knight e3, and if you play knight d4 I have both knight f5 and knight c2 as an option.
No, I understand we're not losing here, but still exchanging these bishops from afar feels like an achievement for black.
Sure, but once again, the position still remains somewhat concrete, so if you can work out this line with queen d2, knight e3, and it does feel like it's reasonably forcing, you might just go for it because it feels like, yes, it's a trade black generally wants on strategic grounds, but it's also a trade, which is something you should welcome in general. And it might force black into even more trades further down the road, so it's not a horrible idea.
We'll see what Magnus Carlsen embarks upon.
Knight c2 as an option. I feel like it's reasonable.
Still tense, like here it looks like white has things under control, but
give black a couple of moves.
Still tense, like here it looks like white has things under control, but
I'll give black a couple of moves, and it will become a lot harder to navigate.
G3 played. Whoa.
This is interesting because
fighting against bishop g5.
I think he mainly wants to play bishop h3. I think he likes this square for the bishop, and it's understandable. It's a good square, but still, it gives black maybe something to aim against.
Whoa. Here, then we could take and jump somewhere.
Yeah, knight d4 here is not an ideal addition for white. But even here, let's say we go king g2, and eventually we will prepare either knight e2 or knight c2 here and drive the knight away. And
can we do this immediately, or
you're dropping the knight on b4 here?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna blunder a piece. That's bad.
Yeah, that wouldn't be very good, but it's possible to avoid it. But yeah, g3 feels like yeah, maybe he had better options, but things are not out of his control yet.
No, for sure.
The position is still very stable, and black is the onus is still on black to create something. Yeah, it does create targets potentially for the.
But it's a somewhat slightly weakening move.
Yeah, it does create targets potentially for the future, but
I kind of like it because it shows he's not just trying to play passively, but actually to make something happen.
But yeah, it's a proactive decision compared to some other options, but yeah. If you somehow trade off the dark square bishops, you don't allow any further trades, and then you, I don't know, get f5 going with the knight on d4. This is a fantastic source of counterplay for black, but white really needs to be completely compliant for about 5 moves in a row, which probably isn't going to happen.
Unlikely. Not the compliant type, this Norwegian dude.
Not that compliant, no. And 15 against 12 and a half on the clock. This is going to be a very tense game, unsurprisingly.
Interesting position. Expert commentary. Interesting position. Expert commentary. Interesting. Do you think both players managed to forget, quote-unquote, about the match situation here and just calculate moves? Or do you think both players managed to forget, quote-unquote, about the match situation here and just calculate moves? Or to what extent can you forget about?
Once again, I have my personal tiebreak against him. No, it's very difficult. So it's once again, I have my personal tiebreak against Sergey to go by, and adrenaline kind of carries you, and you do manage to zone out all the extraneous thoughts to a degree, but still, in particular, the last games of the
cambio de la exigencia a la que lleva un equipo de primera división a uno de segunda división B.
Ha tocado de cabeza Arda. Falta en ataque, aplauden los jugadores del Hércules al asistente, que creo que es el que ha marcado la falta. Veíamos a Marc Cardona, que desde que ha entrado al partido ha hecho 2 remates. Esta falta probablemente en ataque, justo cuando se paró el partido por primera vez que se fue al suelo, coincidió con una jugada en la que se iba por la banda y le hizo, o dio la sensación que le hacía faltas rojas. Es decir, que ha participado mucho ya Cardona en los...
But I was about to say bishop e7, knight c6, bc6, and then claim you have fantastic compensation on the dark squares, but you just don't, I guess. But queen f8 is very strong.
Se envuelve con total naturalidad, como si fuera su propio hábitat, su propio ecosistema, y él fuera un jugador con muchos años de experiencia.
Quería tocar la pelota por...
A number of options. You probably shouldn't.
Estaremos atentos al añadido, balón para Arda. Arda intentando el 1 contra 1, le mete el pie al Mau, le acaba robando la pelota. El público aplaude porque ha visto que en ese duelo ha ganado el lateral del Hércules. El cuero dividido para que se la lleve Nili. Nili para Arda, quiere colgar a Arda, la pone para Denis. Denis, qué buena esa triangulación con Nili, rechaza Román, el cuero se lo vuelve a llevar el Barcelona, juega Lucas Digne, intenta apretar el acelerador el equipo de Luis Enrique, marcó Mainz en el 7, lo hizo Leñán en el 13, 1-1 en el Rico Pérez. Ojo que está...
Rook a3 played.
Very cryptic.
Yeah, I'm not sure what this is about.
Even if I want you to go away, what have you achieved here?
Yeah, gain some time maybe, because the square, I mean, there's no better square than a8.
Back, right?
Yeah, you have to go back. And Magnus could just blitz out knight c2, knight b4 and say, okay, I don't really understand why you've given me an extra minute on the clock, and continue showing something. But also just ignoring it and playing something like bishop h3 and continuing with your own plans is
this option might come in handy later on, if you're fighting for the d4 square and whatnot.
Yeah, both moves are perfectly fine.
Yeah, Karjakin probably calculated bishop g5, didn't like, and then just made a move, preparing queen a5 maybe. Is his idea.
No, I'm not sure he actually created a threat. Because queen a5, knight c2, you've lost that rook.
You've out-triangulated yourself.
Bishop h3 and rook ca8 played.
Okay, no, knight c2.
But isn't this... Where do you go with this rook? You eventually you settle on a6 and a5, I guess. Yeah, knight b4.
Now you have to go here. To avoid move repetitions, which are of course off the table. This looks like the strategic.
This is also knight c2, rook a6, b4.
This looks like the strategic way to do this, right?
And the only way not to lose the piece, I think, is to play bishop a4, which I think white shouldn't mind a great deal. But I think what Sergey is trying to do here is to...
Well, at least you could dream of a world where things happen on the a4.
No, I think what Sergey is trying to do here is to make a number of moves which don't really look optimal, to force white maybe to play for a win, to for Magnus not to just keep things under control, but to start expanding. And then maybe once he starts expanding, he creates targets you can play against, because otherwise I don't really understand what this achieves.
Also in rapid, you just gotta make moves at some point.
Sure. But bishop g5 was a move.
Yeah. You have to go rook a6. No, clearly that was his #1 priority. Knight c2 on the board, asking...
Yeah,
this rook
you have to go rook a6, otherwise you lose material on the queen side. Yeah, this just picks up the bishop, so rook a6 will be played after some thought, and now white, I mean, everything is completely under control. You can make more or less any kind of move here at all. Rook a5, what?
He played rook a5, but then it lost b4, right?
But then you just resign, no?
That is odd. Probably he didn't want to allow knight b4, and he missed his b4 idea.
It just loses a piece, no?
Not sure of a piece, but it loses likely. Actually, this move asks some very nasty question, which is, what are you going to do about b4, except for going back to a6?
That actually is a very clever idea. Just play knight c2 here, and yeah.
This is very, very unpleasant because you can't repeat moves, and if you don't, this will pick up material.
Yeah, this will be a very, very unpleasant shock for black here, because if you play b6, how does white win?
I missed b6, but it looks extremely ugly.
No, it's a horrible move to contemplate, but you have to play it because. But then even knight before black followed by knight d5 gains in strength because b6 will be hanging, and yeah.
It's not pretty.
15, der Grund erschließt sich mir jetzt noch nicht ganz. Eventuell, dass man nach Springer d5 diesen Rückzug hat, aber Läufer f5 wäre doch schon arg unmenschlich.
Is there anything direct for white after b6?
Ja, obwohl, wenn man den in Kombination mit Springer b4 und dann Springer d5 und dann mit dem E-Bauern nimmt, dann hätte man schon einen guten Vorteil zu verbuchen hier.
Ja, aber wieso muss man dafür den Läufer nach f5 stellen?
Ja, erstmal ist Springer c2 gekommen und
b6 kommt auch A-Tempo.
Ja.
Sergey hat wahrscheinlich schon in der Zwischenzeit überlegt, was er...
These little clocks here, these ones are probably closer to the truth.
Yeah, the ones next to the little board are the ones to go by.
Muy buenas noches a todos, bienvenidos a este dicharachero nocturno, parte de este especial que estamos haciendo estas 72 horas o las que sean, especial por el Campeonato del Mundo, para agradeceros a todos vosotros. Perfecto, un minuto otra vez, bueno, venga, vamos a jugar un minuto. Y... aquí, D4, pim pam, E5, vamos a volver. Y jugar aquí sólido, por supuesto no es la línea más correcta ni mucho menos. Aquí, torre 1, tocamos, F6, tiene sus peligros jugar F6 a posición como esta. Voy a hacer caballo a 3, le quiero provocar solo a que se enroque. Aquí, se quita, a 4, echándole morro a la vida, hacia 4, fila 3 para que no se enroque. Quiero que mis alfilitos le den vida. Estoy muy tentado a hacer caballo por E5, demasiado como para no hacerla. Una partida de un minuto es espectáculo, es fiesta, es emoción, es diversión, ¿no? Dama H5, veis cómo estoy medio crucificando alfil por G6 o dama por E5, bueno, dama por E5 parece mejor, tomo con E6, toco con H8, viene alfil B5, tiene rey F7, pero tengo torre 1, aquí dama por E6 y mate a la siguiente, ¿no? Bueno, ahí actuaron mis alfilitos, por supuesto no sería correcto, pero bueno, a partir de un minuto se puede hacer estas cosas. Y seguimos jugando. Aquí con la gente. Jugamos ayer, ¿no?
After bishop g5 here, you take on e6.
Yeah, you take on e6 and then you take on d6. No, I think
there's no jumps anymore.
No, with the bishop on h3, it's a lot easier to control these pawn sacrifices because now they just lose. You've ruined your own structure and given away a central pawn. Without gaining anything at all, yeah.
Especially with b6. This bishop is hanging. So
no, black's position is now completely lacking in counterplay, but you can still continue making moves. You can play something like, I don't know, rook a7 or g6 or...
So after bd1, you can maybe jump to c5, target b3.
Yeah. You continue making some sort of moves and wait for some kind of a crisis.
Tempting, but every expansion here gives some squares. I know you like to give odds. What are Karjakin's chances here?
Not huge, I guess, because it's so difficult.
Not to win the match, but to win this game.
I'm really horrible at line setting. I've no idea. Because games 2 and 3 have shown that huge swings in evaluation are very, very possible from both sides. And of course, the situation being what it is, and Sergey really being the one who committed the final mistake in the previous one, I think Magnus probably is feeling a lot, you know, more confident and a lot safer in general. So, coupled with his huge advantage, he must be a favorite not to lose this. But
no, that's not the question. But yeah, like, does Black have 20% to come back here? 10? Like,
I really don't know how to set these things. It's not a large number, but how do you define it? How you calculate it is really not something I understand.
Not going to be bookie anytime soon.
No. But we were mentioning that it's difficult to make a move for white. It's also very difficult to make a sensible move for black.
Yeah, that's sort of Carlsen's point, right? He's making a... You could even argue if it's so sensible, rook d2. He's saying, your move.
Yeah, you additionally cover the second for maybe if you want to play knight before knight d5 later in the game, you make sure you cover the second rank so that the rook never even lands there. And yeah, you continue passing, sort of somewhat passing and saying you have really nothing at all to look forward to here.
That's how I feel in the morning.
And 3 minutes already for Sergey to settle on a move here, which I think is a very large illustration of how difficult it is, because he knows he needs to play fast, because his one chance is to force Magnus into some kind of a, you know, desperate time trouble with, I don't know, less than a minute on the clock for both of them in a position where there's still a lot of pieces on the board.
Yeah, that also goes to show that rook d2, it's not praised by the computers or anything, but it was a good practical move because it asks Black very, very difficult questions, and especially with this match situation, the quality of moves can't really be expressed by this is 130 or this is 080. It's more like this keeps things under control and this doesn't.
Yeah, and rook d2 is a very nice, quiet move to just, you know, pass the options to Sergey and say, yeah, show me what you've got.
Yes, you do.
And Sergey is down to maybe even less than 5 minutes, according to what we have on our screens. We don't know how precise this is, but we're being told it's pretty close to the actual times.
Do you think he's trying to pull a Grishuk and get into desperate time trouble to maybe make Carlsen drop his guard a little bit? I'm aware these things normally aren't done consciously.
I don't think so. No, I think the benefits of actually having some time for that one moment, maybe in the game where you will have half a chance and you will need to not miss it, they far outweigh the psychological advantages of luring your opponent into a false sense of security. I don't think it's very much on the agenda here.
Very fair point.
Because it's not easy to see where you will get that chance, but if you do get it and you miss it because you had 20 seconds left instead of 2 minutes and 20 seconds, that really will be, you will feel a huge sense of wasted opportunity.
But he feels a huge sense of no move right now.
Yeah, I would go g6, king g7, just on general grounds.
Why doesn't he play g6? Does he dislike some bishop takes e6?
It doesn't really do anything. Oh. It's just not. It's just two moves you can make, but they don't really improve your position. But they are moves you can make, and this is mainly why I would make them, because you need to start playing some moves. Yeah, and people are suggesting you start playing fast, confidently, and for tricks.
Easier said than done.
Yeah, but
show me a trick.
Yeah, in this position, the first two you can sort of pull off, but the third one is difficult.
The problem is trying to open anything is normally suicide, like here, b5, either b4 or knight b4.
Before
just picks up
just
stuff.
Sort of immediately starts winning material, a lot of material even. Yeah. No, this is the issue. You cannot really force anything at all. You need to continue making some kind of waiting moves and wait for Magnus to start doing something. And that's not a particularly attractive situation to find yourself in this position, because the position is just very, very unpleasant.
Still, maybe we're lacking moves, but to spend 5 minutes here, well, apparently now he's played queen c7.
Yeah, it is a waiting move. It also allows white, if white wants to pick up the h4 pawn, which might not be so ridiculous, but
well, you should take here first now.
Yeah, you start by this, you take on h4, and bishop g5 will come later. It's not stupid.
No, it looks good, but still, it's a committal decision, which I'm not sure you're willing to take.
Rook BG1 played, which is a lot more expected, obviously, because why would you?
Why mess with the status quo when Karjakin is thinking about his moves, right?
Yeah. 10 against 3.5 or so. Yeah. I probably should stop announcing that because it is on the screen, but it's relevant here.
Yeah.
And the previous move has taken Sergey something like 5 minutes to make.
Which is not a good sign.
Yeah, reminding us of the old Petigorsky anecdote, I think. There were those tournaments sponsored by Petigorsky in the States. I'm not sure of the exact era. And during one of those tournaments, one of the players thought for about 40 minutes and played a move like, I don't know, Queen e7, e6, and Petigorsky's wife, who was watching in the audience, exclaimed, "He thought for so long and made such a little move." So yeah, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here to spend to play Queen d8, c7 does feel like a lot of time to make such a little move. But there aren't.
So you feel he should have played like a longer range move with all this time.
But he doesn't. He doesn't.
Not that many.
Yeah, he doesn't really have long range moves here.
There's no squares.
Yeah, and Bishop f8 played, so he really is daunting white now with the idea of taking on h4. I would actually take. You don't even need to take on e6 now. I think you have so much control over the proceedings. But
that's what you're hoping for, right? G8, knight f4, and still in great shape. But I would never allow this.
Yeah, maybe not, but. But yeah, it's also not immediately obvious how white breaks this down.
But you don't have to break it down. You can play king h1.
Sure. No, there's all kinds of sensible waiting moves for white, which continue asking the same question from black. But
because bishop f8 doesn't necessarily improve your position, right? You could argue now you no longer have bishop g5 or knight g5.
Yeah, well, with the bishop on h3, you never really had those ideas available to you anymore.
Fair enough.
gh4 played, so...
You're right again. You're right, me wrong.
I'm not sure if... yeah. When I say I would have played gh4, I'm saying it from here, from the commentary booth. I'm not sure I would have played this over the board, to be honest.
No, but you called it.
It's very easy for me to call stuff from here. These are not my pieces. It's a perfectly sensible decision. After knight f4, I can maybe even take both of the knights and go after the f4 pawn.
All of the knights.
Yeah, like take here, take here.
Really?
Go knight g2, knight g2, knight, or maybe even knight e2 immediately, but that kind of allows f5.
Now we are almost mixing it.
White is still hugely better here.
Like, I'm not saying
ef is better, e5 is better, followed by knight takes f4. Objectively, white really is in no danger whatsoever. But yeah, the position becomes, and he has taken on f4. Maybe he will not take on d7, but he has taken on f4.
Whoa! I am very surprised by this turn of events. Not questioning it objectively. It just feels like...
Yeah, these are good moves to make, but they do at least finally create something for black to aim against. Yeah, rook a5, h5 is a... Yeah, bishop takes d7 played as well, so I'm...
Yeah, it looks like Carlsen's decided, okay, I'm gonna have to make chess moves to end this game. I won't, like, just do nothing forever because of this situation.
Yeah.
You could jump here.
You can jump here, you can also pick up the b6 pawn. It's a useful pawn for all the future endgames. There's nothing wrong with just taking on b6 and proceeding from there, to be honest.
Still, he's created a universe where at least you could imagine some tricks, some, I don't know,
sure.
b6, d5, bishop c5 check, while earlier it was very hard to think of it.
Yeah. You probably
probably won't work.
Yeah, you probably run into b4 and white just collects everything. Yeah, queen goes back and you win all of these pawns. And now I take all of your material. But yeah, you need to suddenly calculate all this stuff, which you didn't really need to calculate anything at all a moment ago. But you are probably objectively winning now. So yeah, I
don't like either gh nor bishop g7.
Well, I mean, I think they are sort of connected because allowing this knight to land on e5 would be even worse.
No, that's a fair point. Actually, after gh, you have to do it. So, I should focus my anger, not my dislike, towards gh4. But yeah, psychologically, maybe it's the correct. Well, I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe it's the correct approach, not to try to just do nothing forever.
Yeah. Also, 8 against a minute and a half, so you still are the side in control of the clock, which I think is very, very important. If the clocks were reversed, you would really feel like black might be in with a shout here, because you will have to start to calculate here. It no longer is a plain sailing. It is, I think, objectively winning for white, but it's no longer plain sailing. Knight b4 played. He wants to, yeah, put something on the d5 square, which is sensible. Yeah, it's a good idea.
And good old d5 does not quite do it, right?
Yeah, we take on c6. We have knight d4, and after queen takes c6, we can play e takes d5 for the time being, and then also actually knight d5, bishop c5, king h1.
That's what I want to show you.
Yeah, that's quite cute. But also e5.
It's simpler.
e5, and we have all these extra pawns, and still the position is quite comfortably controlled from the white side. Rook a3 might be the way to mix it up a little bit in the current position. At least, you know, attacking something, creating an actual threat.
But you can.
Yeah, now rook a1, and yeah, this is not good, but rook a1 and then just play. Although, once again, objectively, the white king is not really all that weak. And, winning this position with white will probably be a bit tricky, but if you don't need to win it, you should be able to control it well enough not to run any risks.
Rook a3 played. Kudos to Karjakin.
Yeah, and if our clocks are correct, he will now be playing. I mean, from this moment on, he is pretty much playing on increment.
Would that, once again, psychobabble, but it would be nice not to force anything on general terms here, right?
I would like to take a, you know, I don't want to allow bishop b7 even. Although maybe I'm not. You know, maybe I'm wrong to worry about that. But yeah, rook b2 is definitely a move you can consider. But since there is an option to start trading pieces without losing any material, I would probably go for this. And just something like king h1 or king g2. Yeah, king h1 I quite like. And yeah, followed by some trades like queen g1 or queen f1 next move. Get rid of that rook, and then yeah, you really control most of the board here with white.
Action.
Yeah, this could get a bit tricky because the king is not that safe, and now the idea of doubling the rook on the a file actually is somewhat paying off, because you are creating some sort of nuisance threats on the queen side, which might distract white.
Yeah, it's snagging, right? You don't really want to put a rook passive to defend that.
Yeah.
Karlsen, he used to go these gh4 and then start a lethal kingside attack on the open g file.
Yes.
At least I read an article about that topic. I'm not sure how often it happened. Maybe Magnus read too.
We'll see.
How will we see?
I don't know. I don't know why I said that. That makes no sense whatsoever.
Sure, we can ask him one day.
Knight c6, queen c6, knight b5. Is g5 a move?
Whoa.
Kind of wondering.
Give me?
Queen g6 check, I thought. Well, rook b3 gets a bit messy. Once again, the d pawn is so strong that probably you don't have to worry necessarily with white. You're probably still better even, but it does feel like it's getting a bit messy.
True that. And Carlsen taking time here.
Yeah.
Probably missed this rook a3. And with the situation, this can be quite itchy.
Yeah. 5.5 against what we assume is pretty much the increment time from for Sergey. They get 20 seconds and he has 28 on our clock. So
what happened?
Nothing happened so far. Magnus is considering his options here.
Question in the chat, what about rook a2 is what Mr. Blue Car is saying, but we can take, right?
Yeah, that gives up the material. Yeah, you don't really want to start. You don't really want to start giving up your queen side.
Would be a good idea if rook b3 was not allowed, but it is. Still tense.
Yeah, it is still very, very tense, and as we mentioned, once you go for what can loosely be described as a conversion here for white, you do give targets for counterplay in most cases.
No, kudos to him for going for it, but 3h4 I found very, very surprising. Just you don't know what's going to happen, and it does expose the king.
Yeah, and
can we take here, by the way?
That might not be a bad idea at all in term. I mean, for match situation, because it gives away most of your advantage. But this position you probably just never lose. 94 followed by 92 at some point. He has taken on c6 though, so finally there are developments.
Also very sensible, probably. This knight b5 or
yeah, I'm pretty sure this is followed. This is followed by knight b5 because otherwise I think you look for other options.
Even this, nah, you don't do this, right?
You could, yeah. Followed by queen g2 and
yeah.
I mean, he does go for knight b5. I think
sensible approach.
Yeah, even if that other plan of actually going for the Korchnoi type attack on the other side, rook b3 played very fast by Sergey. This is
strange sacrifice. He has not missed this. He wants queen takes c4.
Yeah, he feels that if you imagine in this position the bishop landing somewhere on c5, black will be doing very well, but it's far away from those squares.
Yeah, the tempo to go away.
Yeah, king g2, king h1, any of those moves, and yeah. No, objectively white is still in control here. King g2 probably stronger than king h1 because you want to keep the pawn on f3 protected, so that you can play something like queen d4 here, queen d5, and start activating your pieces.
Yeah. Second rank is covered, so yeah, this looks very, very...
Queen e2 played by Magnus.
He's trying to stop b5, I guess.
Yeah, he wants to play rook b2. He also sidestepped all of those d5, bishop c5 ideas.
Can you still go d5 for us?
I can take with the rook, and yeah,
nothing happens.
King g2, rook 1 d2 even, or rook 5 d2.
Should be 7s on the board, targeting Mr. h4, whom you can keep or you cannot try.
Yeah, you can trade it off for... I mean, you can play rook b2, rook takes b6 here, for instance, if you want. White should be, objectively, if he doesn't make any large mistakes, he should be able to keep this under control.
Here you have to pay some attention to trickery again, right?
No, you probably include king g2 at some point. You don't really need to avoid it forever.
Just out of, well, not out of laziness, but out of practical, so you don't have to calculate these d5s at every juncture.
It sidesteps all of the most of the possible things you can blunder later in the game, so it's a very sensible choice. 3.5 against some time gain from Sergey. Sergey is now up to close to a minute against 3.5 for Magnus.
Yeah.
King g2 played.
No surprise.
Yeah, and it's really not that easy to create much counterplay here. If black doesn't take on h4, white should probably play h5, rook d5, and
it's very hard to activate this rook if you dream of something like this. Worst case scenario, you can always...
Yeah, even rook and rook a2, rook 1 d2, rook a1 would be sensible, but white can just continue chasing it, because white would very much welcome a pair of rooks coming off, because then he really is completely safe.
So what do? You take?
I'm not sure. You can take, but also queen d3, as Machine points out, is quite decent. And
Queen e6
played, and yeah, you probably play h5 here. And Magnus has played h5 very, very fast.
Very sensible to stop the check.
Stop the check, save the pawn, also connected with rook d5 is very decent. Yeah, rook a3 played by Sergey, and this is where the match situation comes into it, because you can just start offering this exchange. Rook d3.
And you do, right?
Although queen c4 is a move here, but maybe rook 1 d2 is just a good enough reply. Okay, 1, yeah, even rook d1, yeah. It's really, although
but
here,
now we've triangulated.
Yeah, you don't...
Not exactly winning here, but...
No, not at all, but you probably want to pay more attention than that.
Well, you don't want the rook sitting here if you can avoid it, right?
Probably not, although with the pawn on h5 and the rook on d5, if you imagine this setup, like if you go rook d5 right away here, rook e3 queen somewhere, I don't know where, let's not blunder anything.
That's my point.
But yeah, it does feel a bit shaky. Machine claims white is completely winning, but that's, yeah, rook d3 and now white will continue chasing forever.
I have very... Oh no, rook a2 first.
Rook a2
maybe
first.
Just trying to gain some time on the clock.
But he will not actually get this, because now rook 1 d2, and you no longer have this option. But he played rook 3 d2 and rook a3, rook d3. Sergey will once again get the chance to play queen c4, which he should. Yeah. because that's the only move that even creates.
Tiny practical mistake there by
Rook A7 actually, yeah. And now you play Rook G5.
Now you go here for sure.
Now you go Rook G5, and this has been blitzed out.
After Rook A3, now you have the luxury to go.
Now you can use the lower rook, so to speak, to continue chasing. Yeah. Now this is very safe, and also E4, E5 is a very large potential threat to just start simplifying. Rook C7 played, and this is not a. You can even go after the F4 pawn here, like Queen G2 and Rook F5, and take on F4.
Where's your king safest? Do you go King H1?
I don't need to. I think it's fine on G2. There's really no checks to it on G2.
You can also start fighting for the open files if you want to.
Sure. And I actually, no, E5 right now might run into something like F6. That would be the way to start spoiling things. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
And Magnus played Queen G2, so Magnus noticed the fact that the pawn is impossible to protect. Queen F6, you just play Rook F5, and you pick it up next move.
Queen H4.
You can even take.
Takes Rook C2,
King H1, and the queen actually gets traded off. Yeah, or Queen F2, Queen G3 with the same idea, and it actually will be White who will be giving mate here if you continue dodging the queen exchange, like Queen E2, Rook G1. White probably mates on the king side.
But if you don't want any shenanigans, you also have this move, which looks nice.
Sure.
And that's been played here. Rook C1.
Yeah, and Rook C1 has been played, and yeah, the issue for Black is that if you go Rook A7. Even Rook C8 followed by something against the black king might be very strong. Like,
not sure White wants to.
Sure.
Deal with
Rook A7 played because you cannot allow for the rooks to come off. But yeah, once again, Queen takes F4 is still possible to play. It has been possible on the previous move. It's still possible here because yeah, you don't lose the rook after Queen F4, Bishop G5 because of Rook C8 check.
And here you can actually.
Yeah, apparently this is made somehow. Queen H6. Whoa. This will be
this will be a stylish finish.
Yeah, this would be one for the books, obviously, but yeah, very unlikely to happen, I think, because
very pretty. Whoa.
Yeah, but you don't play Rook C8 check even. In that position,
I understand.
Yeah, in that position in the World Championship match, you play Queen G3, and you lean back because.
You're saying you don't see mate in 3 in a World Championship match.
With the situation on the clock being what it is,
even if you see it, would you not do it just because you might have hallucinated?
If you see it, you probably do play it, but I mean, seriously.
Imagine it's not mate.
Yeah, imagine something happened and you miscalculate, and then you just lose and you play the blitz. Yeah, you don't really want that. Queen F4 played. Rook A2 will be played by Sergey because there's nothing else. But yeah, there is now Rook A2, King H1 on the board. Yeah.
Only move.
Well, there's no other move. And yeah, this is now a reasonably straightforward technical task for Magnus. And
Queen F2 on the board.
So we'll see now. He has 2 minutes here, and I'm saying
is he gonna go for this?
I'm saying he plays Queen G3 in about 3 seconds flat.
Wow, I don't know. If he's seen it, I don't think he can help himself.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just I will be the first one to applaud, but I don't know. It's whoa. This is fantastic.
He's played it, yeah?
Yeah.
He's such...
No, this is... I am so impressed by this. I am so unbelievably impressed by this.
So I have to calculate everything, like Bishop G8, Bishop F8 as well.
Yeah.
King H7, and everything else loses, so you better find this move. Wow, that is a cute finish, and congratulations to the old and new world champion.
Yeah,
wow.
I keep on... I know it's a minor point, but this actually is incredibly impressive, considering just...
For the history books, this is a big one.
Considering just how winning the position after Queen G3 is, to go for this with 2 minutes on the clock, to be so sure in your calculations to go for this. I'm very, very impressed.
And the game is over. It is mate. Next move, Gh6. Rook takes F7 would have been mate. Very rare mating construction. Or King H6, Rook H8. Similarly rare. That means Magnus Carlsen wins the rapid tiebreak with 3 points to 1 and keeps his title as world champion. Congratulations and happy birthday to Magnus Carlsen. And I believe it's also in order to congratulate Sergey Karjakin for an incredibly tough fight. He won 15 rating points and gave everything.
Yeah, It was a lot closer than I think most pundits gave it credit for before the start of the match, and he gave Magnus a real fright, and had he held the 10th game, I think he would be an overwhelming favorite to win the title. So.
Or won the 9th game, right?
Yeah, or even if he managed to calculate a little bit further in the line he spent all his time on, he very possibly would have won the 9th, and that probably was game over.
Absolutely. So Magnus Carlsen, yeah, with a bit of a scare even today. Let's not forget, in game 2 he blew this kind of completely winning position, where he was also 10 minutes up on the clock, which must have put him in a horrible mood with a 1-1 score. But then in game 3, yeah, he played a very aggressive opening, but managed to come through. And game 4 is an impossible situation for Black. There's really very hard to criticize anything here.
Yeah, you look at this game without context and you think this is a really horribly played Sicilian from Black, but
that's not the point.
He just needed to keep the pieces on the board and hope for a mistake, and mistake never really came. You can criticize some of Magnus's choices, but none were bad. Maybe they were not best moves, but they were solid, and when it counted, he calculated everything very cleanly and converted.
So we are, I believe for now, left with, first of all, thanking you guys for sticking with us. Apologies for the occasional hiccups. Apologies for me not shutting up and letting Peter talk about chess. The usual stuff. But I've enjoyed it. Thanks a lot, Peter Svidler, for bearing with us and explaining this World Championship.
It's been my pleasure, and it's been very interesting to comment on, because I think people could continue saying this was, even today I saw some remarks on this not being the best World Championship match ever. Maybe it wasn't, it's difficult to judge, but it was, there was plenty there to get excited about, and I enjoyed commenting on it a lot. And once again, thanks for watching, thanks for giving us inspiration in chat, and we'll wait for, I don't know how I want to finish that sentence.
We'll wait. If you guys want to support Chess24 so that we can keep doing all these broadcasts and have more video series, because if you click on Learn, you can actually watch hundreds of videos of this gentleman. Some of mine are crappy, but I didn't say that word. Ruining it in the end. Mine are great too. So if you want to become a premium member, it will help your chess, and it will help Chess24, which I call a win-win situation, which was very tough to construct in this tiebreak match. Someone had to lose. Sergey Karjakin is a loser, but he will hold his head high. We're out for now. We're probably back tomorrow with highlight videos or a recap show, whatever. We have a day, or you have a day left in Hamburg, as far as I know.
Yeah.
So we'll do something. Fiona will fill you in on the reaction in the outside world. And by the outside world, I mean the Twitter sphere. That's as far out as I go. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thanks a lot, Peter Svidler. Congratulations and happy birthday, Magnus Carlsen. Now where do I click? That's the eternal question. Probably here, yeah?
Out of control, still beside you when you're losing your soul. She looks you over when you're looking down. No passing only when you're all by yourself.
Hello everyone and welcome back for this very final segment on social media, on the Twitter sphere of this World Championship match. First off, many congratulations to Magnus Carlsen on retaining his title and a very happy birthday once again. This is the first time I can really take my time. I might keep one eye on the chat in case anything comes up there. I hope there's still some of you here. It's almost 1 o'clock in Hamburg, but it's been an exciting night. There's been some criticism of the match, of course, but I think we were treated to a very explosive final, very intense. And let's start off this final social media segment with some comments about Game 3, where Magnus won. And the first one is from Grandmaster Gajewski, who is, amongst other things, Vichy Anand second, and he's saying, ironically, Karjakin's blunder with rook takes c7 was his second move beyond the 5th rank. You can't win the title playing like this. So some criticism there of Karjakin's play, but then another big name, and that is Jan Nepomniachtchi, chimed in to praise Magnus rather than criticize Karjakin, saying a very strong performance from Carlsen in Game 3. He took the initiative and played brilliantly. Now Sergey should rely on the Najdorf. He did try that, but again, another very nice game from Magnus. Then another slightly controversial tweet maybe, but might be a fair, harsh but fair, let's say, from Mick Greengard, saying that they all play the Sicilian in must-win games with black illustrates the general level of cowardice in the rest of their games. Again, I will refrain from commentating. There's been a lot of chat going on everywhere I looked, basically, Twitter, Facebook, about the preparation and about the openings played, but there you go. And not my place to criticize the players. And this was quite funny. This is Olympiurkan. He retweeted his tweet from the 28th, whenever that was, 2 days ago, after the last game when Magnus was asked by Kaya Astinache, you want to play a tiebreak, can you try and tell us why you want to do that? And you can see Magnus' cheeky face there, and he replied by saying, we'll see. He had a plan, his plan came through. Again, well played, Magnus Carlsen. Then I couldn't really, much was being said about the game, but I decided to just leave it up to Tom Randall to sum the game up, saying first off, Karjakin speeding up, it might be his downfall, but it's also his only chance, and also kudos to Karjakin. He ended up losing the last game, but he did try. Also says needs to move now or he'll have no time. But I guess he sees it all slipping away, and that is of course a problem. It's a sad day for Sergey Karjakin, but he's still young. He will have another shot, I'm sure. Then Tom saying, this isn't the end, but it's the beginning of the end. 30 seconds left. It would be really impressive to hold this. Unfortunately for Sergey, he has to win. And we all saw what happened, and what a finish. And here's my timeline. Alex Kolovic ending in mate, great finish. Altibox Norway Chess, congratulations to Magnus Carlsen, well fought by Sergey Karjakin. Looking forward to seeing you both in 2017. They will also be reunited in Weikernsee, so they will be sitting each other opposite the board in January. Chess News, are you tweeting Carlsen? Europe saying good news for chess. Defending is not enough to get a World Chess Championship title, and Magnus Carlsen retains his crown. Also Tarjei tweeting breaking, Carlsen beats Karjakin 9-7 on his birthday after tiebreaks and retains his World Chess Championship title in New York. Jonathan Rowson saying Magnus is too good to fall into that fluffing around nervously mindset that has affected all of us at some point. And reigning Norwegian champion Johan Salomon saying Magnus Carlsen defended his World Championship title after a fantastic match against Karjakin. Congratulations to both players. Then some more messages pouring in. Jordan Bartholomew, play it, Magnus. This was still about Queen H6. And I think Peter was the first who couldn't believe it. I was very impressed myself, especially the speed at which Magnus played it. Mikhail Golubev, Queen H6, what a crazy resource. Thomas Randall, Queen H6 to win the World Championship. Fabiano Caruana tweeting a very sober kudos. And you're in chat saying, congrats to Magnus Carlsen. He retains his World Chess Championship by beating Sergey Karjakin in rapid 3-1. Hashtag Carlsen Karjakin has ended. Indeed, I just have some more photos for you. One more from Anton. I think he had this one ready for a while. I know he was cheering heavily for Magnus. So there you go. Magnus in his Superman cape. What else? One breaking photo from Tarjei Swenson from New York. Happy Norwegians in New York. I know they will all be celebrating tonight. It's a big night for them. So once again, congratulations to everyone. And let's finish on this photo of Magnus. This is not a live photo, of course. This is an archive photo and a tweet from MVL. Queen H6, the guy couldn't prevent himself. Congrats, Magnus Carlsen. I think with that, all is said. From my part, I would once again like to thank all of you for being with us all this time, for watching us, for tweeting to us, for being in the chat. It's been an absolute pleasure. Once again, congratulations to Magnus Carlsen. Thank you to all of you guys. Have a lovely evening, and I'm sure I'll see you very soon. Take care. Bye-bye.
Magnus seemed to be right on track to actually really get something out of that position, and I'm speaking specifically once again about the moment over here where he introduced this idea of G4 followed by 92, 94 with slight but long-lasting pressure. But then when Magnus didn't go for this plan, it really petered out quite quickly and Karjakin defended without any major problems.
What's up, nerds? I'm sorry this video is delayed. The recap of the second game of the World Championship match. I got a good reason. I fell asleep during this snooze fest, and it was another snooze fest. At least I can't blame the players for wasting my time this time around. I had a good little 4-hour nap. Now I caught up to the action. Or can we call it the action? Can we call it the highlights? I don't really think so.
Bishop takes c4. That is a surprise. That honestly is a surprise to me. B takes c4 blitzed out by Magnus. Just briefly to point out that if
that's not a transmission error?
Feelings about your opponent after this game, different ones.
So friendship is here. Thank you so much for attending the press conference.
Magnus will probably not be too happy a camper at this.
I think he'll be fuming right now.
Yeah.
I'd be absolutely fuming if I suddenly had to face this. If you imagine the black bishop landing at some point on c7, it's quite obvious that black will have a lot of play against the white king. But achieving that is not that easy. And once again, this is playable, maybe drawable, but not particularly enjoyable and definitely not equal. In this video we will cover the two remaining sort of mainline moves in the position you see on your screen. That is bishop b6 and bishop g4. The move I made myself on a number of occasions. It's a very decent move, but I think white retains some chances for opening another here. At least black will have to show some precision in most of the lines. White is 95, that I think is the gold point of this line. White doesn't want to give black an easy trade in this case. And in this position, black has options.
Can you name 6 Canadian cities?
6? Probably if I try really hard.
Eric's saying he's from Calgary. See, there's one. I wouldn't have known that one.
Well, I'm hoping for the continuation of what we've seen in games. I think from game 9 in particular, where there's a lot of psychological tension. Obviously, there's a lot riding on this game. Now they play bishop e7 here, and that really is very, very dry.
Not necessarily the most exciting of lines, but still a line that's heavily played at top level. So there are some nuances to be aware of. Sometimes they
absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
Actually, most chess fans I talked to, surprisingly, they said they were hoping for a draw today because they enjoy the rapid action. Which is understandable.
I can understand that viewpoint, but still, this is... Wednesday will be very, very interesting to comment on, but this, really, there's not a lot you can say about this.
Are you sad?
A little bit. A little bit.
Hello everybody and welcome to arguably the most anticipated chess day of the year. Maybe people didn't know it was going to be tiebreaks, but had they known, I'm sure this would be the most anticipated. Here to talk us through all the action is Super Grandmaster Peter Svidler, aka P. Swiddy. Peter, what do you have for us today? I'm a great chef.
Yeah, okay, this is an excellent start. I think it will be a very exciting day, and yeah, there's really no way to hedge for them anymore. So we are expecting a lot of interesting games. There will be some mistakes, obviously, because of the format. But
shall we mention the format? 4 rapid games, 25 minutes plus 10 seconds per move. Is that correct?
Yes, and I think they play 5+3 if it gets to the blitz games. But first, the rapid match has to finish. I'm working on that pronunciation there. Not
how much?
Quite a lot. But still for rapid games before they can even start playing the blitz micro matches, which will be 5+3, I believe, with probably a drawing of lots for colors before every pair. But that still is some hours away. A normal 25+10 game takes about an hour and 10. Plus a 10-minute break between rapid games. So we are in for a long night, which I think suits everybody after game 12.
Absolutely. Big outcry out there after the quick draw that Magnus Carlsen decided to go for with the white pieces in game 12. But he got what he wanted. He got 4 more games, and that must have been his calculus. Chances are better in these 4 games than going all in one game. We shall see today if he had it right. He's going to be black in the first game. Is that advantage, disadvantage? Doesn't matter?
I would probably prefer black in the first game, although I'm not entirely sure. But I think having white in the final game of the match is probably a slight advantage, because you have a clearer idea of what's what. what you need to achieve, and so on and so forth. But before they begin, I wanted to briefly touch on a few things concerning the format of the whole thing, not today, but the whole thing, because the events of the 12th game, or non-events of the 12th game rather, prompted a very lively discussion on social media, and in general there were a lot of things said, and I wanted to particularly mention a couple of ideas which could sort of ensure that this never happens again. And I think yes, the players should not be criticized for taking practical decisions in the, in Sergey's case, definitely the biggest event of his career, and for Magnus, yes, it's not his first match, but still he has to pay attention to the result first, and pleasing the spectators second, but still wasn't a very good look. I think you will agree.
Yeah, I think the outcry, it surprised me a little bit, because to my mind it's a strategic decision, and people don't even lose that much, because we're getting this action-packed day today, instead of arguably a fighting game with an outcome in game 12. To my mind it was just a strategy, and it should be your priority to win the match and everything that gives you better chances. I'm completely cool with it, but I understand people were disappointed.
Yeah, and that's what I said in the wrap-up, and I'm not critical of the decision, but still you can probably argue that avoiding a situation like this might be useful for chess as a spectator sport.
What's your solution?
So, not mine. As usual, I use, I work as a compiler. I read stuff and then I quote stuff to other people. So 2 solutions. One will probably upset our good friend Tari a great deal, because he seemed to really be against it. And yes, I think it's politically impossible to do this. And we're cutting it a bit close, so we'll probably have to continue it later. But 2 solutions proposed were: 1, just return to the idea of a drawn match being in favor of the champion, which probably will not happen, because it's just not how the world works anymore. And the second idea, which I like a lot better because I think it's feasible and I think people might decide to agree on this, is play the tiebreaks, the rapid tiebreaks in front of them, before the match. And then whoever wins the tiebreaks knows 6-6 and is in his favor. And that means that someone is always trailing in the match, and nobody can really play e4 just to safeguard the score, so to speak.
Interesting. Becomes a bit redundant if the match is, whatever, 7-3.
Sure. No, nothing can be done in those cases, but I think it definitely, first of all, people I think like to see rapid, so there will be definite attention and anticipation simply because they will play a rapid match in general. But also the situation in which 6-6 is a decisive result will force whoever is sort of trailing to play very aggressively for a win. And the situation like the one that arose in game 12 here will simply be impossible. So I thought that was a useful idea, which is very much worth discussing. But
yeah, for now, I believe the games are about to start. Let's discuss our favorite topic, chess openings. What do we expect from Sergey Karjakin? 1e4?
Yeah, I think he'll stick to his usual stuff. There's really no reason for him to suddenly switch to things he was probably not that excited about during the 12 classical games.
No, in the match he had one outing with 1d4.
Yeah, and we suddenly have a whole bunch of moves, so we can stop discussing improbables. And it is another Spanish.
No surprise yet. Apologies in advance if the moves come in bunches once in a while, because of the situation we're in. We never know when the moves are coming in, but we are confident we will be able to talk you through the action. and another 63.
Yeah. Once again, Sergey sticks with the tried and tested, and we've seen this twice in this match already. B5, D6 played, A3 played, and so far Magnus played 2 different systems against this. One is castles bishop e6, and one is castles bishop b7, queen d7. And today he goes for something.
No, that's not accurate. One is knight a5, bishop e6, and the other one is immediate bishop e6 after castles. But in this position, he today plays a third move, the move knight to b8.
Yeah,
weird little move.
That is very, very rare, I believe.
Wesley So experimented with this move. I can't tell how many games. Was this the game Anand So, which he lost? Could have been.
Possibly, but
There's also a game Caruana, so I believe.
I can't even recall these two games, which means that it probably is a somewhat more recent development than... this move, frankly, did not exist more or less at all when I was recording my video series, or I would have mentioned it at least in passing.
For viewers that are not Rui Lopez professionals, this move must look completely ridiculous. You put the knight back to its original square, but there is some logic to it. It's similar to what we call the Breyer system. I'm not going to put it on the board because this is rapid, it would take too long. But in general, this knight is always slightly misplaced in these structures, and what black wants is to put this knight on d7, put his bishop on b7, then in many a case put this knight on c5. Sometimes you want to go rook e8, bishop f8. It is a reasonably sound regrouping, but not seen much in this particular case with the knight on c3.
The thing about the Breyer is that it generally is played in the anticipation of white playing d2, d4. And then the bishop on b7, yeah, we probably have time for that. And then, as usual, we touched on this particular point during this broadcast already. Developing the bishop on b7 in the Spanish is generally considered to be more attractive when white plays d4 and not d3, because then this bishop actually, well, does something. It creates some pressure against the white center. It forces white to at least play, let's say, bishop b3, c2 to continue the developing the knight from d2 to g3. But here, Sergey played knight e2, which is probably the most natural decision, but also probably d4 could have been an option.
Many moves come to mind.
Even knight d5 is not entirely pointless.
I have a feeling a4 was played by Caruana, a4, b4, knight d5. Yeah. But knight e2, this, like black's move knight b8, white also wants to regroup this knight typically to g3.
That is still all very, very logical. c5, knight g3 played. And here I think, more than developing it to d7, black just wanted to include c5, knight c6 without giving white the opportunity to play b4. If you, after knight c3, if you play knight a5, bishop a2, c5, which would look a lot logical in order to play c5, white always has this option of playing b4 here, and also the knight might go to g5. So by playing knight b8, black prompted white to switch to the plan with knight a2, knight g3, and then went for the usual setup with the knight on c6 and the pawn now being on c5.
Still, you've lost some time, right? Yeah. Normally knight a5, this bishop has to go to a2. Well, here, white could make all his useful moves. Knight e2, knight g3,
so arguably you lost maybe half a tempo, maybe even a full tempo, but you prevented some things which may have been somewhat unpleasant. So it's unclear whether this is how to count this in terms of tempi lost and gained. I think bishop e6 is probably the most natural move here, but then white takes and goes b4. And this is very similar to a lot of positions in various anti-marshals. This actually resembles anti-marshals, I think, more than the 6d3 systems. And Magnus waits for a move playing rook b8.
This is a bit of a mysterious move. I recall he played this once and again against Leiko. Not in this position, but in a... I think, where was it? Maybe even here. So it's a personal favorite of Carlsen in a way.
Yeah, I think...
Why he does that?
Yeah, it's not immediately obvious why this is so useful. In some positions, I mean, if white plays a4, it definitely improves the move b5, b4, but white probably will not play a4 anyway, because with the pawn on c5, the idea of playing a4 here feels a bit abstract. h3 played by Karjakin. He is now probably ready to play d4 next move, if allowed.
I was going to show this. If you start with d4, I'm not sure which way we do it, but let's say this.
Both make sense, yeah.
Worry about bishop g4 a great deal.
Yeah, this spin is very unpleasant once white actually plays d3, d4. It's completely harmless with the pawn steal on d3, though. It's important to understand this distinction.
Yes.
With the pawn steal on d3, nobody ever plays bishop g4 because it's just a waste of a tempo. But once the pawn reaches d4, h3, a5. So black actually is aiming for some kind of an expansion on the queen side, which is an interesting plan I haven't really seen very much.
It's very daring to ignore the king side like that and ask to...
Yeah, I'm wondering what the reply to d4 here is. Because d4 does feel like it's becoming more and more attractive by the second here.
Very strange plan. Rook b8 followed by a5. Maybe, I'm sure it's either preparation or at least a conscious decision by Magnus Carlsen to get a fresh position here. But and this looks very risky.
Yeah, judging by the speed of play, this has still to be some kind of preparation. Maybe, you know, not detailed forcing lines, but a plan which Magnus settled on against more or less anything, I would assume. Because knight e2, knight g3 followed by c3 has to be one of the more obvious replies to knight b8. So would not at all be surprised if this is still homework for Magnus.
So what does he want after d4?
I'm not entirely sure. Maybe...
I was thinking about this, but it goes against everything we learned in school.
These positions generally tend to favor white, although...
I was a bit curious if here one could make a case for this, but it looks very loose, even this.
Yeah, this might backfire quite seriously. First of all, after d5, I think you might lose material. You will have to play b3.
Ah, because
knight a7, ab, you resign, so you have to play b3. And yeah, this is very, very risky on so many levels. Like bishop b1, knight a7, and like bishop e3, queen e2, knight g2, you might lose the c4 pawn first and foremost. But that is very committal because the bishop on b1 is also completely locked in. And Sergey does something I did not really expect him to do.
Play a4? I thought that sort of justified Black's play.
Yeah, that now completely, I think, justifies what Magnus has been doing. This is a really weird decision to my eyes.
I agree. Because now you go b4 and you have some counterplay on the queen side and you fix the
Actually,
queen side.
playing d3, d4 will become a lot harder now because Black can take on c3, take on d4 twice, and you cannot even recapture immediately. You will probably eventually win it back. But Black gets a lot of counterplay because the bishop on b3 is now hanging. Maybe weird is a strong word, but I think it's definitely playing into what Magnus has been actually actively trying to achieve.
Now, yeah, white can't really open the queen side anymore. Black, in a way, carries the key to the lock, right? Because black has this bc3, well, white cb4.
And also, another important thing to note is that I think with the queen side now effectively closed, there will now be no play on the queen side, unless Black decides there should be play on the queen side.
Yeah, well, that's an important distinction, right? Because if it's completely locked, you could still argue white has these typical plans, knight h2, queen f3, knight g4 with attack.
What I wanted to say is I think playing bishop b6 becomes a lot more comfortable for Black here. Okay. Because that structure after bishop b6 takes, f takes e6, I think...
make a move.
Yeah, like bishop b3, takes. You do have to watch for d3, d4 here, so maybe it's not still entirely safe. But in general, let's say my personal preference is not to get this structure with Black when white can still get his own pawn to b4, like we were discussing earlier. Yeah, that structure with a3, b4, and c3. And now that there's a Black pawn on b4, all of these structures feel a lot more playable for Black.
Very interesting stuff. Also interesting that Black completely neglects, normally in these positions you make some moves on the king side, h6, rook e8, bishop f8.
The thing about it,
like he doesn't need to.
He also, I think, doesn't want to create targets, because with the pawns on g7 and h7, it's a lot harder for white to figure out what he should be playing against. So in a way, I quite understand this decision. Because sort of in order to play rook e8, you need to play h6, and once you play h6, all kinds of plans, for instance, starting with knight h4, allowing this is never a good idea because you more or less just lose a tempo. And if you play h6, knight h4 always becomes a lot stronger because it's much harder to meet by playing g6 because g6 will just be taken because of the pin. And yeah, playing h6 in these structures often makes it a lot easier for white to plan and execute something on the king side.
And looks like Karjakin, well, he's clearly out of book. There's a5 and rook b8 you can't really anticipate. But it looks like after a4, where b4 is pretty much the only move, he's taking a bit of time. So maybe something I don't know if something's gone a little wrong, but seems surprised.
Well, on the other hand, he also secured his own queen side to a large degree. So he can think about moves like bishop c4, or perhaps knight h2 might make some sense. Knight h4 less so, but even knight h4 might not be completely ridiculous, depending on whether Black can take on e4 in that position. But let's say knight h2 followed, if allowed, once again, by maybe f2, f4 even.
Not going to happen, because he just played rook e1, so there's no more f4.
This move I feel is sort of quiet compared to the other options available to him. And in general, I think in the 6D Spanish, you often try to save on this tempo. in particular in a structure like this, when black seems to give you a free hand on the king side, I would at least seriously consider doing something on the king side before playing rook e1.
Your point is the other main line, not 6d3, is the move rook e1 here, intending c3, d4. But one of the appealing things about d3 is that in many a line you don't really need your rook here.
Yeah, it's an option you can try and save on. It might be a half tempo you don't... I mean, it's never a bad move in these positions, obviously, because black in many cases will go for some kind of counterplay in the center, and having the rook on e1 will control that counterplay a lot better. But yeah, I think the issue with both knight h2 and maybe even knight h4 was that after bishop e6 you would need to commit... I mean, if the bishop leaves the diagonal, then the play with f4 will no longer be all that threatening. And if you take on e6, your play with f4 is once again a lot less potent. So well, I can sort of understand why he didn't do it, but...
And Carlsen has played bishop e6 also. Not a surprise now, as you mentioned, with the queen side
I
fixed.
think takes on d4, either immediately or after some kind of preparation. I'm not sure what kind. Bishop e3 feels slow. We need to check this immediately. This, I think, is the most critical.
Let's do it.
And I'm sort of curious because sort of in the spirit of what Magnus has been doing up to this point is ed4, cd4, c4.
That's what I was thinking about that. Very double-edged, allowing d5.
Yeah, d5 needs to be played, I feel, because otherwise, I mean, if black gets d5 in, even though the knight will have to go to some potentially uncomfortable squares from f6, your structural advantage on the queen side is such that you just need to survive until some kind of an endgame, and you will be much better / maybe winning.
Just one very brief note, I'm sure you figured it out, but on the big board we're moving the pieces around like maniacs. Analyzing is what some other people call it, while on the smaller board, which we've made bigger though, you can see the actual game position, or at least the position that we currently have.
So d5 here, I thought maybe takes knight e5, and then you need to calculate knight d4, because if you take twice, bishop d6 is very strong, I think.
This looks like good counterplay.
Yeah, this looks like it's very, very nice. Very, very nice for black. But yeah, knight d4 was worrying me a little bit.
So maybe position, not so clear.
Queen d7 simply, sidestep all the forks, and yeah, very weird position. Very sharp, very concrete. Might be very good for black, because strategically I think black is very much ahead here, but it sort of depends on whether white gets something on the king side here incredibly fast.
And we've seen from Karjakin, at least in the classical games, when surprised or when facing something a bit unfamiliar, normally he's erred on the side of being solid. Do you think he can do that here? Or
well, you can wait almost, well, not
like bishop e3, let's say.
Bishop e3 actually allows d5. I'm not sure you need to allow d5 straight away.
I had that question. In general, gaining space is more important than weakening this pawn.
I think here gaining space is very important. Although white can play queen c2, yes, and just as you mentioned, continue keeping things under control, not committing to anything. It's not an impossible plan at all.
Karjakin is thinking keeping this bishop feels very passive here, right? Bishop
no, but
c2.
then you really don't have anything at all, I think.
You're also always risking, this might not be a big deal, but it's not so easy to free this bishop sometimes.
Yeah, with the bishop on e6 it's a bit more awkward, because white will probably be able to push d4, and then the threat of d5 will cost black a whole tempo. Sure. But yeah, you need to consider b3. I'm even wondering if but I mean, not taking on e6 in these positions, it just feels it feels very unprincipled, so to speak. But a move like bishop c4 might not be such a horrible idea if you want to once again keep things somewhat under control.
Can I go nuts?
Well, it depends. Takes, you don't want to take with a knight, but yeah, this is maybe possible. But I play something like bishop d2, and e5 will start hanging at some point. I mean, f6 d4
covering it at some point. But
f6 d4 might be awkward. Right. And bishop b5 is a lot. And he has played bishop c4.
Interesting. Once again, you guessed the move.
Guess the move. I was always very good at
guessing it. Let's see how Carlsen reacts. The point is, this structure actually might be nice for white, is what he's saying. It looks tripled, but it controls all the squares.
Yeah, the black pieces don't really have anything to look forward to, and the bishop on e7, yeah, as you highlighted there, is a very, very restricted piece. And yeah, I think this should be slightly better for white. Maybe not drastically because his pieces are also somewhat far away from the d5 square, for instance. But yeah, I wouldn't take on c4 here. It just settles the issue and makes white's life a lot simpler.
We shall find out what the world champion...
You can play maybe d5 and take with the bishop. Because of some tactical justifications. Like, yeah, if
this doesn't work, for example.
Yeah, that was the tactical justification I was speaking of. d1 is hanging in this position. But obviously white has a large number of options after bishop takes d5. Something like bishop g5 is a move. Queen e2 is a move, queen c2 is a move, all of those things.
So many moves. Is this a move?
Bishop b5 is definitely an option as well, yeah.
Big decision. To me, d5 feels principled, but that doesn't mean it has to be good. Also, the immediate bishop b5 you have to consider when you might lose a pawn after some bishop takes c6 and knight takes e5. We will... Can Carlsen continue to play more quietly? Some knight maneuver on knight d7 or sometimes...
Knight d7, b6 is possible, but that probably improves white's options in the center because black removed his knight from, you know, the immediate fight for the central squares. And also, no, I wanted to say once you go knight b6 I can play bishop b5, but then knight a7 is kind of awkward, yeah. Might be a reasonable idea. But yeah, somewhere here, taking and d4 might be a better version for white, or not. It's not immediately obvious. And Magnus went for a waiting move for the time being.
Now that this situation is clarified, he can switch back to more standard play. This h6, rook e8, bishop f8. Normally, if black doesn't know what to do, he wants to play these moves in one order or another. And it's also nice to rule out, first of all, ideas with bishop takes e6, knight g5. They weren't threatening, but to just not have to worry about it. And strategically, sometimes bishop g5, bishop f6 can be an idea. So it's a useful little move.
Yeah, and I think it makes a lot more sense once you've somewhat neutralized the bishop on the b3, b3 g8 diagonal. Because all those plans on the king side are now subject to immediate simplifications.
Maybe he's also cunningly waiting for a move like bishop e3 when d5 could gain in strength.
Sure.
Still not sure if it works, but here, for example, this is no longer under attack.
I was playing bishop d2 anyway, so...
Exactly.
Yeah, so I'm not sure it's such a great improvement. If you need to play something like f6, then probably you actually want the pawn on h7, but...
Don't want h6.
No, yeah, something like queen c7 maybe. And yeah, if black consolidates here, black will be doing very, very well, but you need to calculate all those little moves, like bishop b5 here might be an issue. You might have to play some kind of a marshal, because the pawn on e5 might very well be, well, not indefensible, but you don't really want to defend it by playing f6.
We shall find out. I have a feeling, I don't know how this is objectively, but I have a feeling Carlsen is enjoying himself here. He got away with his knight b8, c5, knight c6, a5, rook b8. Experiment, or I don't think there's many classical predecessors to this plan. And Karjakin, a4 to my mind feels like a strange reaction.
It wouldn't have been my first choice, but still his position is obviously very solid. He played bishop e3.
No, white is perfectly fine, I'm just saying. I think Carlsen got away with a little gamble here.
Potentially, yeah. We don't really know what happens after knight b8 if white decides to punish it in the strictest way possible. It's too rare a move, and I don't really have any serious idea what was going on there. But it does feel like Karjakin decided not to engage, so to speak. Just let it be, continue playing normally.
Which is not the dumbest strategy, especially in a rapid match when on unfamiliar ground.
Not at all.
And Carlsen, I was going to say that at least he is quite a bit ahead on the clock. Not dramatically, but if our clocks are more or less accurate, 21 minutes 30 versus 13, which matters a little bit.
Sure.
What's the rule in rapid chess? You said in classical chess half an hour is one pawn. How does that translate to rapid? Like 10 minutes or a pawn?
I'm not sure. It's a lot harder.
Oh no, half a pawn, right? Half an hour is half a pawn.
It's a lot harder to judge in rapid, but it's a significant advantage. Having an extra 7 minutes or so in this position. It's a very complicated position. There's going to be plenty of difficult decisions ahead, and it's nice to have the buffer here.
What do you do though? Do you still... I'm guessing he's thinking about d5. d5, you also always gotta worry about this move immediately.
Yeah, even bishop b5 immediately is an issue. There's an unconfirmed report in chat of him taking on c4, which h6 would actually somewhat support. You can play it, takes rook e8, followed by bishop f8, and you've ruled out bishop g5 here. And also, I think the knight on g3 may have been headed towards e3 later in life, because it's a nice... f5 is a nice square, but it's not gonna... Without the light square bishop, it will not really probably lead to mate, so... the e3 square, which was very likely useful for that knight, is now occupied. But those are still unconfirmed reports, so we'll wait for.
I do recall positions like this from these a4, b4 anti-marshals. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do, but black generally doesn't get a structure like this there. I think it's very difficult to get the pawn from c7 to c5. And the pawn to a5 as well. Sometimes, I mean, you get these types of structures, but I think maybe different pieces come off. I think maybe two pairs of light pieces may be exchanged on c4, for instance, in those cases. But yeah, let's not get into deep into comparisons between various.
Another beautiful discussion in these types of positions is always who has the worst bishop. Because at first sight it's obvious, this bishop is very bad. You have all your pawns on the color of the bishop. And we learned that's a bad thing. But you can also argue that the black pawn chain severely restricts the white bishop.
I think both of them are somewhat useless, and this is why I think it's important to play h6 so that white doesn't have a way to get rid of his e3 bishop so easily. Queen c8 played by Magnus, which I think is a very decent waiting move. He now is probably going to take on e6 with the queen if the question arises.
Really?
I think so, yeah.
But then my knight goes to f5, and a knight on f5 is worth a pawn.
Rook f8, bishop f8, and then I will carefully swap it off. I don't know. I'm not sure about this, but I think not spoiling my structure is also useful. Like bishop f8. And, yeah, I might be slightly over optimistic about this.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But since white play bishop c4 is also quite probable that bishop a6 f8 is not a structure he's fancying, right?
Sure. I think you don't have to worry about it happening immediately. 2 moves after white declined this exchange. Also, one topic of conversation which we could maybe discuss is that this is being played on Magnus's birthday.
Yeah, first of all, happy birthday to Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, who turns 26 today. And happy birthday to Mr. Laurent Fascinet, one of his helpers, at least in the past, we don't know, for this match. But he shares his birthday with the world champion. And I believe he turns 45 or no, 35 today.
Not even I am 45, come on. And I'm an old man.
But I believe the topic you bring up is not to just congratulate these gentlemen, but what we touched on the other day, empirical data, and that is mainly opponents telling me after my games that it was their birthday, suggests that people perform worse on their birthdays, right?
I think it's the general understanding. I'm not sure how well it's supported by hard facts, but I have a feeling that if someone were to collate the data and actually look at this, it would be borne out by facts. And actually, yesterday a good friend of mine lost a very important game on his birthday in the World Seniors. So yeah, these things do happen.
I'm not even gonna joke about you having good friends in the World Seniors.
It's the over 50, not the over 50, not the over 65. Okay. I might be playing in those. Queen e2, rook d8 on the board as expected. We thought rook d8, and this actually resembles some
a4, b4.
Yeah, some of those positions. But once again, generally, you would get these positions with the pawn on c7 in a lot of cases.
Let's just briefly, very briefly, show people what we're talking about. I'm not sure that many dudes are interested in the depth of the anti-marshal, but there is this line, which is different because the white pawn is on a5. But the maneuvering is kind of similar.
Yeah, Queen C8 is a very
established plan. Though.
Yeah, I played games like this against Levon Aronian in the late 90s, where Black was already going for these types of setups, and they were considered to be very solid and very correct even then.
As you expertly pointed out, this is a different structure. Black has c5 and a5, which is pros and cons. Bishop b5 was a nuisance, and maybe Carlsen also didn't want to worry about that every move, so he decided to protect his knight ahead of time. Another small side effect of queen c8 is if white ever wants to go knight f5, now he has to think very seriously about black just chopping off that pawn.
Yeah, black will pick that up. Yeah, and generally also if you give black additional 2 tempi, I think bishop f8 followed by g6 is very likely. And once this bishop gets to g7, you will start looking at d6, d5 a lot more seriously. Or maybe once you are prepared to put it on g7 even. Because it will be a lot easier to support your pawn on e5. But I'm not sure if black even needs to, you know, seriously consider the d6, d5 break for the time being. I think he still has a lot of improving resources. And now we will settle.
This is a logical move now that the rook is on d8, because fe less tempting with your rook.
I really believe it should be taken with the queen.
Yeah, his play, especially rook d8, hints at that. Well, it still gives white more of an autopilot.
Sure, and I also should mention that you can even play c3, c4 here and claim that you are the only one who will be playing on the king side in this game.
Absolutely.
Because your bishop is, after all, at least visually slightly better than the one on e7.
That would be kind of in Karjakin style, right? Not taking too many chances and maybe maintaining some small pressure. I like this move.
Yeah, it's a sensible decision.
I believe. I've played too many anti-marshals in my life. Even this structure, I believe I've had in a game against Mr. Salgado. Black is very solid here.
Yeah, of course. Bishop f8, g6, and you sort of wait for white to play f4, and then this bishop on g7 will become.
That's the
Magnus actually disagrees, which is curious.
Yeah?
Yeah, he took with the pawn.
Okay. And d4 on the board. Wow, this is heating up fast. That's the principal argument against fe, this d4 opening, especially with the rook on d8 and the queen on c8. This looks quite nice for
white. It does feel very logical. White sort of improved his position to the maximum, at least to the maximum immediately obvious, and now he is playing against the black center. And also our plan of e4, c4, c4 has been ruled out, which I think is important because it helps white control the situation in the center a lot better. I quite like this for white, actually.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure what black is doing.
Yeah.
What options are there?
Well, you started by bc3, which I thought was probably the prescribed way to go about things here, to at least activate some of your pieces, and maybe like take twice and play rook b4. But it doesn't feel all that comfortable. Like rook ec1 followed by bishop c3 might be quite annoying, for instance. ed4 hasn't been played yet, as you may have noticed.
Analysis.
No, I'm talking to the audience.
To you people.
Yeah.
And knight b4, but this knight is so strong.
Yeah, and e6. It's not hanging right now, but yeah. Even queen c4. Although d5 probably is something d5. Black is planning anyway. But yeah, this and c takes d4 knight takes. I mean, c4 has been played. White will obviously recapture, and black probably needs to take once again because you don't really want to allow white to take on e5 and get this structure in the center. So yeah,
what could you do?
Our good friend Jonathan Tisdall is calling us out on the birthday statistics, and he wants me to actually quote some data. I don't have any data, Jonathan.
He doesn't believe it? Do the research.
Do it for us.
Magnus.
We will accept your data if you quote some data at us. But
26-year-old Magnus has taken on d4 and played rook b4.
Rook ec1 though. How is he going to reply to this?
My best guess is by moving
queen a8. No, but I mean bishop c3 actually attacks the a5 pawn. This was why I was so worried about this.
No,
I think queen a8 might be the only move in the position because otherwise you just lose this pawn. And here you also will
Even this looks very uncomfortable.
Yeah, you will be forced into some contortions here because the rook has to go to some unfortunate squares, and even e5 followed by queen takes e5 might be a very serious issue here. Although, hang on, he has queen d7. What am I talking about?
Wait. Instead of queen a8.
Yeah.
To hit
that,
a4.
Yeah, that explains it, because queen a8 really looked like black would be somewhat struggling. Whereas once the queen side goes, I mean, white can take on a5 here, but Yeah, 4 against 4, generally almost on one side, is not going to be an issue.
Yeah,
white, yes.
Slightly uncoordinated, no?
Yeah, white can only be better here if the pawns on the A file survive. If they get traded off, it's going to be very, very level.
Karjakin is thinking. Still, I don't fully trust black's position here. I'm not sure.
I think it very much depends on whether white can keep the A pawns alive. Yes, I would like to meet more or less anything with queen d7, if at all possible. Yeah, but here queen f5, knight f5 is maybe what you're trying to threaten. Yeah.
This or this is what I'm trying to.
No, rook dc8 is what I would like to play here with the idea of rook cc4 and also stopping bishop c3. But I'm worried I will lose to e5 in some position.
I might also consider this.
Because e5 d5 bishop c3 picks up the exchange, which is unfortunate. Yeah, rook ec1 played, but that I think is kind of a draw. Oh, no, hang on, maybe queen d7, queen d1 is what he's planning, because he. If he is not planning queen d1, then rook ec1 I think maybe is an inaccuracy.
Let's see. Queen d1. Nice geometry. Covers both these guys. But it feels a little passive.
Well, bishop c3 is still a threat though. It still needs to be dealt with somehow. Queen d7 on the board, and yeah, we expect Sergey to play queen d1 because really nothing else fits, I think. You cannot allow black to take on a4 if you are playing for a win here.
If this, you still have...
I still have bishop c3. I was trying to make this work somehow, but I'm not sure.
I was wondering about crazy stuff, but I don't think it's good enough.
No, I think that's way... No, bishop e7.
Bishop e7,
yeah. No, I think maybe after g5, bishop c3, I can play rook c4, bishop a5. No,
Hang on. Ah, this is on the board, bishop c3, rook a4.
Okay,
so no, it's quite drawish as well.
Yeah, this will probably get wrapped up reasonably quickly, I think now.
Rapid things can always happen.
No, Magnus, you know, if it was a slight advantage to Magnus, he would obviously play on. But I think it's just so level here that rook a1, rook a1, rook a8. Yeah, bishop c3, yeah, and in this position 4 against 4, and white's structure is still somewhat better even so. Yeah, if anyone can play on for a bit, it's white, but it doesn't really feel like anyone has anything here. King f7 just stabilizes everything. I would be very interested to find out why he didn't play queen d1 there. I don't see any reason not to continue. I quite like his position actually. If black has to play something like rook a8. Okay, machine suggests rook c8 is playable. This we didn't see.
First time I switched on the machine just to clarify. By the way, we'll normally inform you when we start using it, but sometimes.
Yeah, and I immediately started quoting it. This is an important move because bishop c3, I missed that rook bc4 is very strong here, and once again everything comes off on the queen side. This is an important thing to mention, because otherwise queen d1 I think gave white a very comfortable game, and there was no reason not to continue for Sergey.
So, is it too early to wrap up? This feels like it's gonna end in a draw, even though, whatever. Wrap it, let's wait till the end. But Magnus Carlsen, experimenting in the opening.
White can even play e5 here if he really wants to nullify, you know, everything. e5, queen c1, queen f1, and just...
only white can be better, right?
No, 3 against 3, no one is better. You need a lot more pieces on the kings on the board to make any kind of an argument when it's 3 against 3 on one flank, especially with the queens off. I mean, I think e5 is the most practical solution, but Sergey disagrees. Sergey wants to play this for a win. I mean, fair play to him, but like king f7, and I think it's going to be extremely hard to prove anything here for white. I was wondering about knight d7, but then queen g4, because knight d7, bishop f6 would have been a very nice plan to... I mean, if black manages to exchange the bishops off, the game is completely equal. But yeah, with the bishop on a1, still slightly more active than the bishop on e7, and black not really wanting to play 6 e5, I think it's a bit of an ugly move. You never really want to do that. White maybe can play on for a bit.
How's the clock situation, approximately?
8 against 16.
Yeah, okay, but it doesn't matter very much here. They get 10 seconds per move, and this position is simplified enough that you can blitz out a lot of moves. Should you feel the need.
Yeah. No, but
Carlsen taking a little time here to figure out how to arrange his pieces, but
I wouldn't even. Yeah, I was about to say d6, d5 might be a very
very hard to.
No, 3 against 3, it just becomes so much easier for black to control this. Also, the bishop on e7 becomes alive. You can develop it to d6 or anywhere. Yeah, I think d5 probably is the most practical decision here. I don't know if he is worried about bishop takes f6, but I don't think he should be.
I was going to ask, but it doesn't look.
I mean, e5, bishop e7, you might sort of play yourself into, or even bishop g5, you might play yourself into some difficulty with white. No. Yeah, e5, even the queen takes, frankly, you're not losing this. Yeah, this position, if you add a couple of rooks to each side and white is a lot more active, then then it there was a.
I've done this in the past. Apologies. We'll be back with the board, and board is spelled B-O-A-R-D. In this case, the program disappeared, but we are strongly expecting a draw in the first game.
Yeah, we'll get it up and running pronto, but the position is not particularly complicated, and just following the game on, we've actually made the little board disappear as well. So
easy, and I might need some help here because it's asking me for login credentials, which of course I don't have.
You could try yours, and it might let you in.
I doubt it. I doubt it. They've made all these things like foolproof here. Still, we are expecting a draw. The game is still ongoing. I apologize, but of course, it's not really my fault. Nothing is ever my fault. It is...
I endorse this message.
Peter's fault.
I endorse
do not endorse that.
I endorse most messages, frankly. Yeah, we're really not sure what happened there, and we will eventually get tech support for our little mishap. But
it's all very confusing.
That it is.
You keep telling the good people out there how the game is going.
Magnus is still thinking of according to our website, Magnus is still thinking about the best way to proceed after king h2. But I do believe that playing d5 is probably the most practical and the most straightforward way of wrapping things up, because black really is never ever better here, and if you're not really ever playing for a win, it makes sense to simplify immediately and make sure that your opponent doesn't really, feel the need to continue. King f7 played apparently, and maybe Magnus also doesn't feel that he needs to rush, but I quite like d5 as a move.
Are you alerting tech support over there?
Yeah, but apparently we're having a bit of an issue. It's good that the position is so dry, because having this happen when there is something incredibly exciting happening on the board would have been far, far worse. But still, we apologize for...
You know what? Let's improvise Jan handle this situation. Not well, but... badly. I'm aware this is not the prettiest graphic known to man, but until tech support contacts us, at least we have a little chessboard here. Why did I cut off Magnus Carlsen? No, I can do better than that. What's going on in your life?
My life?
Or anybody's life, just say something.
Do I have a life?
I don't know. Tell me about it.
Well, I can barely remember having a life at one point, but this match has been sort of occupying the entirety of it for the past 3 weeks or so. It feels at least. And
how do you feel about the match? Do you feel Carlsen has done badly? Karjakin has done well? Both of these? None of the above?
I think both of these are true to a certain extent. Magnus has not done horribly poorly, but I think he will agree he hasn't played the most stellar chess of his career, and I think Sergey played a very, very solid match, and will obviously regret having been given a very, very large opportunity by Magnus overpressing in game 8. He will feel that he maybe should have been able to hold game 10. He came very close, and he, even in the press conference, he mentioned a move which, although it's not obvious that he would have held after it, but it was a much better option than what he played.
You're referring to
the idea of playing knight h6 there instead of rook h7.
So in the position that is currently on the board, what could white dream of? Will bishop b2 has played?
Well, that's the thing, though. We like d5 because it simplified the situation and made life a lot easier for black. But even if black does absolutely nothing, it's not that clear how white can proceed from here. And d5 is still very much a playable move even now. There's not a lot has changed really. But Magnus seemingly doesn't really want to force anything. He's gone queen c5, so he is going with the plan of just not doing anything at all and giving white the free rein here and saying, you will not improve this position. Please continue if you want to continue. And it's not unreasonable. It is after all a 4 against 4 with very limited material on the board, and I think he feels safe enough here with black that he doesn't really feel the urge to force the issue straight away.
Do you think he's hoping for Karjakin to overpress? Or
in this position, I don't think he's hoping for anything in particular. He knows that he will have to blunder something really large to lose this.
f4 on the board.
Yeah, and I think also overpressing for white is not an easy thing to do here, because it's just so safe. Bishop d8 b6 will create a threat of mate on 1, but
interesting.
But once again, you kind of need to blunder something here for any of this to shift the evaluation from total equality.
Chess understanding question. After f5, do we go e5? How ugly is this?
In some cases. I'm not sure about this precise position, but in some cases definitely, because it kills off the bishop on b2. The knight on g3 is not at all ideal here, and bishop b6 will be a very, very good move to make on the next move. So yeah, I think it's not a stupid idea. Even just playing bishop b6, fe6, king e6 is also, I think, perfectly fine. You didn't really need to do anything at all. I mean, f5 is not a...
I like this move here. Yeah. I understand it's anti-positional. Should white ever get his bishop to h4, exchange and put a knight on d5, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
No.
But of course, you can also threaten mate in 1 and hope that Karjakin misses it. Then again, I don't think he's famous for missing mates in 1.
No, although very, very strong players have done this.
Kramnik
on occasion, yeah, Kramnik comes to mind, yeah, but I think there are other examples, although Kramnik is of course by far the most famous.
We are referring to a game Kramnik against the computer. Was it Deep Junior?
I think it was, yeah.
In a match, how did that match end?
4-2. 4-2. Vladimir came very close to drawing every single game, apart from the last one, which he was forced to play for a win because of this blunder of mate in 1 move he committed. I think in game, I want to say 3 or maybe 4. I think 3. But he felt he was better and he missed something very, very simple. And yeah, once you lose 1 game against the machine, you are kind of done, because drawing against the machine with precise play is still, I think, possible. Well, maybe, if you prepare really, really seriously for the match, but beating the machine becomes a very difficult proposition.
That was when? 2002 maybe? Or
no, I think it was later.
I don't think so.
I'm not sure. I think it was later, but I'm not entirely confident in my recollection there. But yeah, I mean the question of playing against the computer has been settled once and for all, and Vladimir, despite losing that match, was maybe the final bastion of human resistance, so to speak, because that match, I believe, was played under conditions which no previous match between a human and the machine were played under. For instance, I think he was given access to the program way in advance, and I think the program was not allowed to use some of the edges that programs routinely. We're being told it's 2004.
Oh, okay.
Machines routinely have huge advantages over humans, in particular in access to table bases, and I think for that match that was not given to the machine, and maybe even the opening books were either somewhat limited or given, or Tim Kramnik was given access to it, and he had like half a year to prepare. And as mentioned, if not for that fateful blunder, he may have drawn the match with 6 draws.
Sort of the,
which I think is the aim more or less these days. If you have to play against the machine, you need to start playing very solidly and hope to.
Sort of the last stand of the humans, Gondor style, right? But since then we haven't.
No, since then it's actually become, you know, more and more embarrassing. With I think the last headlines I remember were, I think Jan Elvist at some point played one of the programs in which the program was giving him various ever-increasing odds in every game, like starting with maybe like a match of 8 games in which Jan was given odds of every single pawn, starting from A and finishing with H.
We have a couple moves coming in here.
Or something like that. So, and also Hikaru, I believe, played a match against the machine with...
Rook odds, right? No, pawn odds, sorry. Rook odds is Lawrence Trenta, I get these confused.
No, I think there were pawn odds, and in one game an exchange odds were given.
Yeah, I don't like that. We understand machines are stronger, but let's keep some dignity as humans and not play them with material odds.
Yeah, that really does feel like, I mean, no real purpose is being served by doing this. There is, I mean, it's a PR exercise, but it is a PR exercise mainly for the
that's
for the programmers,
yeah.
for the programmers,
exactly.
and not for the chess players. And yeah, but these are rare enough not to really need too much discussion. Yeah, and after e5 and taking with the bishop, we are once again in the structure we've mentioned a number of times.
Same structure after d5, e5, obviously.
Nothing much going on here. Bishop c7 takes off more material. Bishop b6 forces queen d1, and I mean white has you know no claim to well anything at all. Even the pieces, even the pieces for white here are not more active than the black pieces. So yeah, number of options once again for black. Pretty much any legal move will maintain equality here, I would want to say.
One thing I wanted to ask you, I'm not a mathematician, but we could be here for a while today, right? Do you feel this is maybe too much workload for the players to decide a World Championship match? Because it could be like 6 hours of rapid, then potentially 4 hours of blitz. I'm maybe exaggerating, let's say
they've had well, considering what Game 12 looked like, they've had two days of rest to prepare for this. And yes, this will not be an easy day by any means. But whether it's too hard, I don't necessarily think so. And in very, very strong rapid competitions, like I think the World Championship, we play 5 games per day. Right. And no one really complains. And yes,
I've heard lots of complaining. And there's Leuven and Paris, where they play 5 games of 25-10 or 4 even. Players get very tired.
No, you do get very tired, but this is not the first time in their life when they've played with under these conditions. So
they're also both young. Karjakin, there have been rumors that he has a physical trainer that follows him around everywhere. Magnus Carlsen, he loves climbing whatever mountains they have in Norway, so they're both in excellent shape. But it is still, I believe it's more tiresome than people think. Like,
sure,
for rapid games at this level.
I'm not going to argue it's easy. I've done this and I know it's not, but it's manageable. It's manageable, and they are both in very decent shape and don't really need to be all that worried, I feel. Although we might start seeing some signs of tiredness, in particular if it reaches the blitz stage.
And queen d5 on the board, is that a bit of a question? Shall we exchange some more stuff and play another game?
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge here, but well, any other move would also be. It's very difficult to create any pressure with so few pieces on the board. And yeah, Sergey can continue. Yeah,
knight takes, doesn't even create a passed pawn.
Yeah, I think this is
let's go home time. Not literally, because there's 3 more games in rapid.
Yeah, and we are hearing that it may have finished, and this wouldn't surprise me one bit, because this position really is now completely equal. Not really anything happening, and if the bishops come off, knight endgames are supposed to be the toughest to hold, but 3 against 2 on one side is supposed to be a reasonably easy draw, actually.
3 against 3 doesn't make it much harder.
Yeah, and when you don't even have an extra pawn, you don't really have much to play for here with white.
So draw agreed?
We hear that, but
I don't trust you chatters out there. Still, if you want to interact with us, when we're referring to the chat, it is the chat on chess24.com. This is the one we're reading. Sometimes people get confused about it, because I believe there's a chat on YouTube as well. But we're referring to the one on chess24. In case there is a draw, they have, I believe, 10-minute breaks. At least that's what was announced.
And it has been, I think, officially confirmed that this is wrapped up, and I think we'll take a bit of a break ourselves to try and fix the issues with the board, because this makeshift solution well only works to some degree, and we would prefer to have our initial setup back. And
we'll work on that. And also you have Fiona Steele Anthony to look forward to, who will keep you posted in every break when there's no action on the game. She will tell you what's happening in the outside world. We don't know. We're stuck in our little bubble here in the studio. We don't read. Well, I don't read. You read stuff. Anyway, we'll be back within a couple minutes. Thank you for watching. First game drawn. At least 3 more. It's not true. At least 2 more to come.
Shake, won't stop, won't fall.
Hello everyone and welcome to the culmination of the match between Magnus Carlsen and the challenger Sergey Karjakin. As usual, we're going to take a quick look at what is going on in the Twitter sphere. As you can imagine, Twitter is absolutely buzzing and I'm struggling to keep an eye on everything that's going on. But let's start with this photo. It's not actually, it's a GIF, so it's an animated photo. So do go and check it out. It's quite interesting to see Magnus' body language before the match started. And it's Olympia Urkan is saying, "This world is mine for the taking, make me king," quoting Eminem. Quite interesting. As I said, do go and check the tweet out. Moving on to Anish Giri saying, "Happy birthday Magnus Carlsen, today is the day to do big things." Indeed, it is Magnus' birthday. Peter and Jan mentioned it on there. It's also his second, Laurent Fressine's birthday. And there's a third Grandmaster, my good friend Simon Williams. So happy birthday to these three gentlemen. And then a tweet from Nigel Short saying, "Out of curiosity, why haven't there been any body searches during games? FIDE seemed to think it was a great idea in Baku." And some interesting insight there from Jonathan Tisdal saying they are even searching the food according to Norwegian media. So I assume security is high. I guess we'll find out more about this after the match. Then from one Grandmaster Jonathan to the other, Jonathan Rausen saying, "Should get the kids to bed, but they can wait." I'm watching Carlsen Karjakin here. It's great to see he is watching the match on Chess24. And again, just a reminder, if you are struggling to access our website for the moment, you can watch the live feed with Jan and Peter on YouTube. What else is, well, another tweet from Jonathan Tisdale saying, "Wonder if it's now we'll see real theoretical preparation for the match, higher risk stuff with higher practical impact." This is something that has been much discussed, that maybe theoretical preparation was a slightly disappointing during the match, but yeah, it's going to be interesting. We had another Ruy Lopez now. It's going to be looking forward to what is going to be on the board next, and one of these practical impacts is, as Thomas Randall points out, he says, "I don't think Karjakin can afford to be 10 minutes behind on the clock against Magnus. Carlsen already favourite in game 1 of Rapid." As we just saw, Sergey managed to deal with this situation okay, but it's going to be tricky, and it would be better for him indeed if he could manage his time. And here's a funny tweet from Chess Vibes saying, "For the record, Magnus Carlsen is wearing NBA socks today. Treated like basketball." And there you go, Magnus, famously a big NBA fan. Quite a funny tweet. Then Malcolm Payne also chipping in saying, "Magnus is a better Rapid player and has a great record at Blitz, but this will be random and Sergey has shown great nerves." Something I talked about many a time before. Sergey's nerves are very well known. We're now 1 game into the match, 3 to come. It's going to be exciting. Again, just a reminder, the break time between the games is 10 minutes. So the second game should be starting shortly. So one last tweet from my part, but I think it comes with a disappointment. This is a tweet by Michael O saying, "Red square right now." We see Magnus Carlsen and Sergey Karjakin on the big screen, but apparently this is fake and photoshopped. But it would be nice if someday we get there with millions of people watching chess on a big screen. So anyway, this is it for part 1. Hope you enjoyed this. As usual, you can tweet at me directly using hashtag @Fionketta or use hashtag C24Live. I will let the guys come back, take you through game 2, and I'll be back after that. Hope you enjoyed this. See you soon.
Welcome back, everybody. Game 2 has already begun, so let's jump straight into the action. Mr. Svidler, what do we have on the board? And by board, I do mean the chessboard. Why? What are people doing to me? They're trying to drive me nuts over here, but constantly messing with our little designs.
That's somewhat unexpected. We seem to be having a bit of a tech issue still with. We're thankful for all the attention our stream has garnered, but it seems to have been slightly too much for the service for the time being. We will get this right, hopefully, and we once again apologize for what's happening right now. But yeah, the position on the board seems to be correct. This is a gioco piano from what I can see. The pawn on a4 is a very telltale sign, although these structures can appear from a number of various openings, but the pawn on a4 kind of tells you it's been a gioco piano and not the anti-Berlin.
Let's go through it.
Sure.
3 bishop c4, so Carlsen clearly not in the mood for another Berlin wall this time around. Bishop c4 is the move he played in game number, whatever game it was, 5 I believe.
Yeah.
Castles, millions of move orders here, but they keep leading towards the same thing. If black is happy to play with d6, black wants to go d5, slightly different story, and I believe that's one reason why he starts with a4 and not c3, when at least you can think about d5.
Yeah, and this is still pretty close to what happened in whichever game that was.
Yeah, I believe game 5.
5, yeah. 5 is correct, and
there was something like...
Yeah, before and rook e1 happened there, but today Magnus went for something slightly different. And h3, 97, Sergey once again, and this is, yeah, okay, knight g4 was not allowed here. I was about to go on a bit of a tangent, but it's no longer relevant. 97, knight g6 is what Sergey played in that game and what he also is playing today. It's a very standard plan here.
Once again, Carlsen left his bishop on c4. More often than not, you see the bishop on b3 here. Maybe having it on c4, it can retreat all the way back to f1 in some cases. But let's see what position we have on the board. Knight b2, c6.
And I believe Magnus does play bishop f1. And the biggest question in these types of positions is whether black can somehow manage to play d6, d5, absolutely annihilating the center and equalizing in most cases almost immediately if he does achieve that. But he also can just play as if you know, white doesn't really have any particularly dangerous plans like rook e8, queen c7, h6. Just make all kinds of normal moves, because the bishop on c1 is currently somewhat passive, and connecting the rooks will not be so easy for white.
Right.
So
so what does white want? Like a5 maybe?
A5 might be a useful move for future endgames, yes, and but mainly I think something like queen c2, b3, bishop b2, or bishop a3, rook a d1, sort of in the fashion that white plays against the Breyer. There are quiet lines in the Breyer where white goes for. It's a very similar setup, but here black has a bishop on a7 and not on f8, which is generally, I think, it should favor black, because on a7 it's a lot more active than on e7, f8, even g7 squares, where it would be in classical Spanish.
Yeah, so far, once again, Magnus seems to have played a slow line, not necessarily leading to a big advantage, but trying to get his opponent, I guess, out of book. I guess that's normally his main aim, especially with the white pieces, to get a fresh position that has not been analyzed. And in the classical part of this match, we've seen that he's been willing to sacrifice, like, objective advantage. Not that I would know an objective advantage against the Berlin, but his priority is fresh position, not better position.
I think that's very fair. And Sergey seems to be thinking, already spent 3 minutes on this move, which in a rapid game is not that little. And I wonder if we can maybe try and address the tech issues we've been having, and maybe it will get resolved, because it would be better to go back to our original setup.
We will certainly try. Apologies for the inconvenience, but we will keep you posted no matter what. Nope, nothing here. Fun, fun, fun.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, obviously, and
well, for now we're stuck with this. Sorry, it's not the perfect solution. We're aware of that, but at least it allows us to follow the game.
A6, A5 played by Sergey, and we did mention that gaining more space on the queen side with A4, A5 was possibly in White's immediate plans, so that makes sense. It stabilizes the structure, makes it harder for White to make a lot of progress on the queen side. But now queen c2 followed by b3 seems to be very logical. Starting with b3 is also possible, but queen c2 is a nice sort of all-purpose move. You can always try in positions like this.
You just want to develop a piece, right? B3.
Yeah, I think connecting the rook, getting the c1 bishop to some kind of a sensible square, and proceeding from there is the order of the day for now for White.
Well, for Black, it's not as straightforward. You've mentioned this idea of d5. Typical moves are h6, rook e8 as well. But what would you do here with Black? Do you play h6, or what's your move?
Rook e8 and h6 would be the obvious moves to consider. Also, Black could go for his own rook connection by playing queen c7, maybe bishop e8, bishop e6, rook a d8, a plan like this.
Sorry, how do you go rook
queen
e8?
Queen c7, bishop e6. I do have squares, because generally White needs to... In many cases, White tries to improve further in the center by playing b3, bishop b2, and maybe c4. But it gives Black plenty of time to go for structures that he likes here and improve his pieces. Generally, it's a very quiet position. I don't think White can have any claim of an advantage here, but there should be a lot of life in this, and this I think is what we. I mean, we have every reason to be happy about this.
Yeah, we're still waiting for a move from Mr. Karjakin, who once again... Oh no, that's not true. We're waiting for a move from Mr. Carlsen. He hasn't actually played queen c2 yet.
No, he hasn't yet.
That was just in our minds. What else could you do? Starting with b3, does that make a difference?
I'm not sure. Maybe it makes it slightly easier for Black to react because you've committed to this. And when you play queen c2, maybe you can make an argument for playing knight c4 next move, in some positions at least. So I think queen c2 is more flexible. I would prefer to start with queen c2 here. People are somewhat upset about the makeshift setup, and we appreciate your concerns, but there seems to be no immediate workaround, and we will continue apologizing for that for a while, and then stop, because you can only do it so much.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on in the position. I believe Carlsen, I'm not sure if he has an edge, but he might have achieved a little something, because typically in these positions Black wants to equalize very straightforwardly by playing rook e8 followed by d5, and I'm not so sure you're on time to do it here. I'd say I play b3. If you go d5, I have a feeling things are probably not quite in time for Black.
Well, it will need to be proven with precise calculation, because I don't see an immediate refutation for against this for White. And
maybe it actually does work. Yeah.
Yeah, the game is not finished. You can try. You probably don't take on e5 here. White is completely unprepared, I think, for this type of play. But maybe you can take on d5 and look for moves after e4, rook e8, queen e8. But yeah, it does feel like if Black wants to do this, he can do this.
That normally is the Black plan, right?
Yeah.
d5 is what you want to do.
Well, it's not the only plan, but it's the most concrete plan, which generally leads to the simplest equality. Let's put it like this. If Black succeeds in doing this and nothing bad happens to him in the process, it's the easiest way to solidify his situation here. Make sure that the game is almost completely equal. Magnus still thinking though, yeah.
Well, Rook e8 is a bit of a autopilot move. Maybe he's considering his options here. D takes e5.
But that is very, very dry. Like takes with the knight. You generally want to take one pair of knights off. You take with the pawn here. And yeah, knight c4, even queen c7, bishop b6. It's just not going to be a lot here for white. Knight h5 is also a move here.
This looks very equal, I agree. But then again, yeah, I don't think you can expect that much of an objective edge in these Jacobianos if black knows what he's doing. The main plan is once again to have... How many pieces do you have in the starting position? You keep mentioning that. 32?
Yep. 32 is right.
And they're still all on the board, right?
Yeah, well, we expect to see some simplifications in the next 2-3 moves. I think something will start happening in the center. You can't... Well, you can, but I don't think you want to keep that pressure forever with either side. You want to settle on a certain structure and go for it. It's interesting that he's still thinking though, because even if he hasn't analyzed, and apparently g takes e5 has been played, which is...
That's very dry.
It is a, you know, a very... Maybe he wants to take and go knight c4, and maybe he...
Can you not take on e5? Like the position we were looking at was queen c2, rook e8. I'm wondering if this makes a difference.
Well, of course you can decide not to take, but what do you do then?
I don't know, knight c4.
What if I take on f3 and go g5 here? Is e5 a move? No, e5 doesn't really look like much.
Take this dude?
Ah, yeah, I wanted to take with the queen, but then you take on a5 in the end, and that endgame will be incredibly unpleasant for black, so... Yeah, and that probably means I have to take with the knight, and then white will have a little bit of something, yeah. Here I take on a5, you take on f2, but I do get an endgame where I have bishops against the bishop and the knight, and the majority on the queen side. This actually is seriously worse for black.
Yeah, at least here white has it.
Yeah, you really don't want to get this. It's just very, very unpleasant.
Well, as I said, you could also take with the pawn immediately, of course, but then one day, I'm not saying this is necessarily bad, but after g3, sometimes this knight proves to be a little superfluous on g6. Here g3 immediately probably runs into some issues after knight h5. But I'm just saying, positionally, this could be a question.
Yeah, and d5 chosen by Sergey, which is a logical choice, because it keeps the structure symmetrical, it keeps the situation very close. Also, it's important to note that it rules out knight c4 immediately, because you can win the e4 pawn in reply. And queen c2 played by Magnus once again, renewing the idea of playing knight c4 on the next move. But black's position is obviously very, very healthy here.
Looks like we get symmetrical positions no matter what the opening, right? Like this rook e1 Berlin, we get a symmetrical position. Jacobiano, pardon my Italian, we get a roughly symmetrical position. Very hard to spice it up after e4, e5 these days.
Yeah, black is doing very, very well, in particular if he is prepared to play the Berlin. Not that Magnus suffered a great deal in the first rapid game today, for instance, but I think bishop b5, a6, those positions offer a lot more life in general than the positions you get if you threaten people with the Berlin and then react to whatever they do.
Right. Because pretty much the Italian is not enjoying a renaissance because it became so threatening, but mainly because people decided this is the best anti-Berlin, this is a better version.
Yeah.
Then 3 bishop b5, knight f6, d3, which is why we see a lot of Italians, and in the chat Christian is mentioning 2f4 is spicing it up, which is true, but that's at the cost of a pawn and your king's safety. It's too high a price to pay for spicing it up.
Yeah.
Somebody else is mentioning black is better for him in this position. I could not disagree more.
No, I think it's very, very level, and there's really no reason for black to be better. Black can only be better if you do something careless on the king side and allow some kind of a fast attack. But after queen c2 followed by knight c4 more or less against any move, white will always have a the bailout option of bishop e3, trading off the pair of bishops, and no, white is never worse here. But white is not also better at all. It's just a, you know, a very level, very healthy position for black.
So what do? You develop this bishop?
Yeah, I would like to play bishop e6 and queen c7 in some order.
Something like this, yeah?
Yeah, it looks very natural. And
cover the pawn and ask white, why exactly do you think you're better?
Yep, that would be the default setting. White can continue.
You know the golden rule. You should never play b4 before it's any good. But it might be good here.
Might be playable here, but even if black complies and takes and continues developing, I'm not sure.
I'm wondering about b5.
Yeah, that also was unclear to me why this is so horrible, because it seems to be successfully simplifying.
Yeah, it doesn't look all that scary too.
No. I mean, you can continue here with white. You can play a number. I mean, a number of squares is available to the knight there. You don't need to allow complete simplification there. Yeah, like knight a5 is a move which probably forces rook fc8 for the time being. There's also the somewhat clever knight b2, at least hoping to take on a4 with a knight if black takes on a4, and then in an ideal world plant it on c5 later in life. But it does feel like black should be fine here. Yeah, bishop e6, knight c4 played. Queen c7 I think is by far the most natural move in the position. You don't really want to take on c4 until you're absolutely forced to, and knight d7 also looks very passive.
Knight d7, I got knight g5.
Yeah, and also allowing knight g5 just feels weird. There's just no reason to give white this light square bishop if you're not forced to. Although one thing to note is that if you take on c4, take on c4. This is a structure you get from a number of openings, including somewhat strangely even the reti in some cases. In the variations where white plays d3 and then queen e1 and e4, they get these types of positions very often. And there, the black bishop goes to g4 and often takes on f3. So you even get this exact material. And it's not supposed to be a lot for white. But
I like bishops.
Yeah, but on the other hand, why give this to white? Why allow this somewhat free reign? White can, yeah, as you tried to indicate with the mouse there, g3, king g2, maybe start pushing on the king side after you've completed your development. The structure is, I mean, many people just go for this structure straight off and hold it time and time again without too much trouble. But it feels like it's a concession, and queen c7 has been played instead.
Yeah, much more natural. Why would you give up that bishop? Sure. Now Carlsen faces a bit of a decision. His b4 move still feels like the natural move, at least fighting for some space.
Yeah.
Because bishop g5, let's say, just knight d7, and I don't.
And you don't even you with a knight on g6. Arguably, you don't even need to react. To be honest, to bishop g5. And but b4 has been played by Magnus. And now the most concrete reply would be to take and play b5. Black doesn't need to do this, but it's the most direct attempt to equalize on the spot.
How does this continue? Analyze.
Well, you start by rook fc8, I guess, because you don't want to give up the c6 pawn. The question is what happens if you just take twice on b5 after trading the queens off, but I guess the pawn on b4 will fall somehow. Yeah, takes, bishop takes b5, but something like rook b8 probably is very strong. Just rook b8 followed by rook takes b4 against anything.
I don't have tricks.
I don't see any tricks, but
that's good enough for me.
Well, maybe some spatial advantage, but with 4 against 4 on one side, you're not going to be able to exploit it most likely.
Grandmaster Yardbird, Eric Lobron, is saying in the chat, according to Peter, everything is a draw.
That's not true.
I don't think that's true. No.
That's not true. That's not what I think. I think most things these days, if you talk about top-level openings, most things lead to equality. But equality does not mean draw. Equality means that nobody has gotten any advantage out of the opening. But then the game continues. And I think this is very much what Magnus is trying to do here. Just get a game of some sort with a lot of pieces on the board. And who cares if he is better or not.
Do you feel that it has become easier to achieve not draws, but equality with black on the highest level than it used to, like, let's say 15 years ago?
Yes, I think that's fair. I think the general trend has been, in particular against 1e4, to play more and more solid openings, and there are very few people out there who are sort of sticking to their guns and only playing the sharpest stuff. Like MVL continues playing the Neidorf against all comers, and sort of kudos to him. But he is left carrying the torch.
Even Hikaru Nakamura, fan favorite. Well, he's always played all kinds of openings, but if even Hikaru joins the ranks of the Berlin, like,
yeah,
gotta give it to the Berlin. It's a good opening, and all top players have gone there.
It is a very good and a very solid opening, and I think with this sort of unification of the opening repertoire at the top, it's becoming very hard to fight against this like Borg-like entity of people analyzing the same positions, and the hive mind of people equalizing all kinds of Berlins and then showing their research at the board.
ABCB has been played.
And B5 as well. So Magnus will now have to show something. I think if he wants to claim something, he needs to go this I mean to a somewhat strange square, but knight b2 does look like it maybe is the best option to continue the game and not allow a lot of simplification, because it goes to d3. It goes to well, ba4, I'm not sure what you take with, but if black doesn't take, I think it goes to d3, and d3 is a very sensible square for this piece.
Fair enough. What happens after b5 takes cb? Then
no, that's just horrible. Yeah, because you, well, not horrible, but it feels like black should be able to equalize here quite comfortably.
Yeah, c8 with tempo, yeah, it doesn't feel much.
No. There's also a b5 bishop takes f2, which we kind of glossed over.
Oh, tactics.
Yeah, but it exists as a potential problem. Let's put it like this.
Oh yeah, I missed that one. And we win an exchange.
Yes.
Maybe some counterplay, but no,
yeah, well,
just a blunder.
You don't really want to do that. Yeah.
So yeah, Magnus Carlsen thinking here. Knight a5 is the most.
Yeah, knight a5 is what you would.
To my what's his mind.
But then you're kind of stuck after rook fc8, and black has a very strong threat of maybe even the immediate c5 or bishop b6 or ba4 followed by c5. Yeah, okay. Lots of those ideas to completely destroy everything on the queen side, and once all the pawns come off, 4 against 4, as we've seen in the previous game, the moment the play switches to only one side, it's very difficult to get anywhere.
So Magnus has to show us some grandmaster lead.
He played knight e3, which is not a square we discussed.
That is odd.
Yeah,
I'm not sure how odd it is, but yeah.
That is an interesting choice.
It's... well, black in general doesn't want to take this knight either, right? Here we have at least a tiny but pleasant edge.
This is a very typical type of... although here maybe you can take on a4 twice and the pawn on e4 might hang, so... Maybe even this
throw in bishop c5.
Bishop b3?
No, I missed bishop b3 actually. Can't throw it in. So how does this go then?
Takes, queen a4, knight e4, and you need to calculate here.
b5, knight c3, b6.
There's rook c1, there's the immediate b5, there's a number of moves here, so maybe it's not that great for black actually. Yeah.
Let me show my calculation.
Sure. b6, queen b6 you want to say? Oh.
Yes.
And you don't lose the... you don't lose the c3 knight, you're sure?
That far I have not calculated yet.
Like something like queen c2 or queen a1 probably. Yeah. Yeah, this is probably fine, but queen a1 looked very threatening here.
What is the difference?
Knight g2 will maybe win some material. Maybe not immediately, maybe I need to start with bishop c5 first. I'll go back a couple of ply. Yeah, here maybe I can play bishop c5 first.
And I'm running out of good squares for
you will after bishop c5 soldiers. Actually run out of squares. And I think the other thing Magnus is trying to achieve here, if you go back to the live position, if black plays something like queen d6 or queen e7, there is the move a4, a5 followed by queen takes before bishop a3. So this maybe is the tactical justification for, or at least an idea how to justify what Magnus is doing. It leads to some very, very unclear positions. It might actually be quite decent for black, but
not sure I like this move at first sight. In a sense, a passed pawn, but you're also opening yourself up to
take on b4,
breaks.
Take on e4. Leads to very, very sharp positions, which I'm not sure I know how to assess. But you do get an outside passer to go with the extra exchange.
Here I like white.
Yeah, I don't know what this is. It probably ends up being good for white, but I'm not 100% convinced. If I take with maybe... No, but then bishop d3 is very strong, right? I cannot really not take on c2. Can I?
What are you talking about?
Like in this position, I'm worried about bishop d3 followed by something and queen takes c6.
It's a mess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a huge mess, and it's
e4 is coming.
Yeah, we shouldn't be delving in too deep here until they actually go for this line, because this does get very, very concrete, and there's really no reason for us to start calculating some really long variation until it's at least remotely probable that we're going to see any of this.
Let's go back to the position on board. Sergey Karjakin, roughly 11 minutes. Magnus Carlsen once again, he achieved his goal, and that's something he's been good at, getting ahead on the clock, at least in these first two games. But even in the classical, I would argue, not sure about the quality, but he was normally the one who got in the first surprise, so he made Karjakin think first.
That subject also came up in chat. People were asking if we think that Magnus actually is winning the opening war in this match, and I think it's fair to say that so far he got in the first new idea a lot more often than Sergey did. A lot more often, actually, which is not something I personally expected when I've been asked a number of times to do like a preview of the match, and I was always trying to say that, you know, opening preparation is, you know, the one area where Sergey arguably is better and should be better prepared for the match than Magnus is, but didn't materialize so far.
No, but it does continue. Both sides have been struggling, as we've mentioned, ad nauseum, to create pressure with white, and Magnus had a very different approach than Sergey. Magnus just keeps switching, trying to get fresh positions, while Sergey more or less keeps repeating his line versus the Spanish with the 6d3 or this 8h3, trying to put Magnus into a corner where it's easy to have his, I'm assuming, team of analysts, like putting pressure on Magnus's limited repertoire for this match.
Yeah.
However, the position on the board now, neither side probably too unhappy, but Karjakin is on the pressure.
Five minutes already spent on this move, which I think indicates that he realizes that either he finds something concrete here that he likes, or he very possibly will drift into some kind of a position where he will have to defend for a while.
Let's say we take here.
Yeah, takes rook a4. Yeah, this is an example of a structure which you generally don't want to get in the Spanish. And Sergey himself,
c5 b5.
c5 b5 is very, very unpleasant, followed by bishop c4, because none of your knights is anywhere near the d4 square. Yeah, and in particular, I want to say that this structure with the white pawn on b4 against the black pawn on b6 is something that Sergey himself, I think, is very, very good at exploiting. He's been playing the slower systems against the Breyer in particular, I think, very, very consistently over the past maybe even 10 years. And he won a very nice game against myself, for instance, at some point in a Breyer, where we got into some kind of a slow maneuvering structure, where eventually a similar structure appeared on the board with a slight advantage for white, and he converted that advantage very successfully. So he knows this is not immediately equal, at least. And he will, I think, very much like not to get this, because this this gives white a very nice little edge.
And the bailout with bishop takes e3 is not really a bailout, because...
Well,
even rook takes, yeah?
Yeah, rook takes is possible as well.
Earlier we were looking at these sharp lines with...
And it might work. It might work. Even b5 might work, and there's also rook c1 followed by b5, which we didn't even discuss properly, but it's very, very serious. might just be very good for white, stopping all this knight c3 nonsense and pushing b5 b6. And yeah, people have mentioned this, and one drawback of the setup we have right now on the screen is that you can see the movement of the evaluation bar to the left of the board, but the depth is such that I would just recommend you ignore the bar altogether. At this depth, the fluctuations of the bar are completely irrelevant.
Or you do what I do, you stare at the bar, and if it's going up towards white, then you start looking for a reason why white could be better and adjust your commentary. And if it goes down, vice versa.
ba4, rook a4 played though, which probably means that Sergey couldn't really equalize all those sharp lines where...
And he took on e3.
And he also... Yeah, that's very interesting. And
what I was going to say is that if white doesn't want to calculate all this stuff we just mentioned, you can just take with the rook and cover e4. Sure. And you still have a pull. You do have bishops.
No, you definitely... If you stabilize and b and c do not get exchanged, this is a reasonably stable advantage for the rest of the game. And once again, I want to reiterate, Sergey knows it's a stable advantage for the rest of the game because he is one of the better practitioners of these structures with white. So it's a somewhat surprising decision.
Well, because I probably couldn't find it.
It's definitely a concession.
And Magnus, well, he could just blitz out rook takes e3, or he could try to calculate these complications after bishop e3.
Yeah, because strategically, of course, he would prefer to take with the bishop, because the setup with the bishop on e3 and a knight on d2 is what you should be aiming for. Yeah, if you get that, black will struggle to equalize here, because the pawn on c6 will be constantly very weak, and the pawn on e5 will also require attention. Many things will potentially go wrong here for black. But also, if the calculations, I mean, if the complications don't work out for you, you've blown your entire advantage.
So let's go back to this. Rook a4, queen a4, knight takes e4. If you don't go knight e4, knight d2, well, it's just better. So yeah, sort of have to take.
Yeah, you absolutely need to take in this position.
And after b5, we were having some weird line with knight c3.
But maybe after knight a4, maybe you can simply take and go rook c8. If this works for black, it of course is a much cleaner solution. And
pawn just drops, huh?
Well, I was kind of hoping for something like rook a1, rook a7, but it doesn't seem to materialize.
C3,
yeah, knight c3 and knight d5 is a very important square, stopping bishop b6. And
I want to go here. But maybe knight d5 even better.
Yeah, knight d5 actually wins the c7 pawn, because after bishop a6, rook c7, you don't give mate on the 8th, apparently. Well, maybe you do. Hang on a second, bishop a6. Yeah, maybe you were a lot more correct here, because bishop c5 here is very, very strong.
You're very tied up all of a sudden.
Yeah, knight e5, bishop d6 probably, or something. Yeah. Yeah. But you also need to see queen a1 in that line. Let's say, first of all, knight b5 is probably a lot stronger than knight d5 here.
That's what I meant here.
Yeah.
If you have to take cb1.
Yeah. Without the light square bishop, you probably aren't making any progress, and black is just very safe here. But also, no, I think that's the biggest issue with the whole line, because it's not obvious here that queen takes b6 loses. I mean, the machine seems to suggest it's very very bad. But you need to be very sure of your calculations there after queen a1. You need to spot queen a1. You need to work out how strong it is. But I think a bigger reason not to take with the bishop is simply if you spot that knight takes a4 and rook c8 works for black. It's just such a simple refutation of the whole tactical idea that you probably go back and start with something else.
So bottom line, b5 is not worth it. And Carlsen, if he wants to go for this, he would have to play rook c1.
Rook c1 is an interesting option though, but yeah, bishop d5, b5, c5. Feels like white is never worse, but it's very likely that black will be able to leverage his extra pawn right now to simplify everything on the queen side.
Let's see what's on board. The world champion still thinking after bishop takes e3, which means he's giving very serious consideration to bishop takes, obviously.
Yeah, but it's a lot more harmonious to take with the bishop. So if you really want to make that move, if at all possible, and
he's done it.
So this becomes very, very interesting. Rook a4 blitzed out, queen a4, and I wonder if Sergey takes on e4 here. He kind of needs to,
right? Else knight d2, you just suffer for free.
Yeah, you absolutely need to. But on the other hand, he is down to. We're not entirely sure, but probably something like 7 minutes, and it's not a pleasant option to play, because you know if it backfires, if it doesn't work tactically, the pawn from b4 gets to b6. And yeah, those positions you often just lose if you don't have any immediate tactical counterplay. So it's a very, very committal decision, but I think it needs to be taken because, as mentioned, trying to hold this passively will not be a walk in the park.
Just FYI, this clock here is wrong. He has 7 minutes, not 1 minute 50. Apologies for that.
And knight takes e4 play, but yeah,
on the board. Yeah, now the clock. Rook c1 blitzed out. b5, knight c3. Not what Magnus was looking for. And bishop d5 should also be blitzed out. That's a nice move to make, covering e4 and c6.
Yeah. And 13 minutes against 6 is what we're being told, and that does sound like this is correct. Time situation. Bishop d5, very, very natural here, and after b5 you want to play c5 because I think it's very important to stop it sort of as early as possible. Allowing it to reach b6 feels extremely risky, and trying to stop it on the earlier squares feels a lot more natural here. But yeah, this is now a very, very sharp position.
How do I get my pawn back? That would be my main concern. That's probably not the main concern, all right?
No, I'm not sure you care. I think you want to improve your pieces, and like bishop d3 is one of the earliest things that come to mind. But also bishop c4 might be a move. I was wondering if even knight d2 is a move, but that probably is way too slow.
Knight take.
Yeah, take, and. Once again, if I'm in time with the... I mean, if it were white's move here, I think after bishop e3, white will have a very large advantage. But yeah, knight f4 e6 is what is worrying me here, as you correctly stated. Although even here, like the machine suggests, bishop takes a4, ef, queen d4, and it does look quite interesting.
Complicated. Let's go to the live position. b5 is on the board. Karjakin apparently has not played c5 yet. And in the meantime...
Let's mention why c takes b5 is not all that good.
Please explain.
Queen takes c4, queen takes c1, queen takes d5. Like a sequence of queens trying to sacrifice themselves for...
If bishop takes e4, rook c7,
you're just a piece down, yeah. And here after queen takes d5, there are some drawing chances because sometimes light pieces don't really win against the rook on one side. But with queens on, you feel like white will eventually give mate.
This looks bad for black.
Yeah. No, just to explain why a move which immediately removes every single pawn from the queen side is bad. I think it's an important detail.
Very, very likely that they both spotted that one. And Karjakin...
Yeah, there is c5. There is also a number of slower moves here, but yeah, I think you need to play c5 from a...
Humanly speaking?
Yeah, humanly speaking, you're just allowing either b takes c6 or b6 just feels extremely risky. And since there's no immediate refutation that I can see of the move c6, c5, you kind of make it and you wait for a reply. Because I mean, it's not at all clear why it's not good.
People say cb5 played, but I'm not sure we can trust them. In general, I trust the internet, but sometimes there's conflicting information on the internet. Then you have to decide. It's very confusing.
Yeah.
Do you have like guidelines how to figure out what's true on the internet?
I have some guidelines how to deal with people publishing news in Russian.
Okay.
Especially news which are not specifically to do with internal Russian situations. Let's say somebody publishes a news story which has something to do with Russian and Western relations, and it feels slightly improbable. You do a Google search of the same terms in English, and very often you find 0 results, and then you mark the story and the person who published that story, and you read fewer stories from them in the future.
Anyway, none of these comments in the chat were in Russian, which, if I understood you correctly, means we can trust them, and c takes b5 has indeed been played. They reached this position. Just to be clear, Karjakin did not blunder anything here. No. He went for this position. Yeah. He thought this was the smallest evil.
Which is quite remarkable, because I could sort of understand it if we white had 2 knights and a bishop, but with 2 bishops and a knight, I would
suffer.
Yeah, I would really not fancy holding this with black, even with equal time times on the clock.
Because the b5 pawn drops immediately. You have to move your queen, queen c7. Now probably bishop takes b5, but queen b5 doesn't really make a difference.
No, I
think
is the... Yeah, you're not spoiling this position with white. The b pawn has to be removed, but in general, you're not going to win it in 5 moves, and you're also not going to spoil your advantage unless you do something incredibly stupid. So we are in for a maneuvering phase now. White will slowly improve his situation on the king side. g3, maybe h4, h5 if allowed, gain some space, put his bishops on better position, better squares. He took with the queen, which, yeah, as mentioned, maybe machine-like bishop takes better, but it doesn't really matter a great deal.
Well, the queen is gonna find a nice little square like e4. And my favorite rule, if there's pawns only on one side of the board, often the number of pieces matters more than the type of pieces. And here white has power in numbers. He does have 2 minor pieces versus the rook. And he also has the 2 bishops, which, as you just mentioned, matter greatly. I don't think this is a fortress. I believe this is trouble. There's too many white pieces.
Yeah,
if you could grab some space very quickly, maybe, but no, that's not going to happen.
No, actually, if you grab some space, you get mated.
Yeah, you
once you start touching your pawns on the queen side, on the king side, you just get mated. You will have to play h6, I guess, and I think you want this to be your only pawn move for the foreseeable future, because you cannot open your king at all. White has just more soldiers on the board, as you mentioned, and they will come in and deliver mate.
Rook d8 on the board. I believe Carlsen is headed.
Yeah, queen e4. Queen e4 is a very natural square, and yeah.
In general, you never say never, but you don't want to exchange queens here with white unless it yields you immediate benefits. Is that correct?
Even I would actually hesitate to trade the queens off, even if it won me the e5 pawn, to be honest. Although, if white still retains the 2 bishops, I think it's still reasonably comfortably winning. But yeah, I would want the queens on.
Queen b3 has been played. Now at least you can offer the queen exchange again. But at the risk of repeating, not myself, but you can't spoil this position in one move. It's just more both sides trying to find the correct setup here.
Yeah, he's just in no hurry whatsoever. He's looking for ideal squares. I guess maybe he wants to play queen a2 here or something to stop black attacking his queen. Yeah, and that's what he played. I'm not sure why this is so great. I really like the e4 square, but maybe he was worried about some plans with like queen d6, d5 or something, and on a2 it will be extremely difficult for black to even offer the exchange of queens.
Also, maybe he's hoping for a quick onslaught towards f7, bishop c4, knight g5.
No, h6 will be played, I think, more or less straight away. I'm reasonably confident that allowing knight g5 for very long here, and yeah, h6 has been played by Sergey. And maybe now he can play queen d5, queen e4, because f6 is no longer an option. It might be not that stupid.
Oof. Too subtle.
Well, not all that subtle. You can also improve your king side for the time being. You don't really need to hurry.
Do not hurry. That's one of the, I don't know, 5 golden endgame rules. If you can improve your position, it's often more unpleasant for your opponent if you don't force the issue, but just quietly,
yeah, just make slow improving moves. And yeah, the clock situation is also incredible. Yeah, and queen d5 has been played, so
very subtle stuff. Let's not forget at this point, by the way, even though I obviously agree that white has great winning chances here, Karjakin is kind of known for defending ugly-looking positions and endgames, right?
Sure, this is not over, but that shouldn't distract us from the objective evaluation of the position, though.
No.
White is very, very seriously better. Something like queen d8, queen d1 might be a bit distracting. At least, hoping to get some counterplay going.
I'm a bit surprised because he didn't have to. Why Carlsen continues to allow Sergey to harass him with this queen exchange, but it will come to an end at some point. And here we can we take?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. Takes rook b1. I think you cannot get back to. You can get to c4. Yeah. Yeah, you can get to c4, so you can take. But once again, 3 against 3 on one side, Two bishops against the rook. If the queens come off here, which they don't, so it's not immediately relevant. But I just want to mention that if the rooks come off, if the queens come off here, this is not an immediately winning position, and people have failed to win it in the history of top-level chess even. So yeah, all these things need to be considered when simplifying here. But Sergey played queen e7.
More passive, more circumspect. And
yeah.
Queen e4
Queen e4
it's a weird move. You can once again get hit.
No, I think you start with bishop c4, and if black hits the queen with rook d8, then you play queen e4, creating a threat of queen takes g6, forcing black into more uncomfortable situations. And h4, h5 becomes...
Trick that has won many a blitz game. Queen takes g6, exploiting this.
No, this is really, really horrible for black. It's just a bad position. And I think black probably needed to go for something more concrete, but it's not that easy to spot.
Queen e4, queen f6.
Yeah, I'm wondering why
on the board.
Why queen
why
f6?
Why not rook
b4?
b4?
Yeah, because now how is he going to meet the h4 h5 plan?
This is often very unpleasant against the knight here, because if you go h5, you give up the g5 square.
No, h5 knight g5 you get mated, because bishop c4 is unstoppable, and there you really will start feeling that you have fewer pieces on the board.
If you don't go h5, you constantly have to.
You probably lose your central pawn, yeah. And also, yeah, the time situation is still, you know, very much an issue, and it seemingly is 10 against less than a minute, according to our clocks. And playing this position on increment is just no fun at all. You're objectively struggling, and you also have to play quickly and hope you don't blunder anything. Yeah, h4 hasn't been played yet, but we think it's... And Magnus played g3, so Magnus really is taking the do not hurry maxim to its extremes. But now the queen is safely established on c4. I don't think it's a mistake.
c8 has been blitzed out. You still want to play h4. Maybe he wants to go king g2 first to have everything safe. Well, queen g2, yeah, sometimes you gotta worry about some.
Queen c6 is the idea here, which is why maybe starting with h4 straight away was maybe slightly more.
If I do this and queen c6, queen either f5 or g4, I'm not sure. Maybe g4. What have you gained?
I don't know. Maybe nothing. Yeah, it's very possible. It's still really horrible. Yeah.
So this sort of plays itself, right? h5, knight h4. And
yes. Yes. I'm not going to disagree. White is there's never going to be any serious counterplay, because even if you get two pieces to the first rank, knight g2 just protects everything. So yeah, White's position is very solid, very safe, and he can just continue improving. You can also meet. I mean, if h4 queen c6, you can play queen takes c6 h5 and take on e5. Frankly. 3 against 3, as mentioned, with the bishops and also a pair of knights still on the board, White generally just breaks through.
Yeah, if this pawn falls,
yeah, you don't really want to take the queens off, but if you win the central pawn while trading queens, you're probably not that unhappy.
Well, trading queens and nothing else. What you don't want at any cost is knight and bishop versus rook.
Yeah.
With 3 against 3, that's much more likely drawn.
Yeah, bishop d3 played by Magnus. He really is taking it very, very slowly, but against half a minute, I can sort of understand why he's doing this, actually. Queen c6, queen f5, rook e8 on the board.
At least it's not even a threat.
It's not even a threat, because you can play bishop b5 on knight d4, so you can actually play h4 here if you want.
Well, you have to calculate something.
And you probably do want, actually.
Would be a nice move to make once again.
Yeah, rook e6 f6 probably is what black needs to do in reply, but even finding this idea is on very, very limited time that black has here is a problem.
Won't be easy, but we all know Sergey is incredibly tenacious, incredibly good under pressure. It ain't over till it's over. It's sort of a platitude, because we say that all the time, but especially with him, it's normally extremely true.
Yeah.
And for Magnus, sort of uncharacteristically in this match, we've seen him blow.
Yeah.
I think winning positions even is fair to say, or
yes,
at the very least very good positions.
Yes, so he really wants to convert from here.
He has to focus, yeah.
Yeah. He really wants to convert from here because, 10 minutes against less than a minute and an objectively much better, maybe winning position is something you don't really want not to win. It will impact your mood, if nothing else.
Yeah, it is his birthday. This is probably the best gift he could. I don't think I'm telling any tales out of school if I'm saying that this is the best gift that Magnus Carlsen can get today, is keeping his World Championship title, right?
Yeah, that probably is a safe assumption.
Even like a Carrera racetrack wouldn't be as good.
Not sure what that is.
Yeah, me neither. Trying to think of. Nah, I'm pretty sure that's priority number 1 today. Rook e8, and he is spending a lot of time.
Well, he did put his pieces on such squares that he now has to calculate some variations. For instance, h4, e4, bishop b5, queen e6. Black actually doesn't lose any material immediately. And after
d4,
knight d4 is decent, but after, let's say, queen c8, the queens do come off. So you have won the e-pawn, but the queens come off, and I'm sure he is now looking at possibilities to maybe keep the queens on for the time being, because as mentioned, ideally you want to continue playing for mate here, because it creates a lot more practical issues for Sergey.
Yeah, but he hasn't played ideally, right? Because it looked like you could win or improve the position, let's say, on autopilot.
Yeah, I think. Well, I think yeah, he could not. By playing a timely bishop c4 somewhere, he could just ensure that the queen stays on e4, and on e4 it would not have been attacked by anything. If you go back like a few moves, with the bishop on c4, queen c6 is just met by bishop d5 in every single position. So this setup is unshakable, more or less. And then you just improve on the king side with g3, h4, h5, and black is more or less helpless. And now
I'm not following. Which position?
Let's say, yeah, g3 already is a bit slow. I would play something like h4, bishop c4 here. Sure. Like you play h4 here, and if let's say black plays, it's not even clear what black plays, and it's actually very unclear why he didn't play this move, because it just feels that it creates such a difficult immediate problem for black to solve against somebody who is playing on less than a minute, that it would be very difficult for me to restrain myself from playing this.
Well, maybe that was exactly the thinking behind it, this do not hurry thing. But if it's good, you might as well do it, right?
Sure.
You have to finish or win the game at some point. And against Sergey, this is very hard to do by just making moves, because he's not gonna win the game or lose the game for you. You have to win.
Yeah. I think MVL is very interested in getting a mag. Yes, I think you can still get the mag if you apply now.
Who, MVL?
Yeah, I think it was MVL, but I'm not entirely sure.
It's not even his birthday, right? Why is he demanding a mag? And does he want it signed by?
Yeah, tell us everything.
Grandmaster?
Tell us everything. We'll pass on your desires to the management. Bishop e4 played. This is a very curious decision. I really don't understand where this is headed, but maybe he just wants to play queen h5.
h5 and regroup, yeah?
Yeah, but you are sort of no longer winning by force. It doesn't really feel like you're winning by force.
No, he has made progress over the last 5-6 moves, that's for sure.
Which I think he could have done if he was slightly more precise. It does. You do get the feeling that he took his hands off the wheel a little bit there, because he felt the position is so winning and time advantage is so huge in his favor that more or less making any move will just make Sergey collapse. And the thing about Sergey is that he doesn't really collapse, not even on very, very limited time. He continues making moves which don't drop anything, and you will have to win by yourself. You're not going to be gifted anything.
Carlsen clearly should not gift him the queen exchange here, so queen h5 is sort of forced. But then also questions like this move, for example, are they erasing?
No, I think here after GF you have both.
I have bishop f5. Huh?
Yeah, bishop d5, bishop f5, all of these moves.
Well, this, if you want to show off, if you really want to show off, you can give this little check.
Yeah, but that would be, yeah, that would be really, really rubbing it in, so to speak. Yeah, I mean, yeah, queen h5, knight e7 played apparently, and now.
Hang on, isn't this pawn hanging?
No, there I think black will have some jumps, but...
What? Gimme. Yeah,
also possible.
Ah, no, but h3 is. I did not see that this...
No, h3. I think you lose by something.
C6 or something.
Something will happen. No. It's possible, but let's.
Do you jinx him by saying he keeps making moves that don't drop anything? Then instantly he drops something?
People, yeah.
There is no no bigger jinx than you. We can address it here now. After you tweeted, this is going to be an exciting game 12. We know what happened. Now you said he keeps on making moves that don't drop stuff.
Yeah, and also knight g5 might be a move here, although I don't quite understand why this is made, but seemingly it is.
If I take... there's some bishop c5s in the air tonight.
Yeah, that is very cute. Check, queen c5, check, rook e7, bishop h7, and everything collapses. So knight g5 is also a very strong contender here. Yeah, bishop takes g8.
Or e7. Well, let's take here.
Yeah, no, this
whatever makes you happy. Piece up will do, but there's live action, so let's...
This is very, very strange to my eyes.
And they got the endgame with the two bishops versus the rook, which you were talking about earlier.
This is...
Does Carlsen just think this is winning?
Well, maybe it is, but this is not easily winning.
Wow.
And also I mean, Sergey will now accumulate sort of as much time as he wants, because you probably need to play f6, and then you wait. And you wait until the... well, forever, and you place your rook somewhere on the a file, and you attack from the side. You give checks from the side, and keep harassing the bishops. This is a really weird decision.
Let's first check how they ended up here.
Yeah, I don't quite understand, especially since I think knight g5, but.
And after knight g6, there's no way out. I missed this knight g6.
Yeah, well, let's say if I play knight c8, then bishop f4 or something, and f6, knight, bishop d5 check. Yeah, so no, bishop f4, g5. So what do you do here? f4, bishop d4, bishop d4, I guess. Yeah, then white keeps all three pieces, and that is a lot better for white than position Sergey got with the knights off. Okay, so yeah, we're in for a long one here, because we will have this structure for a while. Magnus needs to find a way to make progress against this, and yeah, I'm pretty sure there probably is some kind of a textbook which says what this position is, because this particular type of material imbalance with this type of pawn structure, I believe, has been covered extensively, and there's possibly a definitive reply as to whether this is winning or not.
I'm not sure though. Like, in my part of Hamburg, I am considered the biggest endgame authority, and I've never read anything about this particular endgame. I've seen stuff about bishop knight versus rook with 3 versus 3, but this one I've never seen anything. What's interesting though is Magnus has repeatedly stated, even during this match, that he doesn't really believe in fortresses, that normally he's been able historically to break down fortresses, while other top players, Visciana comes to mind, try building a fortress whenever they see the chance. But this not believing in fortresses cost him a victory, arguably, in game 4, where Karjakin was able to construct such a fortress. So is this another of these cases?
Yeah, I don't really understand why he felt obliged to enter this without, trying to keep stuff on the board. And it really felt like there was a moment in this game where he could have created a lot more issues for black. But in this particular situation, maybe he feels, especially with the bishop on g6, maybe he feels he can make enough immediate progress on the king side, get his king towards somewhere like e8 and go for mate. But it's not that easy. It's not that easy.
Let's try stuff.
And Georg Meyer, who is a serious student of everything chess related, says looks like a draw to me, and might actually be a draw. I wouldn't be horribly surprised if this was harder to win than to hold. In particular because black's play is just so straightforward. You make moves that are available to you. You try not to blunder a rook with check somewhere, and you wait for white to create some serious some threats of any kind, and you deal with them.
White is mainly trying to restrict the rook, right? Here he's trying to provoke rook e2 when you would go bishop e3 back, and all of a sudden the rook can't cover the e-file so easily anymore. And two bishops can cover a lot of ground, but maybe not enough ground. King e7, rook a7 check.
Yeah, as mentioned, you keep it on the a-file in most cases to have checks from the a-file if the king gets too close. Because one winning plan potentially would be to play something like king e7, bishop f7 check, plan the king on f8, and then look for additional improvement to eventually attack the pawn on g7 and win. But with the rook constantly giving checks from the side, it will not at all be easy to achieve.
Do you go h5 with white?
Well, he had this option for about 15 moves now and still hasn't played it, which means that I think he wants to preserve as many options on the king side as possible. And also, this is once again one of those positions where we've been giving this kind of a guide to how use engines in positions like this for a while. And the trick is, if the evaluation says one side is winning, but the evaluation is going nowhere, like it stays stable, which is currently in this position. The evaluation is around 2 pawns, but it's not going further up. It will never go down. White can never really spoil this position, so the evaluation will stay at +2 or higher. But if it's not really going higher, it's a very good indication that there is no, at least immediate winning plan available.
He's trying to put his king on g6.
Yeah.
And king h7 does not really stop that, because I can give this check.
Here and go king h5.
And go here. King f7, there's a bishop c4 check. Therefore, how do you deal with that? g5 seems to be weakening the position, right?
Well, g5 is an incredibly committal decision, and it's very difficult to make this move in practice. He might have to, though, because allowing king g6 might, in the long run, be a bigger problem for black than
rook b7 played, stopping checks. No, the king.
You can play, you can play king g6, and yeah.
Question is,
it's interesting that Magnus has allowed black rook b2, rook takes f2, which.
Did he blunder?
Well, blunder is strong. I think he feels that he will pick up the g7 pawn, but will he? Is what I wanted to discuss.
Oh.
Like rook b2, bishop, I don't know, e4. I don't know if it matters. Maybe f5 takes, bishop e6 check, king h8. Bishop d6, we play rook a... No, that probably wins. Yeah, bishop d6 and bishop f8 and...
You're not on time?
Well, rook e2 here. Well, rook a2 loses, but rook e2... We'll start with rook g2 and then...
Let's check later and let's go to the live position.
But this is actually the live position, so we need to establish some sort of evaluation. And apparently the super comps say this is completely winning for white now. We haven't really established how yet, but that would be good news for Magnus supporters, because here it becomes a lot more concrete and a lot, I think, easier to calculate, because the plans are so straightforward.
Looks like he didn't play the supercomputer move, right?
We don't know, because the depth is inconclusive here.
You're the closest thing we have to a supercomputer in this studio.
Yeah.
But we're told it's mate in 31.
Yeah, mate in 31 should be conclusive enough. Yeah, king f7 followed, I guess, by bishop f8. And if you switch to
if I go...
Yeah, then you play I play bishop f8 and I re-establish the king on g6.
And then I can't move anything.
And bishop f7 is probably going to decide here. Although f5? This is still a somewhat tricky position. But here you do feel like white should probably convert it somehow.
Because the bishop now switches to this long diagonal.
Yeah, but it's
bad could happen.
Yeah, you can still misplay this. The machine will probably win this effortlessly. Well, not probably, but it will win. If it's winning, it will not be hard pressed to win this with white. But for a human player, this is still very misplayable.
Decent rule of thumb is, if the world champion and arguably best endgame player, a round takes more than 2 minutes in any position, it's not completely trivial.
And also, notably, he is down to 2 minutes himself. His time advantage has evaporated to a large degree, and it's very possible that this is maybe the last big decision he needs to make, but king f7 is a very, very natural move to make in this position. I don't think it's...
Also the only move that
well, that's
makes
because,
immediate progress, right?
Yeah, that's... Yeah, you want to play king f7, you want to force black to switch to very, very passive defense, and then you should be able to convert from there.
Still a very, very committal decision, at least to my mind, to give this f2 pawn. You really got to be sure this wins.
Yeah,
that was. You would think there's a scenario where you maneuver around and keep the f pawn,
yeah,
and then go for this plan, right?
It's interesting that he's done this, and he played bishop g4 apparently.
It does not feel right.
No, that allows black, I think, way too much freedom. I'm sure you can still misplay it from the black side as well, but
no, obviously.
But yeah, this is a weird decision I don't quite understand. And rook e8 blitzed out.
That is odd indeed, because now the rook is back in full defensive mode, can go to g8, can go to a8, a7, and you sort of get the same thing that you had earlier without the f2 pawn, which should be a draw. Whoa.
Yeah, things happening, and once again, we are watching why beating Karjakin is not easy at all.
King g8 on the board. This feels very drawn to me. Very drawn is an exaggeration. There's still tension has to be paid, but wow, this is a turnaround. Let's not forget what's at stake here. Like, the difference between a win and a draw is huge in this game. A draw, it's 1-1, and Karjakin has the white piece in the next game.
Yeah, and if you win, you're in some control. Yeah, you feel like if you hold the next black game, you're sort of really doing very, very well.
Right. Well, of course, White is going to keep trying a bit now. He wants to put his bishop back on his diagonal, but you really have the same position you had earlier without the f2 pawn.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is somewhat surprising though, because King f7 was a very, very logical move in that position, and I'm not sure why you would not play it.
No, Karjakin now very logically tries to stop the bishop from giving this check. Rook e2, bishop d3, I guess this is his point.
I guess, yeah. No, I think White can still establish the bishop on that diagonal, but he will have to misplace his other pieces, and black will have counterplay. That was a very, very specific constellation of pieces, so to speak, where you had the bishops on e6 and d6 precisely, so that black couldn't really attack the g-pawn.
Right. And king h8 played by Karjakin.
Yeah, you probably need to switch to king f7 now, but it's different now, because in most cases black probably will be in time to force your pieces away, and yeah, you will no longer be able to establish the exactly the same
position. G5s. Maybe not here.
Well, here g5 bishop f8 or something was made, but
oh, by the way, yeah, I'm not sure this is very relevant, but we have to start thinking about
this is a draw. Yeah, g4
wrong
h5
bishop situations.
G4 h5 is a draw, yeah. But yeah, of course Magnus is not going to blunder that, but yeah, the problem here is that you needed the bishop on e6 here and not on e4. Like if you play rook c3 here, for instance, the difference is after bishop f8 you get a check from the 7th, and after king g6 black still has king g8 as a move, whereas with the bishop on e6 black would be completely tied up, would have no moves, and eventually White would just play bishop f7 and win. So yeah, this is a very, very large difference. Karjakin is still playing more or less on increment, but his moves his moves are a lot simpler now than they were. He played rook e3 instead of rook c3, but that's I mean, it's difficult to actually go very wrong here with black. You need to now make a very large blunder, like allowing bishop f8 and not having a check from the 7th here, but that's unlikely.
It is a bit shocking to me, like. Yeah. Okay, you can miss some forced wins, but then why gamble and give up this f2 pawn if you can maneuver forever with the f2 pawn?
Yeah, that was a strange decision. That was a strange decision, and could be very costly, obviously, because that was an opportunity you probably should not have missed.
Right. G4 on the board, of course he keeps trying, but
sure. No, we're not saying this will necessarily end in a draw. This is still a position, as mentioned, where black can miss something and still end up losing, but
Karjakin is in the zone now, plays all the best defensive moves.
Yeah.
King g6, the king comes back to g8 and back to square one. The bishop moves around.
Yeah. you just need to stop bishop e6 check here, like after bishop b3 or well, any move, you need to stop this setup with a bishop on e6 and a bishop on f8, but it should be actually possible to stop it.
People are saying Karjakin playing perfect defense according to Engine. He does that a lot, right? Or, well, I'm not sure if...
looks like he blundered bishop e6.
Oof, and did I just jinx him when I said he does it a lot?
What?
And Carlsen also misses it?
What?
Wow.
What is going
Here
on?
bishop e6, bishop f8 seemed like it was deciding the game.
Yeah.
Once again.
What is going on here?
I don't understand anything.
I think he should stop and think here. And here actually the machine seems to suggest that if you go bishop f8, king g8, bishop c5, you will still get this setup.
Sort of superhuman stuff?
Not really, because you rob the rook of all its good squares, and he should be able to find this actually.
But he hasn't. He's played bishop a3, king h8 back. And now once again you have to do this, but you're also getting dangerously close to move repetition territory. Wow. They are humans, and there's a lot at stake.
Yeah, it does seem like bishop f8, bishop c5 probably, let's say, wins in practical terms, because black will have to switch to very passive defense. And here you can
play bishop e6, rook b6.
But that's not the same position, obviously. Bishop f7, f5 check is an important detail, but yeah, that Sergey will find.
King f7 is back.
Yeah, king f7, but black can play either the check or king h7. Both are fine.
Lower the progress. Wow. Bishop e7. Self-pinning.
No, but now it will actually be somewhat difficult for him to even unpin.
Right.
And h5 might be an immediate draw, because gh rook takes e7 is a draw.
Oh, that's a cute theme.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, one should never forget about the bad bishop.
Wow. Just f5 for any move. Yeah.
Karjakin can spot this. This theme, I'm sure he's very aware of, like the wrong bishop.
No, but this, if this now ends the way it looks, it probably should end, will be...
won't be easy psychologically for Carlsen.
This will be a huge blow, obviously, because the position was, you just know you were winning. Whereas, let's say in game 3, you feel you were winning, but it was difficult, and black continued mounting. H5 played, but...
Wow.
Yeah, this
is a huge dodge bullet for Karjakin.
Yeah, you can play g5, but then, you know, black suddenly even has trumps of his own.
Pass pawn while you're pinned.
And another thing you might want to mention, like g5, f, g, h, g. If the pawn gets to g6, I think I can even give up the rook once again, right?
Yeah, that's another known fortress, I believe.
Yeah.
Say here.
And after g6, I can just take on e7, play h3, and...
yeah, it's just a draw.
Yeah, gh, f5 played, and now Sergey will just take on e7, and... Yeah, this is now just a... Hang on a second. Yeah. I'm always a bit worried about...
It's always these stalemates, g6, h3, but not here. No, this is a draw.
Yeah. Once again, a gigantic feat of defense from Sergey, but...
with a lot of help from
he needed help, yeah. He definitely needed help here, and he got some help. I don't know, nothing much is going on. King f7, even g5 is a move, if you want to be fanciful. Yeah, king f8, g5, and yeah, everybody goes home.
Wow.
Very dramatic game, but Magnus continues the trend of not converting positions he normally converts without too much trouble.
Not even the endgame, but the position before that, which we talked about ad nauseum with the two pieces versus the rook and queens on the board, should just have been won. Anyway, it wasn't. The game ends in a draw because this position is stalemate. Another stellar defensive effort by Sergey Karjakin. The score is 1-1. 2 more rapid games to come.
Yeah, there will now be a 10-minute break, so we will perhaps continue banging our heads against the tech wall And the players will need to catch a breath after this one. In particular, I think Magnus, who will feel that this should not have happened.
Not just the players, as commentators también. See, I'm switching to Spanish, I'm so confused. We'll be back with you, hopefully, with an even nicer layout. Maybe not, who knows? See you soon.
She looks you over.
Hello and welcome back to the second social media segment. Everything is going crazy here in the office. Everyone is buzzing. The second game was a draw, as you all know, but what excitement we've been through. And I just realized I clicked my wrong. So I was going to finish on this tweet actually, but then let's start on it. And this is sort of a parody on the tweet I finished on earlier about the Wet Square in Moscow broadcasting the match. And this is my good friend Dan. I'm sure you all know his stuff, and if you don't, do follow him. He does some excellent, funny jazz photoshops. So photoshopping me onto Times Squares, it's been liked and retweeted a lot. I'm afraid it's probably also fake, but there you go. Maybe someday we will make it to Times Square. So right, so where did I actually wanted to start? This is where I wanted to start, with reigning Norwegian champion Johan Salomon tweeting Karjakin deviates from earlier in the match where he played E takes D, C takes D, blah blah. Anyway, I just wanted to, the point was to show you what it looks like following the match on Norwegian TV. And then shortly afterwards, Tarjei tweeted saying, "Oh my, Carlsen just took off his jacket," which is usually a good sign for things to come. And indeed, the game was looking very promising, but we all know what happened, and we're going to see what happened in the tweets. But first, this one from Gambit Guide. Chess24 is trending on YouTube, currently over 37,000 viewers, so thank you a lot to each and every one of you watching us. And this was taken an hour ago, so God only knows where we will be an hour from now. This match is becoming incredibly exciting. I'm struggling to even speak. And incredibly intense. Game 3 will start in a couple of minutes. Let's move on. Tarjei, who is in New York, saying the press room has never been so crowded, which is probably not a surprise. Then when it looked like Magnus was going to win, this is a screenshot from my actual Twitter timeline. Jonathan Rowson saying white is much better, rooks are significantly devalued when all the action is on one side of the board. Thomas Wendell saying, of course Karjakin has saved some pretty horrible positions this match, but this one feels a bridge too far. John Bartholomew saying Karjakin in scramble mode, he's going to have to construct yet another fortress if he hopes to hold this one. And US Women's World Champion, US Champion Nazi Paikidze tweeting, this is so exciting. Magnus Carlsen close to winning his first rapid game, what a match. And indeed, very close he was. This prompted Anish Giri to tweet, game over. The world number 2, Fabiano Caruana, also chipping in, saying, if Magnus wins, it's hard to imagine Karjakin saving the match, so he needs to fight till the bitter end to try and hold this. And he did fight until the bitter end. I'm still amazed by what I saw, and I'm curious how Magnus is going to recover from this. And then maybe Bishop G4, the first time Magnus blew his advantage. John Bartholomew tweeting, Bishop G4, hold your horses. Akshat Chandra saying, edge of the seat endgame going on right here. I guess this is what a lot of us will be looking like right now. And the international master Robert Rees tweeting, Bishop G4 is insane. This was only one of many missed opportunities. And then there we go, starting from the button, Europechek saying, Sergey Houdini Karjakin is back. Then Johan Salomon tweeting, with 4 seconds left on the clock, Karjakin found the drawing move. So the drawing move was H5, which he means. Hashtag Ironman, hashtag ice cold. Jonathan Rowson, I think with a bit of a delay here, Black can consider playing H5 soon, which indeed is what happened. Tarjei Swenson quoting Judith Polgar saying unbelievable defensive skills by Karjakin, and this was backed up by Anish Giri saying, if you ask me, Karjakin has just become World Chess Defense Champion. And eventually the news coming in via chessnews.ru, game 2 officially drawn. So there you go. I'm struggling to find words. As I said, it's very, very, very intense, very exciting. I'm going to vacate the studio to let you get back to the chess section, and I'll be back after game 3. See you then. Bye-bye.
And we're back. Game number 3 is already in full swing. So without further ado, let me introduce the rest of my crew. This is Peter Svidler. We will jump into the action, I believe.
Look at this.
Big excitement, another D3 Spanish.
And another D3 Spanish, and finally we're back to 2 boards, hopefully, for the remainder of the broadcast. And this is somewhat similar to what they had in game 11. But with the inclusion of the pawn on b4, because black played knight a5 and bishop e6, so it seems like the same position, but it's not exactly the same position.
Hang on. But knight a5, this is normal, bishop a2, bishop e6, and here was b4 instead of d4.
Yeah, this is game 2.
d4 is game 2.
Yeah, this is game 2, and instead of this, Sergey played b4, knight c6, knight d5.
But after b4, you could have exchanged the bishops, right?
Yeah, it obviously is an option, but I guess he felt knight c6 is more interesting. Knight d5, knight d4. This has been blitzed out by both players, and white is now thinking. And yeah, compared to game 11, there's a pawn on b4 here, and the bishop is on a2 and not on b3.
Let's explain that mainly for me, because I don't fully grasp the differences yet. This is game 11.
Yeah,
different move order, similar position.
This is game 11, and white took on d4, and as we were describing, white has 2 options there, take on e7 and take on f6. I think he probably holds true for the position they have on the board right now. I think the options are very, very similar here, and you need to evaluate in whose favor the inclusion of the move b2, b4 is. My initial feeling is that it should favor black, actually, because it gives black targets to base his counterplay against.
You mean a5 in the distant future?
C5, C4 becomes a lot easier, and a5 definitely becomes part of black's plans everywhere. Although actually here maybe white might be obliged to take on e7, because in those positions before is knight e4, e4, knight e7, queen e7, bishop g5.
Knight g5 has been played, so we have embarked upon an unexpected journey. What's going on here? Knight d5, we have to calculate.
That actually is a major difference with the other line, because knight takes b3 is there's nobody on b3. So that is a major difference between the position in game 11 and the position here. Bishop g4, knight f6 loses a piece. Bishop takes d5, e5. You have to wonder where the knight on d4 will go. So issues for black. I'm not sure if they are serious issues or not, but here you cannot
start jumping around. Something is a little.
And the knight goes from g5 to e4 here as well, which is I think.
If I go, let's say here, maybe?
Yeah, knight d7 probably is a good move here. Yeah, this looks like the sensible start from black, but I'm wondering about knight takes h7, but I probably cannot make this work, right? Knight h7, king h7, and now some combination of queen h5 check and c3. But it probably doesn't work because I have knight h6 here as black, and yeah, probably not in time to do this with white, right?
Don't ask me. I'm still shell-shocked from the last game where Magnus Carlsen did not manage to win a very, very good position, and we will have to see how much that has affected him.
Yeah, that was very, very uncharacteristic from him in general, although somewhat characteristic in this match. In this match, this is not the first opportunity he missed.
But arguably the biggest. Yeah. Like rapid and so on, but that was very winning.
No, 10 minutes against more or less increment and a position which you can win in a number of ways, pretty much. So yeah, huge opportunity missed there.
Yeah, your idea doesn't work because the knight escapes.
I was about to say that, yeah. So after knight d7, white needs to play something quieter. If you go knight f3,
that feels not
takes
f5, bishop g5,
or bishop g5 or f5, and a5 later. Knight might go to b6, might go return to f6. Yeah, and if knight e4, we can probably knight e4 might be the most critical move here. Yeah, but maybe I can play f5, knight g2, I guess, or even
showing off. No, I don't think this makes any sense. DC,
I can take this. So probably knight g2, I guess, because knight g3, f4, f3 was kind of the point of my idea.
Now?
Yeah, it gets stuck. It gets stuck, and it's a very serious issue for black.
If you go f4, you might not lose the knight, but you lose the positional battle for the light squares.
Yeah, c3, knight f5, knight probably returns to f3, then we go rook e1, bishop b1, d4, hopefully.
This looks like bad for black.
Yeah, if all of these moves actually occur on the board, black is probably lost, so it's very strategically risky.
Carlsen taking his time here after knight g5. A lot of horsing around from both sides. Let's see what the world champion comes up with.
Yeah, bishop d5, e5, knight d7 is not forced. You can maybe start immediate counterplay on the queen side here. Maybe we mentioned the move a6, a5. It's playable even here. c3, knight f5. That knight generally goes to h4 and then g6 in many of... I mean, this is a somewhat typical structure, actually. It occurs in a lot of anti-marshals and 6d3 variations. And
this looks decent, but I don't think I've played the best moves for white.
Yeah. No, in general, white's biggest and only serious issue here is the bishop on a2, which will be blocked in by its own pawns on d5 and d3. So it's a very interesting, strategically complicated position, and I guess both players should be reasonably happy with this, because Sergey, I think, is still in his preparation. He blitzed out before, and even knight g5 was played very quickly, so it feels like he is still very much...
So knight g5 you don't blitz out if you haven't seen this position before?
Probably not, yeah. Probably not. And can Black just play bishop d7 here, I wonder? But then maybe, like, yeah, c3 or knight e7 and f4, many things become possible. c3, knight e6 I wasn't all that unhappy about, but maybe even here f4 might be dangerous. But also just snapping on e7 and going f4 looks very attractive strategically.
Yeah. Bishop d5 has been played, ed blitzed out, no surprises there.
Yeah, other moves lose pieces. So, and here, yes, black obviously has a choice.
Pretty non-standard situation, though. At least it's a structure you never see from any regular opening. I understand you get it here by doing these mutual subtleties and this back and forth, this knight a5, bishop a2, bishop e6. But in the textbooks, we don't often cover a structure with double white d-pawns and a pawn on b4 and a bishop on a2.
No, this is a...
knight d7 on the board.
Yeah, this is a quirky version of this. I've seen this structure before, but not with this precise pawn situation on the queen side. Knight e4 by far the best move here.
Yeah, knight f3 doesn't make sense because you exchange black's worry. Yeah. Knight h3 is just a bad square, so yeah, knight e4
already played, and yeah.
Now Carlsen has a choice. f5 is what we looked at earlier, knight d2, and we weren't that impressed with this position because we're giving up all these juicy light squares.
Yeah, this feels extremely risky. This really does feel like you are tempting fate a great deal by opting for this. I think generally black wants to play f5 in these structures, but not until he secured the knight on d4. So once again,
how do you do that? You don't have time to.
Knight f5 is generally met by g3 actually, because knight h4, knight g6 is a very useful restructuring black normally aims for here. So either immediately.
Play f5.
Okay, so we will get something.
Knight d2 also blitzed out,
and here f4 is the only move that actually saves the knight. So he will now play f4. He's not gonna...
Very committal. Do you think he's slightly steaming from last game? He blitzed out f4.
I think he is steamed up from game 2. Yeah. The decisions he is taking right now, and also the speed with which he is taking them, does appear as if he is still sort of reliving the position he had in game 2. And I mean, many people would. I mean, it would require an inhuman effort to just completely clear your mind from what happened in the previous game.
No, it is very human, but it could go very wrong too.
Sure. No, this is a very committal decision, and as mentioned, if white manages to stabilize and open up the center with his bishops, in particular the bishop on b1, if white manages to play c3, g4, black's king side will just fall apart. In many cases, and
currently f3 might be a bit of a threat, right? So you probably want to kick.
Yeah,
this.
I think c3 or knight f3, and I don't really see any reason to offer black any exchanges here. Although with the pawn on f4, you can go knight f3 as well, because your bishop g5 idea is no longer really there for black.
Let's look at this though.
Yeah,
this though. Watch your th, Jan. It's what my English teacher always used to say. So sorry, Mr. Schultz. Knight f3.
Well, you need to start some counterplay straight.
Go for it.
Yeah, let's say a5. We go rook e1, I think. I'd like to take with the c pawn, but I'm not sure I'm making much progress here. Yeah, this is
some hope. This knight has some squares.
Yeah, bishop b2 knight b6 in particular is a plan for black here. So maybe it works out tempo-wise, but black needs to be very, very fast.
And you mentioned the move knight f3 instead of c3. If I get rid of this dude, I understand my pieces are not very impressive, but neither is your a2 bishop, right? Once again,
yeah. No, this is not unplayable. This is not unplayable for black at all. I mean, f5, f4 is not a huge improvement on your king side, but with the bishop on a2 still far, far away from action, you maybe can play like this and still feel okay. But yeah, from a spectator standpoint, I think this is, you know, all very happy developments, because this is going to be very sharp potentially.
The gloves are off.
Yeah.
Do you think people should wear gloves during chess games, like for the first 2 games? Because it's much harder to move the pieces. I once had a photo shoot, because I'm a celebrity, let's not pretend I'm not. During the Thailand Open, very prestigious tournament, which I play every year. And they made us wear Thai boxing gloves while playing chess. Not easy to move a piece.
Yeah, there were a lot of funky photo shoots during that tournament, I remember that. Also somewhat surprising, people were forced to Thai box, I think.
Yeah, they didn't tell us it was going to be a topless photo shoot. It's bad enough they make you get up incredibly early, like 11 AM, some insane time.
I feel so sorry for you.
I'm joking. But yeah, then they told us, okay, it's Thai boxing, but you're not supposed to wear any shirts. People don't wear shirts during Thai boxing. And I would have liked to get this information like 1 year before the tournament to, again, shape for stuff like that. Yeah. Well, there, a lot of peer pressure. Who can say no? But it wasn't pretty. Back to the game.
Yeah,
is this pretty?
Back to the game, yeah. I'm trying to figure out how I feel about putting knight on e4. Because it supports the... in terms of supporting d3, d4, it's a lot weaker. But it's also such a nice square for the knight, and yeah, I'm in 2 minds about this. I'm also very unsure as to what black wants to do. Like, what are black's next 3 moves if white slowly improves his position? So you think he will be playing on the king side here?
It's actually 4 moves, right? I was trying to find a checkmate since you gave me 3. But yeah, I think so. Well, yeah, the alternative is, of course, to open the second flank, which we've mentioned.
Yeah, a5. Yeah, a5 is a move you can include in most positions here, unless white immediately does something on the queen side himself. But that's unlikely. I think playing a3, a4 here potentially stops a5, but it's a waste of a tempo. And maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't even stop a5 exactly. Yeah.
It's very tense at first sight. Well, the eye test says this is bad for black. But it's not that simple, is it? No. The eye test says you get knight f3, rook e1, bishop b1, d4. You get punished for
yeah, that was my initial assessment, that black will just get completely rolled over in the center and his position will crumble. But maybe that's not all that simple. And once again, Sergey is, although not to the extent that it happened in the previous 2 games, he is slightly behind on the clock already, despite getting the first theoretical shot in. I think knight g5 he played very fast and Magnus started thinking, but by now this position already consumed some time, but they're still perfectly comfortable. 21 minutes for Magnus and somewhat less than 18 for Sergey.
Also, being the armchair general, do you say armchair psychologist as well? If you don't say it, you should. That I am. I have a feeling that if Sergey thinks here for 5 minutes, it might allow Magnus to refocus and slightly calm down from the last game, think about what's actually happening in this game, what his ideas are.
I don't know if he feels like that personally right now, but I think he would very much benefit from a period of contemplation here, which would be
94 on the board.
Yeah, allowed by white, giving some time.
No more contemplating. Instead, queen mating.
And queen e8 actually blitzed out. So either Magnus is still somewhat steamed up, or he used the time Sergey spent on thinking here very productively. I'm wondering about queen g4 though. I wouldn't want to allow queen g6, but maybe black just plays h5 and then queen g6.
Play h5 for sure.
But I still sort of like putting my queen on h3 and saying it makes it harder for you.
Really?
So actually, g5 on the previous move may have been a very decent idea. Like
interesting.
Illustrating to me just how poorly I positioned my queen here.
That is a very strong move. I don't know, g4, but it feels highly artificial, does it not?
No. This is probably wrong. This is probably very, very wrong. No, one thing you can say about the e5 f4 pawn feast in the center is that if black actually manages to get something rolling on the king side, it will not be that easy to stop. Yeah, white needs to come up with a definite plan here.
Not sure about this knight e4. Knight f3 felt much tighter in the grand scheme of things, because then you have this.
But once again, maybe Sergey wasn't sure something like the immediate g5 doesn't happen. Like if we look back at this for a second, like knight g2, g5.
Whoa.
And
given Carlsen's move, very possible. But
yeah, but here probably rook e1 followed by something might g4 probably. White just goes knight h2 or something and says, you are opening up files for me, not for yourself, and you will regret all these liberties you're taking. Yeah, knight d4 was I really liked the setup where you don't close the e file for yourself and you play for a much faster d4 break. It appeared a lot more a lot natural to me.
Well, now it's anybody's guess who's better and why, what the plans are. It feels like black has more plans. He has this g5, he has this queen g6, knight h4. He has this a5 resource.
Yeah, I think a5.
It's not obvious what goes where. Right?
I think a5 will be flicked in at some point to make white think about that as well. Mainly, I think for that reason, to just keep Sergey on his toes, not allow bishop b3 followed by a4, which will probably force black to keep something on the a file.
Stakes is high. I'm still at a loss for words. And if as a commentator I'm at a loss for words, imagine the players who 10 minutes is not a lot of time. You can go to the bathroom, you maybe check in with your, not sure what the rules are, if they have trainers on site giving them advice between games. Or,
I think, I mean, if my experiences, let's say, for during the World Cup are any guide, you should be, they are allowed to speak to their people in between games. It would be very hard to explain why they wouldn't be, to be honest. You obviously get rechecked for metal once you leave the playing area to speak to them, and then in return you get once again patted down, but apart from that. Bishop b3 played, you can start with queen g6, because that probably forces white, and somebody in chat called this a lol plan of king h1, rook g1. It's not really all that lol, because you need to control your king side, you need to make sure you don't get mated.
Checkmate does end the game.
Yeah. I think securing the king side against anything immediate is a very, very decent idea. Also, maybe if white stabilizes, he can with the rook on g1 start thinking about playing g3 later in the game and opening up something on the king side for himself. But for the time being, queen g6 hasn't been played yet, yeah, Magnus is considering his options here.
a5 being his other option.
Yeah, I think it's between queen g6 and a5. You can maybe make an argument for playing g5 before playing queen g6, but once again, it's just such a huge commitment. Yeah, you're saying they're
really committing to getting
like even the plan of very simply playing queen e2 and bishop d1, maybe not immediately, maybe including a4 first to make sure that you have this on the board, and then controlling the black advance by this plan might be quite decent. No, I think g5 is not really something Magnus will do here. I just wanted to mention potential ideas, but I think it's highly unlikely.
Magnus. He might be steaming a little bit, but he still has his classical instincts. It's like they used to say, well, about many people, I guess, but his hand won't allow him to play that move.
Yeah, queen g6 and f3.
Interesting. Fighting against this idea of knight h4, f3.
No, of these two options, I actually preferred king h1, rook g1 quite a bit. Because now you constantly have to worry about this knight landing on e3, and a5 gains in strength a great deal, I think, because the bishop on c1 might get overloaded. No, this is a This is wasn't a decision that wasn't forced, and Sergey played it really fast. Obviously, Queen G6 was expected, but I still think King H1 Rook G1 was the way to go there. Invite black to overextend on the king side for the time being. And
it makes it also a bit harder to activate your own queen. I understand it wasn't easy anyway, but there were lines at least where you fight for this diagonal and so on. Well, after f3 it doesn't really have anywhere to go, or well, anywhere active to go.
No, this is it does feel that with a pawn on f3, black really shouldn't be in trouble, because any kind of opening of the position will now be a lot easier to handle with black, because yeah, knight e3 will be something black needs to control.
Having said all that, this bishop still does nothing. Yeah, you would like to have it here, but I don't see how you can manufacture that.
Yeah, only by mastering the art of teleportation, I think. Yeah, because you're never playing c6 to, because that rejuvenating the bishop on b3 is not something you should do here.
Ooh, that was close.
I quite like a5. I think this is now the time to start playing on both flanks. Ask White a question what he wants to do with his structure. Like if he wants to take on a5 or play bishop d2.
I don't think he wants to take, right? You want to keep the tension, I guess. It's complicated. Can we checkmate, by the way? Like, put the bishop here and checkmate? It's not gonna happen, right? Maybe I need to distract.
It's not ridiculous, actually. I was about to say this is never going to happen, but it's not that ridiculous. I'm not sure this is how Magnus generally plays chess, but when forced to, he is very, very capable of playing directly for mate as well. So.
Well, he's not forced to here, but since this bishop doesn't do all that much anyway, might as well use it to creepily stare at the g3 square. And I might have some plans with knight f6, whatever takes bishop g3, or I'm not quite sure.
Or even knight f6 takes on e4 and then knight e3, and if that pawn survives, you can support it from g5, and it will be or f2 actually, yeah. It will be a huge torn in White's side.
Line.
Like even here, you can snap this and go knight e3, and yeah. This is going to be a bit of an issue for White.
Not a forced line.
No, not at all. But just an illustration. And bishop h4 has been played.
He has good instinct, this Carlsen. Like, it took him a while to find my move, but eventually he got there.
Yeah, and once again shows definite intent.
Cruel intentions.
Great movie.
Who doesn't have cruel intentions? We're starring the likes of Ryan Philippi, Sarah Michelle Gellar, Reese Witherspoon.
And other people.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
And Leonard Hofstadter's mom. It's true.
Yeah. Based on, and I will mispronounce this horribly, Chodorla de la Close's timeless masterpiece, Liaison Dangereux, or something. And we should probably wrap this up because there is a world championship match going on, and
in German it is Gefährliche Liebschaften.
Yeah, I'm not going to touch that with a barge pole, no.
People are aware that Sarah Michelle Gellar also played Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Seriously.
People love it when there's a very tense position and they start talking about Buffy. That's why I'm so popular.
A4 played, which is very understandable because
he wants to.
Mainly, I think he wants to distract black from what black is doing on the king side, because what black is doing on the king side is potentially very, very dangerous.
This is what you're doing, right?
Yeah, knight f6 is what you're doing probably, and now White already has to make an executive decision about this idea of knight e4, knight e3, and whether he is very worried about it, slightly worried about it, not worried about it at all. All options are open.
Or maybe you decide you're quite worried about it, but there's nothing you can do about it, and therefore you roll with it. Knight f6 on the board. Carlsen is making a statement he's not all that concerned about. subtleties on the queen side here. He's much more.
Yeah, he says mate is what I'm after here, and I believe I can find some. It's well, with the pawn on f3, I can definitely get behind this idea. Which is why, yeah, once again, I want to restate that king h1, rook g1 was not a stupid idea at all. Because if you imagine like king h1, bishop h4, g3 no longer really is an idea at all, because white can always take with the f pawn, knight h4, rook g1, and you run out of threats really.
One day you might.
Yeah. And especially
turn the table.
Yeah, especially with the knight on h4, g3 does become an option later in the game, and f3 was a very committal decision, which I felt wasn't really forced by circumstances.
I thought you were going to say Sergey, but then you went circumstances. I try. Is this the line we looked at? Oh no.
Not exactly. Rook a2 is a useful move, and
because now if takes.
Yeah, with the rook on a2 there will be g3 here because the rook will join the defense. Yeah, this is an important detail. So rook a2 probably is a decent starting point for white. And here, even your sort of caveman plan of queen h5, bishop g3 is actually very serious.
Doesn't deliver mate after h3, but that's another achievement for black.
Yeah, if the bishop gets to g3 and stays alive, and white starts is forced to play around it, so to speak, this is not a comfortable situation, because it's just there being incredibly uncomfortable and demanding attention.
Queen e2 on the board.
Queen e2 played, and yeah,
that's
here
maybe preparing for this, because now you can take with the no. You can just take with the pawn and
no, he controlled knight e3, but once again queen h5 followed by bishop g3 is
something to g3.
Yeah, something to g3.
Let's find some checkmate. Bishop d2 takes, jump, and
yeah, this wins.
This is the end.
And apparently Magnus, yeah, I don't know if we should once again trust chat on this, but yeah, a5 play.
Now,
yeah, which is also a very serious option, because it feels like with the bishop steal on c1, black probably will be able to liquidate the entire queen side, and then he will be the only one playing. Yeah, probably a pair of rooks will actually come off. It's very likely that white takes on a5, rook a5, and makes some kind of a move like bishop d2 or rook a2. And then you take on a4, and yeah, the whole queen side disappeared, which I think is very much in black's favor, because he no longer has to worry about anything, and he is the side. Here maybe you can even take on d5, it's unclear, but even if this doesn't exist as an option, you can now play something like rook b8 and claim that you're better on every side of the board.
Here you might have to worry about some takes bishop d7 operation all of a sudden.
Yeah, but
it's a bit random, but a5, very interesting, showing, what do you call this, court vision? Yeah. Because I would have been very focused on this side of the board, but he plays.
No, he is very, very aware of everything that's been going on the board. And also 16 minutes against 10, so this is still not a horrible situation time-wise that Sergey finds himself in. But it's something he will now have to start paying attention to.
Yeah, and a lot of calculating to do. Anyway, why can't I grab pawn? That's what I was curious about.
Let's check, yeah. A, B,
because this square is a problem.
Yeah, but maybe you can just ignore it and claim this is not where the knight was going anyway, like knight d4. On queen d1 or queen b2, I don't know where, b2 probably. But even if I'm forced to just take on b5, which is kind of boring, it's still fine for black.
These pawns aren't the prettiest.
Yeah, and your king on g1 is still not entirely safe at all. I mean, the knight will just return to f5. It will take black 2 moves, but it will return to f5, and then once again you'll have to watch for knight e3 in every single position.
Yeah, still, I prefer the position with the caveman approach, I believe.
Don't blame you, but this is also very clever.
Go here, take, go here, checkmate.
Yep. Was very much a plan, but Magnus continues playing sort of a larger game.
These sophisticated, world-class players playing all over the board for small details. Go caveman.
Yeah, we'll see. Sergey has a number of options here. He can go for mass simplifications of some kind on the queen side, or he can maybe go for the line we described where he takes on b5, takes on b4, and gives black the option of picking the b5 pawn for the 2 tempi, because the knight really doesn't belong on b5. Lots of things he can do here. But second very interesting game in a row. Not that the first one wasn't interesting, but the first one became very safe for both sides almost immediately out of the opening. So yeah, wasn't a large amount of excitement there. But the next two, yeah, no one I think can complain about the lack of action.
Peter, no one? What does he have to do with it?
It's a lot harder to pull this joke off when it's not spelled incorrectly. Yeah. Also, doing this to me when I was the one who taught you about the miracles of Peter no one is...
I'm willing to rip off whatever you tell me pretty much instantly. Except for the chess part there, I don't really pay that much attention, so you're safe there. But the references, I'm like a sponge. So let's figure this out. I think last time I went bishop d2.
I don't, yeah, Machine insists this is a lot stronger, but this already is kind of difficult to understand. Apparently, you need to have queen a2 in order to meet knight takes d5. So that black doesn't have c7, c6, but that is very deep. Yeah, that is very, very deep.
Too subtle.
Forcing queen f7, and now white has some compensation after bishop b3, c6. But black still actually ends up a pawn up, so... Yeah, this is still... Yeah, you can't really play like this with white, I think.
And ab5 on the board.
ab5 played. This was...
I like this decision.
Yeah. This was always going to be one of the likelier options for white. And I think we are headed towards the position we described. He will take on b4. Probably knight d4. I mean, other moves are also possible, but this is by far the most obvious one. Queen b2, and here he will probably look for something stronger, but end up settling on knight takes b5. Once again,
you feels defendable to me.
Yeah, you can try something like knight d4, bishop g3 here as well.
Ah, interesting. Now we're talking. Here?
Yeah. But I guess white just goes bishop c4 and h3 and says, yes, you planted it on g3, but now you don't have pieces to exploit it. Right. And I keep my b5 pawn, at least for the time being, and yeah, that's...
Just to explain, this pawn...
This probably is still incredibly dangerous for white, maybe just unplayable. I wasn't sure, I didn't check, but it does feel like you're running very serious risks here.
But here,
yeah, but this feels manageable. Because black is still some way away from getting anywhere on the king's side, yeah.
This will take forever, and white will make something happen.
Yeah. Sergey is still thinking after c takes b4. I wonder if something like bishop d2 or bishop b2 is...
This could make a lot of sense, right?
But it allows knight e3. I mean, it's not a move you make easily, because it feels like you're allowing this knight incursion, which kind of feels scary. It might not objectively be scary, but it feels very scary. And yeah, I don't know how easy this will be to play.
Karjakin once again
down to 5 minutes and 30 seconds according to our clock, against 16 for Magnus. So this continues the same sort of narrative as in the second game. First game it wasn't really an issue, but in the second game Magnus played the first part of the game very confidently, and Sergey soon found himself in horrible time trouble.
But did it thing? It did not break.
Yeah.
What other options are there? To my mind, rook a8, cb is still logical, but maybe inviting this, and you're not even a pawn up.
Bishop d2 played, apparently.
d2, yeah, that might also make sense, keeping an eye on this.
Yeah.
And now it's Mr. Magnus with the choice.
Yeah.
Takes looks like the obvious move.
Takes looks, you know, very normal, but...
then you have to decide how many rooks you want and where and what.
Yeah. No, this is quite good for black, but maybe his advantage is not as large as you would have thought. But once again, it all stems from this decision to play f3 very early, which I think was...
to some extent, knight e4 felt... Oh no, sorry, not this knight e4, the other knight e4.
The other knight e4, yeah.
Not sure.
It did feel like you're sort of cutting off your own play there by not playing for the sharpest plan with d4 immediately.
Now Carlsen's comfortable, but the position remains very sharp strategically, right? It's not like white doesn't have any trumps.
No, but also with with him playing bishop d2 and not bishop b2, c takes b4 is not threatened. So you can make a case for some kind of a waiting move, because yeah, c4 knight d4 will be uncomfortable. So there's queen e8, there's also queen h5, returning to the previous plan and saying, okay, make a move here.
Finally.
Yeah, and Magnus has, you know, plenty of time to consider, and he will, I think he should probably use some of it here, because it's an important position. And he has taken on c3, bishop c3, and
there really is no bigger jinx than you, right? The very second you say he should use some of his time,
he did spend some time on that decision.
I'm just trolling.
Not a lot of time though. You're right.
Bishop c3 on the board.
And this probably was played with the idea of playing knight e3. Otherwise, I think you
jump.
You don't really do that. But that feels like you're giving white additional options, because after the rook goes, you have to watch out for, let's say, b6, knight d6 ideas even.
Also, and with his knight on e3, there's no longer any checkmates with knight g3.
Yeah,
well, this is on the board.
Rook fc1 played, and
once again, Magnus, he does this thing, which, okay, doesn't matter so much, but he's making Sergey play only moves, which is much, much easier in time trial, right? Yeah. Bishop takes c3, rook fc1, you can more or less blitz out.
Yep. He is still doing quite well, but in practical terms, against someone who is beginning to fall seriously behind on the clock, yeah, giving your opponent as many decisions as possible is generally considered to be the sensible strategy in these cases.
Yeah. Well, here he's the one with the decisions, and no, this is not an obvious decision. What are you doing here? Go here.
Rook b8 probably, but yeah, you need to start calculating stuff now. For instance, the machine suggests bishop takes e5 is now playable, which is very easy to miss. And suddenly, yeah, if you take the bishop, you just lose, because these pawns just, yeah, they go through.
That's a nasty little shot. Wow.
Yeah, you can still play rook takes b5, and perhaps nothing really horrible
has
happened to do.
Change your e5 pawn.
Yeah, but that is not a development you want to see, because yeah, that was very important. White had bishop on c3, which was going nowhere, and then suddenly it's alive again.
Very alive. Carlsen taking his time now.
Yeah, I think maybe he spotted this, because otherwise you play rook a b8, it looks very natural. It attacks the b5 pawn, and it's not that easy to protect normally. Sorry, but yeah, I think he probably spotted the tactic, and he is now revising his expectations here.
Curbing his enthusiasm a little bit?
Possibly, yeah.
It's very double-edged, because in general you don't want to take here. And bishop takes, this rook instantly jumps to life.
No,
you have to switch to sort of defense.
In particular, by driving the rook from f1 to c1, Magnus created a situation where, in many cases, white creates immediate counterplay, which was something that really wasn't there. If you look at the position after bishop d2 in particular, before both bishop takes e3 and knight e3, you don't really see an active move for white. C takes b4 doesn't really qualify, because it just drives the knight to d4, and it's very
much stronger.
Yeah, it was very awkward to meet for white, and yeah.
Rook a1, rook a1.
Rook a1, rook a1 played, and now I think maybe the queen needs to start getting rerouted towards the queen side, because you probably aren't giving any mate on the king side.
That's a sad development for black.
Yeah, but I mean, once again, I suspect maybe bishop takes e5 is still a move you need to consider in this position. So I'm not sure how strong it is here, but queen e8 played, yeah.
Feels like, I'm not sure, the tables have turned, but Karjakin is very much back in the game. Or
sure.
He was never out of the game, but he's not.
And also, very noticeably, we mentioned that he had 5 minutes left about 5 moves ago. He still has 5 minutes left, whereas Magnus burned 5 minutes of his time advantage and also made life easier for white by trading some pieces and allowing for some simple moves to be made. So
yeah, same scenario in some ways, like in game number 2.
Yeah.
This is the script. Carlsen is stronger in the early middle game, but you need to get the job done.
Bishop c4 played by Sergey, also a very natural move.
Stabilizing.
Protecting your entire structure. Black probably throws in king h8 somewhere to sidestep all these pins, maybe hint that you will take on d5 if white continues ignoring it. Knight takes d5 might actually become a move.
I'm worried about this, just to break it up. I understand it could cost me a pawn. I'm not sure how serious it is.
I don't know. Let's look at knight e4. Let's say d4, cb6.
And something.
Yeah, your pieces are somewhat misplaced here. And actually, even bishop d2, bishop takes e3 might become a serious problem. And yeah, white is very stable here with the bishop on c6 plugging everything up on the queen side. Yeah, this is a very King's Indian type idea from white. Trade off the good squares, leave yourself with this monster light squared bishop and then play. Black is probably fine still, but white also probably feels very safe about this.
Very tense, very tense. King h8 on the board. Yeah, b6 does look like a move. Let's check other options. The wise computer gives this move, which is above my pay grade. bc, queen c7, and we've achieved something apparently.
Yeah, because it's not that comfortable for white to just keep his stuff coordinated. Knight takes e4 might actually force you to take with the f pawn, which is not something you want to do, because then black will once again have very serious initiative on the king side. So queen b8 probably is quite strong after b6, and it's not impossible to find, because assessing the position after knight e4, d4, cb6 is not really that difficult. No. You immediately see that you've traded off most of your strategic advantages.
Well, b6 obviously not forced and probably wrong, but it's a very natural move to.
Yeah, it's an idea. It's an idea you definitely need to explore. But also, this is finally we're back to what we were sort of advocating for Magnus in this game.
Make moves.
Yeah, he makes a move which creates an idea and also gives white a wide variety of options on how to deal with this idea. And for somebody who has 5 minutes left, it's not that comfortable. It's a lot less comfortable than when you're making moves which you know you have to make.
Oh. Still extremely unbalanced, and I feel a lot is riding on this bishop if it becomes a contributor in whatever, some kingside attack, or makes a surprising re-entry.
Let's say if you discuss the position after knight f6, you probably take with the
GF, yeah,
I think.
Like King's Indian instincts are
bishop d2. No, I was wondering about bishop d2, but the knight actually goes via the c2 square or f5 square. Yeah, it goes to d4, and then black starts really rolling on the king side. So you cannot really play this here. Opening up the g file just makes life so much simpler for black.
Sure. Big decision for Mr. Karjakin.
Yeah, 11 against 3 on the clock in favor of Carlsen, and this is still a very, very complicated position. So this is a large advantage, time-wise.
This is another defensive move covering this.
But you can play queen g6 back, and at some point you probably need to throw in h7, h6 just to make sure you don't have to worry about the back rank. And then you might knight takes f6
play. Wow, I'm very curious if he's gonna go gf, which looks like the move you want to play.
No, I think he has to. I think it's by far the most testing move. And once again against, he's taken with the bishop. Okay, we should just maybe stop speaking. Might be a good idea.
Let's have a moment of silence. But why doesn't he go gf? It looks so strong.
I don't really understand. It did look very, very promising, and especially when you're playing against somebody who is not really in control.
Nice move, this rook a3, by the way.
Yeah, you play something like h6 here, I guess. You really need to get this over with. But like even bishop e1, f2, for instance, a transfer to... You start threatening bishop takes e3 in some positions. Also, it's a good diagonal for the bishop to be on.
Yeah, it's tough for black to attack too much, right? It looks like the white position now.
Yeah, but why wouldn't you open the g file?
It's a bit of a mystery, yeah. Maybe sometimes you just don't consider a move like that on positional grounds. Or he missed knight c2, it's also possible.
But even, let's say, after knight f5, just how pleasant is this for white?
No, I agree.
Rook g8, queen h5. You just forget about the queen side and now seriously go for the mating attack. And
this dude is a bit of a spectator on the king side, so it looked very good.
It really is a bit of a mystifying decision from the world champion.
Okay, 3 on the board, and Karjakin is back doing what he does best. Not, giving an inch in a slightly awkward but defendable position.
Yeah, I'm sort of wondering about e5, e4, but you just don't play like that. There are too few pieces remaining, and there's also bishop f6, bishop g7, which is probably... Yeah, takes queen e5, yeah, that was what
I see.
I'm not claiming I'm winning by force, but I want to occupy the dark squares, maybe get the a file under control. But yeah, even here, counterplay against the c7 pawn might really be in time for white.
Interesting idea.
No, it's a worthy idea positionally, but I'm not sure if it's fast enough, and white probably gets things under control.
And here. It's been played.
Okay. Okay, so we got that right somehow after not getting right many things which we felt we should.
Going for it. Let's check the options. DE is what we just saw. Yeah, it's been played.
DE has been played.
Takes,
takes, queen e5 must be the idea. Otherwise, I don't really see what he's doing. And yeah, black probably isn't risking anything with his complete dark square dominance. But after queen d2, rook a8, and once again, you're probably missing this this one tempo to safeguard your king, because after rook a8, I think bishop a2 might be the only good move white has. Rook c1 might also be playable though, and Sergey played rook c1 immediately, which I think gives black slightly more space here, because he can start with queen d4. It's a useful move. It takes up more squares, but Magnus blitzes out rook a8,
naturally enough, and
h3. I'm not sure about h3. This really does give black a lot of time, but maybe it's just fine, because you control the f1 square. This is very important. Rook a1, you just take, you play king h2, and the bishop on c4 is very important here, because there's no way to get the knight to f1 and g3, which would win. Black is still never ever worse here, despite being a pawn down, because he is just so completely in control of the dark squares, but I don't think you win this with black.
See what Carlsen does. You can also start with h6. I'm
sure. No,
white will go king h2. He has useful moves now.
Yeah, black is very safe here. I don't think white. You really need to miss something very large here for white to start playing for a win. But as far as keeping things under control goes, I think white should be able to do that with the limited material available.
Can you go for some madness like this, or is this asking for it? Well, here I blunder queen g3, queen c3, right?
Yeah, it feels like this probably will not be fast enough. Yeah. Going completely insane might not be a great idea.
I keep going back and forth on that topic.
Time situation
very tense once again.
Time situation is around 8 minutes against around 2.5 for Sergey, and h6 played. But yeah,
king h2 is a move you can more or less blitz out.
Or queen d2, which is also reasonably safe. Like queen d2 followed by bishop e2. Yeah, getting finally some dark squares under control.
King h2 played.
Yep.
This will be hard to break down. Like even if you do nothing, quote unquote, with a move like this, black looks comfortable.
No,
how do you make progress?
As mentioned, black is never really in any danger, but neither is he really making any progress here, I feel.
We shall see. I have a feeling it's still quite unpleasant for white to defend this.
Yeah, it's easier to play with black. You just try to create small threats somewhere, try to ask some questions. But in general, the knight on e3 looks fantastic, but in order to make progress, you need for it to have squares. Because I don't think your rook ever lands on the second. I mean, you win if the rook goes to a2 and cannot be taken, but... Yeah, apparently here white can switch to counter-attack and you...
Aggression.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, e5 followed by b6 apparently is very strong.
Good luck.
Yeah, you're not going to find this because it actually sacrifices a queen.
Yeah,
yeah. This is some prime computer stuff. This is a line we're reading on our monitor, which does win for white, but none of these moves is very easy to find.
No, that's what I'm saying. Over the board, like, okay, you look for tricks as white, but here I'd get extremely scared.
Queen e1 played.
Queen e1 played, okay.
Queen b2, rook a2 is allowed, but I guess he... And knight c4, queen b4 is what we should explain. He didn't blunder the piece. He sees all these little tactics very, very well, Sergey. But after queen b2, he will probably have to play bishop f1. I guess queen g1 looks horrible. And now we go rook a2, rook b1.
Looks very active at the early.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he allowed all this, which is why I was advocating...
now you go back here and we conquered.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he gave up the second. Now I feel like if Magnus plays queen b2, rook a2, which I think he should, playing this position for white will become a lot harder.
Queen b2, bishop f1.
Bishop f1 played. Now after rook a2, I guess he thought rook b1 is fine, but there's a very large issue here that driving this rook away after, let's say, queen f6 will be a major problem.
Rook a2 played.
Yeah, apart from rook b1, you don't really have... Yeah, you lose if you don't play rook b1. You need to stop knight takes g2.
Massive threat. So rook b1 will be played.
Yeah. Rook b1, let's say queen f6, and I mean, queen g5 is really an unpleasant threat there.
Queen f2 does not yet do anything because of takes, and g1 keeps everything protected.
No, you don't really want to trade this, the black queen for the queen on e1. It just feels completely unnatural. After queen f6...
This is most precise, because...
After queen f6, it's not even that easy to find a move, because queen g5 is a massive threat there. Machine says bishop e2 is pretty much the only move to make. It's not an easy move to make.
No, you don't want to remove the defender.
You're pinning your own stuff, and after queen g5 you need to play queen f2, and this actually... No, it doesn't blunder a piece. I thought queen g3 wins a piece, but after I guess white goes king g1.
Oh, okay.
You need to start making all these sequences of completely only move, potentially. Only moves. And
what is Karjakin thinking about? Rook b1 is forced.
I'm not sure. He is down on our clocks. He is down to 24 seconds, and probably he is now wondering why he allowed all this more than anything else. But it's irrelevant. You need to make the only move in the position. Maybe he's trying to make b6 work, but it's just not going to work.
Wow. Carlsen pressing, but well, we've seen it before.
Yeah. We've seen that.
A defender. Rook takes c7 played.
What?
Does this work?
Rook a1 wins on the spot.
Knight g2, what's his point? Queen
Knight
e2?
g2 also wins on the spot, but rook a1 I think is sort of easier to see. Like rook a1 wins a queen.
That looks effective. Wow, Carlsen with a big chance here, because after rook a1.
Well, it's not a chance. It's not a chance. It's you collect everything because the mating attack continues.
Sounds like a chance.
Yeah, well. And this is not a technical. Yeah, rook a1 played. Okay, so this one I think we can call now. He is not going not to win a position where he has an extra queen, I think.
That's unlikely, and yeah, there's nothing you can do. You can give the check, king h7, and wherever the queen goes.
So I think it's safe to call this one, and we will have a game 4 in which Magnus is white and has to make a draw.
So it's a comfortable situation for the world champion. Should he convert this? Well, which he will, because Karjakin resigned. But stranger things have happened, and for Karjakin, he's trailing for the first time in this match, and he's gonna have to readjust to the new situation. Try to think of a winning plan with black, because you can't play the Berlin in the situation.
Yeah, you already... Against me in a similar situation, he played the Knight-Dwarf 5. Right. I didn't let him play the Knight-Dwarf. I gave all kinds of d4, queen, d4 lines, and then I think maybe I gave a check once. But yeah, against me, he switched to e4, c5, and I expect this to happen again in game 4. The Berlin is just not an option.
We've seen him come back from the dead, not just against you, but in many a match, so we all know never to underestimate Sergey Karjakin in such a situation. But things do look up for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, after the huge miss in game 2, he held his nerve better, I feel, in game 3, because
This was a nice game, right? Like, there were some mistakes made, which, of course, armchair journals with computer and so on. But overall, I like this e4 idea, at least on practical grounds. It looked like...
Yeah, I did point out that it was quite nice to try this, but... yeah, still... to collapse so quickly in this position was...
This is incredibly tough to play with 1 or 2 minutes here, I don't blame him.
But I really felt allowing queen g4 was where it started to go wrong. Just go queen g2, rook it, bishop e2. Once you get this setup, it's just so hard to shake, and you also get the play against the c7 pawn in many positions. And
I hear you.
Yeah, but
we'll be back with game number 4. Magnus Carlsen up 2-1. Sergey Karjakin needs a win with the black pieces. Tall order. Fiona, Steel Anthony will fill you in on everything that happened in the outside world. We'll be back with you. Thank you guys for watching. See you soon.
This crazy living's got you out of control. It's so beside you when you're losing your soul.
Hello everyone, welcome to this third social media segment. This is going to be a real quick one because game 4 is just upon us. Sergey Karjakin is going to have to win with the black pieces. People were worried about game 2, whether Magnus would be able to come back over his disappointment. He did indeed. Fabiano Caruana tweeted just after the game, not winning that with such a huge time advantage is really shocking. And again, I apologize in advance with the speed at which I'm going to get over. It was good to hear from Grandmaster Pavel Ilyanov, who said, I have an idea to force players to wear heart rate sensors. Sergey has a spirit, but maybe extra hard cooling. And then there was a discussion. Robert Wee said he would get a vodka shot if this happened to him. And then surprisingly, Tarjei tweeted from New York saying an inside information was that Carlsen was not pissed after not converting his second game. I guess he means pissed off, not actually pissed. And then Peter replying, Peter Doggers, outside info, he will be. It was hard to imagine, indeed, Magnus would not be upset, but the way he just keeps fighting back from things like this is just amazing. Then two Grandmasters tweeting, Paco Vallejo first, again, some suffering for Karjakin is approaching, hashtag Mamma Mia. Grandmaster Sebastian Maze from France, this match cost me a lot, I already broke 2 computers and 1 TV. Then moving on, I can't go through all of this, but a huge outcry on my Twitter feed when Magnus took on f6 with the bishop, led by Fabiano Caruana, who said that after bishop takes f6, Rustam, and this is Rustam Kazimjanov, is in a state of absolute shock, and they are calling 911. Well, hopefully he has recovered. Nazi Paikitsi tweeting this photo, oh my god, this match, hashtag too excited. And then here we go, the result. And just to conclude this segment on a slightly humorous tweet, humorous even, from Tony James. Whenever Jan Gustafsson goes off on a silly tangent, this is what I see in the chat. So there you go, game 4 coming up. I'll vacate the studio right now for Peter and Jan. This is the conclusion of the World Championship match. Enjoy, see you later.
And we're back. Game 4 is underway, so let's jump straight into the action. Super Grandmaster Peter Svidler, Magnus Carlsen needs a draw with the white pieces. How does he go about it?
This is an interesting choice because he is a very, very proficient bishop b5 check player. He plays it for a win. He doesn't even, play it to simplify as many people do. And 5f3 allows a number of things, but it's also a very solid line, obviously. And the idea is to meet knight 6 with c4, of course, and get a kind of a Maratzi structure. e5 is by far the main move here, knight b3.
But the point is d5,
d5 bishop
you
g5.
Get some endgame,
yeah,
right?
d5 bishop g5. Yeah, there was a... there are some stories connected with this. I remember, I think Valery Salov played 5f3 in the Pologaevsky tournament in Buenos Aires, and organizers were very, very unhappy.
People felt it was cheating, right? Because there was a Sicilian themed tournament and he found a way to not make it too Sicilian.
Yeah, I think they banned bishop b5 check, but they did not specifically ban 5f3, and he played 5f3 against someone. And that someone, I think, even played 6d5 and lost that kind of unpleasant endgame. And yeah, there was a bit of a brouhaha about that.
Back to the game, bishop e7 for obvious reasons. Karjakin does not want to exchange queens.
Yeah.
c4.
c4, a5, bishop e3, a4 played. This, I think, is maybe still the absolute main line here. But white is supposed to be very, very solid. I think it's a decent choice because the structure is just so well defined for white here. Knight c1. I'm curious about that. I think it normally goes to d2 here. I don't think I've seen this move previously, but it might also be quite decent because you control the d4 square a bit better by doing this, I guess. You play bishop e2, queen d2, knight c3, and black doesn't really get to play knight d4 so easily, and then you will somehow find squares for this knight on c1. Yeah, a3, knight a2. Sometimes they just play rook b1 and b3, or rook b1 and b4 even in some positions.
We'll see what happens, looks like.
I have a feeling that maybe this is what was played in the super final game just before my eyes in Novosibirsk. I think that was played in maybe Aparin against Bocharov. But I'm not 100% sure, so let's not...
I'm a big Aparin fan.
Oh yeah, I think he is a very, very promising
player.
Very
talented.
Yeah. I was very impressed by his play in Novosibirsk. Castles played knight c3 is the most natural move. Bishop e2.
a3 is not a worry. Maybe you go b4 or what do you do?
You can even play b4. You can. I mean, all three moves here make some sense. Yeah. I mean, even though it's something like rook b1 is not completely ridiculous because you do have a very, very stable structure, and you can then play on the queen side.
Knight c3 played.
Yeah.
What
normally
I think
yeah, they play queen a5 and then they try to maybe get bishop d8, bishop d8, b6 somehow, and white wants not to allow that obviously because that would be very, very beneficial for black strategically, but it's not that easy to achieve. Like queen a5 you normally go queen d2 I guess, or maybe rook b1, I don't know. I normally would start with queen d2, bishop b2 and then think. I think that game actually went something like knight c6, rook b1, maybe bishop b6, and here I think he played b4, and that was a very striking idea I haven't seen before. Because if knight b4, then a3, bishop b6, and you capture the queen on a5.
Do you just say you haven't seen b4 before in this position?
I know you're
I just can't
really itching to go there, but please show the variation. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is actually what happened in that game. A b3, knight b3, queen b, queen
why can't I take?
a3, and knight, then bishop b6, and maybe knight d5.
Oops,
no, queen a7 is a bit too far, but after queen a6, I guess knight d5 followed by c5.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure this is what happened in that game, and white was seriously better after a b3, knight b3, queen d8, simply bishop e2. This is a very, very pleasant position for white.
This looks very nice. We got the squares, the knight jumps here.
Yeah.
But Karjakin, of course, not obliged to let this happen.
Yeah, he's probably aware of all this, and the question is if black has a lot of productive ideas on how to avoid this.
Do you think in their pre-match preparation, like you gotta anticipate falling behind against Magnus Carlsen, these positions, or in general the Najdorf has been studied as an opening, should you fall back?
Yeah, pretty sure they've looked at this. Yeah, the speed with which Sergey goes for this indicates that I'm sure they considered the situation and they felt that e4, e5, in particular in conjunction with what Sergey does there, is not an option at all, so you need to do something else. And as mentioned, they've been, I mean, he's done this in, what, 3 games against me in Baku, so.
For those of you just joining us, first of all, what have you been doing earlier? Secondly, Magnus Carlsen is up 2-1. This is the final rapid game. Should Sergey Karjakin not win this game, then Magnus Carlsen wins the match and keeps his World Championship title. Should Sergey Karjakin manage to win this game, we are going into second overtime, into blitz games, blitz mini matches with 5 minutes plus 3 seconds per player. They played, I'm wondering if what I'm saying is correct. Is it 5 plus 3 or 5 plus 10? I'm not sure.
5 plus 3, I think, yeah.
Yeah, then mini matches of 2 games, and whoever takes the lead wins. Does that make sense? Yeah.
I think it does, yeah.
Queen a5 on the board. Looks like Carlsen is thinking a little bit. You gotta consider this a3 idea at the very least. And also maybe he's wondering where to put Mr. Bishop.
Well, because of the a3 idea, I would really like to start with queen d2. It just feels a lot more comfortable here. Right. And you actually create a threat of b4. You don't. I mean, if black doesn't play knight c6, let's say after bishop b6, you can start with b4 even. because the queen will once again fall into the same trap.
Yes, a nice construction. c5 is very hard to stop.
Yep.
Well, champion thinking here. In general, of course, this question has been asked a million times. The best advice is still to approach these situations like a normal chess game, right? Easier said than done, obviously, but where you're in the lead with the white pieces and you need a draw.
Yeah, you only start thinking about making a draw when you start seeing variations where like half the pieces come off.
Right.
If you can manage that, because obviously, you know, it takes a bit of a strain on you psychologically, because you want to start simplifying probably as early as possible. You want to start leading towards something you can control easily. But if you can manage objectively, it's better not to think about the result until you can sort of enforce the result.
Who do you think is more nervous in this situation? Carlsen because the goal is near, or Karjakin because the end is near?
I'm not sure. It's very difficult to judge. And I've been corrected in chat. It was, I think, Aparin Kokarev, not Aparin Bachirov. But it was played in the super final in November, October? November.
Probably. Don't we still have November?
Yeah, probably October then. Yeah, all these months, they all look the same to me.
Yeah. Hamburg all month literally do look the same. It's always 5 degrees and right. It doesn't matter what month it is.
Queen g2 played on the board. One thing I'm wondering about though is bishop d8 a move at all?
Isn't that a little too early?
This is what I wanted to what I wanted to explore.
Also, yeah, this pawn might be hanging, might not be hanging.
You probably can take.
I like this move. I like this.
Okay, let's try this. Yeah, black doesn't really get what he wants.
Yeah, take and.
No, this is definitely wrong. I think you need to start by taking on g2. And yeah, take with something. Yeah.
King was my plan. Just to stop this.
And I want to continue sacrificing it because I haven't done this to start protecting it suddenly, like bishop b6 or knight c6 or some move.
Yeah, hard to say. But
at least it makes the game complicated, but it could also throw away all of your chances here, because if white can take and consolidate...
Push too early, then it could just be over, right?
Yeah. Grab this guy. Yeah. For instance, yeah, if this is possible, and then go back and play knight g5 against anything, it might be a very simple plan and also a very solid plan against more or less anything black can do.
We'll see what Karjakin decides on. Clearly these situations he hasn't reviewed this line as often as he has Berlin main lines, because so far it was never part of his repertoire. And
sure, and also I think it probably is a smart idea by Magnus not to go bishop b5 check, because I think a very large focus was placed on... What do you do with the focus? I can't speak English anymore. But this
focus.
I think, well played, sir. I think that was very much what Team Karjakin must have been preparing against, because it's very solid, and also it's what Magnus does regularly and quite well.
Right. Yeah, Karjakin longer think here, which is very understandable, because you have to figure out what goes where very quickly.
Yep. 24 against 19 and counting down, still not a huge deal, but it's sort of important to start thinking first. That's the only real...
It's all about.
Yeah, the only real important thing to speak about here. And it feels like Sergey is the first one to not be sure what to do in a position here.
Which is extremely understandable, because, as mentioned, not a part of his preparation. People are asking if he plays his opening regularly, and the answer is yes. He played the Najdorf in many a game, even against Magnus Carlsen in their last non-World Championship game in Bilbao. He played the Najdorf, right?
Sure. Knight a6 played, and...
where's this going here?
Not really. I think he is just maybe sidestepping something in case of knight d5. The knight will not be attacked if white plays knight d5. But the rook b1 b4 plan is still very much in place if white wants it.
Or the bishop e2 castles, bishop, but now that there's no knight ever coming to d4, I feel a lot comfortable just developing.
Sure. Bishop e6, rook f8, but then you play b3. It's very similar, actually. White sort of almost always goes for this, and yeah, here there was a very amusing suggestion by the machine of taking with the a pawn and then going knight 1 a2, but
sorry, I hear after.
Yeah, takes. I mean, rook f8 here, b3. I briefly saw that the machine was advocating doing this, but yeah, you don't really need to. Although this is also probably very playable.
Too subtle.
Yeah, people are saying Magnus will play g4 and h4. I don't think Magnus will play g4 and h4. Bishop e2 played.
I'd give serious odds against g4 and h4.
But any one of those two moves is still possible, you think?
No, I think neither one of those moves nor the combination is possible. I think my first statement already implied the latter statement.
Bishop e2 played. I think bishop e6 and rook fc8 is what you... I mean, you still want to play bishop d8, bishop b6, but with a knight on a6, that plan really no longer promises very much. And Sergey played knight c5 very fast,
yes,
which is curious, because now after rook b1, b4 is a huge threat.
Is it? You want to take and queen b4 normally?
No, I want to take with a knight.
Ah, okay.
I want to take with a knight and force you to do something very... I mean, all of your choices will become extremely uncomfortable there, I feel.
Yeah, this knight a6, knight c5 looks like too artificial a plan somewhat, doesn't it?
Yeah, that doesn't really feel like a objectively good plan, but maybe he's trying to dodge.
Also like castle after bishop e6, let's say.
Yeah, once again you play rook b1 and...
yes.
Without the idea of b2, b4, this would be playable, but it does exist. And it will create a huge problem for black. Like takes with a knight.
Okay, this is just a dream position for white.
Yeah, considering the match situation, this is exactly what Magnus wants. Yeah. Castles played. We expect bishop e6. I mean, if you play knight e6 here, you're really saying, why have I not played? Why didn't I put it on c6 in one tempo instead of putting it on e6 in 3? So it might now be objectively slightly better than bishop e6, but it's very difficult to play like this, having not played knight c6 earlier. Yeah, this is going quite well for Magnus because he's also playing faster. He has a significant, well, somewhat significant advantage on the clock, and an extremely safe position, which should not be even all that difficult to play. Bishop d7 played by Sergey. Once again, rook d1, rook b1, all of these natural moves are very playable here.
You do like this plan, don't you?
Yeah, I'm very insistent on it. That's because I was very impressed by what Aparin did in that game. That game really felt to me like he played really well up to a point.
That's my boy. I played Aparin in Spanish League and I was very impressed with him. Not so much the game, but sometimes you can feel somebody's good, right?
Yeah.
He felt strong. And
no, we shall await developments because I think objectively the assessment of this position cannot really be in much doubt. White has a very safe, stable advantage, and more importantly, it's not even that easy to name an immediate source of counterplay for black. Rook b1 played.
Great minds think alike.
No, once again, the choice of knight c1 I think implies that they've looked at that game as well. I mean, it's unsurprising. You don't have to hurry with the pawn push. You can start with rook d1, maybe even bishop f1 later, but you don't also necessarily need all those moves. It's just a very comfortable position for white.
Yeah, black to make something happen, I feel like he has to, even if it costs a pawn, go for some kind of jump.
Yeah, but
not saying it's great.
Yeah, rook d1, bishop f1 here actually does make sense to sidestep all kinds of potential pawn sacrifices later in the game. And then you probably still play b4. Eventually you do start expanding on the queen side, once you've secured your king side.
Gotcha. By the way, do you feel that this is the established... I'm aware there have been other attempts, but the established try for a win at Super Grandmaster level is c5 followed by d6 in a must-win situation?
Yeah, I think this is where people go these days. Knight e6, bishop b5 really doesn't feel like a better choice because it gives white a lot of options to just really play really solidly, and And then you can play either the Najdorf or the Rouser. And we will now never know, but probably the Rouser actually, because Najdorf features a lot of variations where white can maybe
this
try
is
to
one plus of Carlsen's f3. He doesn't want to find out if Karjakin had prepared the Rouser or the Najdorf.
Yeah.
Rouser was Karjakin Caruana, right?
Yes, with the colors reversed, so to speak, with Karjakin in exactly the same situation that Magnus finds himself in today. And it also, you can maybe say that because of that it's slightly more precise to start with knight f6 and move 3, but that allows other things, obviously. You can take on c5, yeah. You can take on c5 and play a somewhat simpler position, although black is immediately completely fine, but that's not the issue in this game.
Rook f8 played logical enough move.
Yeah. Well,
you can play rook d1 or
no, but here in particular, before I think, especially in connection with knight takes b3, is how do you even deal with this? Yeah, and b4 blitzed out by Magnus.
Very logical.
Yeah, a b3 will be played.
And we've tried to explain en passant somewhat unsuccessfully.
Yeah, I was about to mention that, but. Yeah, AB. I really like taking with the knight here, but it's unnecessary, I guess. AB4 is.
Why not though? He doesn't want whatever queen A3 because knight takes
queen
B3
A3 loses material. That was sort of my point.
Queen C7. What do you even do? Queen A7.
No, but then I can.
No, I understand it's bad. I'm wondering what bothered him.
Take on C5 and play knight G5 at my leisure at some point later in the game. Like, white is just better here with no risk because. We are landing something on d5 earlier than black lands something on d4, which is the most important thing about these positions.
No, this is extremely comfortable. So, I don't know. Maybe he thought AB was even stronger because it creates a threat of b4.
Sure.
And if you get in b4 and knight b3, you also
he is
take control.
Of course he is still doing perfectly fine, and it's a strong move, but I thought the other one was simpler. Queen d8 played. Yeah, you can continue just quietly strengthening your position. Yeah, rook d1, bishop f1.
b4, knight b3 is sort of what you would want to do.
Yeah, also,
but of course the game continues.
Also knight d3 simply, and this is what he played actually is I think very unpleasant to face because you kind of want to take on d3 because otherwise knight b4, knight d5 comes very quickly. But you also don't want to trade pieces with black because with every trade it becomes a lot easier for white to play.
So if we go here, which looks like the desperate move.
Yeah, knight b4.
Yeah, knight e6 played, knight b4, and now...
You can even wait for a move to have bishop f1 after knight f4. Here black does have knight f4, but you can also ignore it. And knight b4 actually blitzed out by Magnus. Magnus playing really fast.
Well, this does not really.
No, it's not a threat. Yeah, you can continue ignoring it. And bishop c6 played by Sergey because he needs to get rid of this light square bishop. If he trades it off for a knight, he will be somewhat happy about his situation, I guess.
Not too happy.
No, not tremendously happy, but somewhat happier. But yeah, white doesn't really need to do anything immediately. Now you can start improving your pieces slightly, like rook f1, bishop f1, as we mentioned.
These are sort of the autopilot improvements here, and even king h1 to step out of any checks on b6 or c5 ever. Well, for black, it's very hard to create serious counterplay.
You go for h5, h4, knight h5, these types of ideas to at least start distracting white on the king side, because you really aren't going to do anything on the other side of the board. You can also maybe make an argument for something like rook a1 to start swapping down.
Rook f1 has been played once again.
And h5...
h5 played, yeah? I like that move.
No, this needs to happen. White needs to have at least something to worry about, because otherwise, what are you doing here with black? Maybe bishop f2, actually.
Yeah, but that's sort of...
Yeah, it's a bit of an admission. It's a bit of a concession, yeah. It's a bit of a concession from white here. Yeah, you could just go knight d5 with probably the b4 knight, I guess.
But I like this plan here.
No, it's the only plan that really exists here for black, but white should be able to cover this. Sure. His position is way too solid. And actually knight bd5 here creates a very serious problem for black, because knight e7 is a threat and knight b6 is a threat, and if you take on d5 I can take with the e-pawn, and there really isn't any good square for this piece. Yeah, you can sacrifice these pawns in a variety of ways, but it's a decent sacrifice to equalize maybe. But if you want to win, I just take twice and I play this carefully without really attempting anything risky.
We'll see what Carlsen decides on. No bad choices, but still, Karjakin is doing what he has to do, trying to mix it with h4. And something might happen on the dark squares.
19 against 15 on the clock, so both are, considering they've already made 19 moves, they're playing very fast and yeah, leaving themselves time for the big decisions, because it probably will sharpen up at some point. Black will very likely have to sacrifice something, in particular some kind of a variation like the one we just discussed, where white places something on d5, black snaps it off and plays either knight f4 or knight d4 to get the dark square bishop, and then try to get some kind of desperate counterplay on the dark squares. But white, if he plays well, should be able to control all that.
This feels like the first longer thing, I think, by
Yeah.
Magnus Carlsen in this game.
Well,
many pleasant options.
Sure, but I think he is trying to decide if he wants to start forcing issues here, because knight bd5 does force a structure change, which generally should favor white, but also it's a commitment. You need to make sure you're happy with this. And also he's got plenty of time, obviously, to settle on something. But you don't want to give black too much time, because if black actually makes all of his moves, like h4, g6, knight h5, places something on f4, the bishop goes to g5, you do get positions in which it begins being possible to blunder something.
No, tricks will start showing up. In the history of World Championship matches, this is only the third tiebreak, right? Because it used to be, you spoke about this bit at the beginning of the show. It used to be draw odds for the champion. So
Yeah.
when it was 6-6, like in Kramnik-Leko in 2004, the match was over.
That was 7-7, but yeah,
Sorry.
draw secured the title for Vladimir, who was the reigning world champion. Yeah, we had, I think, two tiebreaks. One in Kramnik-Topalov in the infamous Lista match. And
Toilet Gate.
Yes, and one in
Anand
Gelfand in Moscow, which I, for some reason, failed to mention when I was speaking on the subject in one of my wrap-ups. And I'm beginning to suspect I commented on that tiebreak live, which makes my idiocy even more pronounced.
I believe you will be forgotten in the grand scheme of things. Forgiven is what I meant to say. But yeah, so far the reigning champion has won all these tiebreaks, is that correct? Not a big sample size.
Yeah, not a huge sample size, but yes. And bishop f1 chosen by Magnus. Now something like either the immediate h4 or maybe g6 to actually create the g7 square for the knight if white goes for knight d5 later in the game might be a useful inclusion for the time being. Because g7 f5 is actually a very decent transfer for this piece later in life.
Very deep.
h4 played, to
Queen
which
f2.
Magnus blitzes out queen f2. Yeah, I wonder what this is. Maybe he wants to go c5. Like knight h5. Is the plan to go c5?
Doubt it. Isn't the plan to go knight d5?
Or maybe just knight d5 and dominate.
Jump.
And knight d7 played very quickly by Sergey. Stopping both of those ideas. Well, not stopping knight d5, but covering the b6 square, which I think is the important part. Black cannot really play h3 yet, because after g3 it will drop off, but it might, yeah, bishop g5 is something black would very much like to do on strategic grounds. Like I think
move queen f2, something feels a little off about it.
Yeah, it wasn't really necessary, I feel. But I mean, it's
I also
still
wanted to clarify probably fight against this knight h5
Mm.
because if this happens here, then after knight d5, some time to go here.
Yeah, he controls everything very decently here. But yeah, after knight d7, if you play knight d5 anyway, I think bishop g5 becomes a very solid option for black, and you start feeling that black is making some progress at least.
And of course now It's not so much about the chess moves anymore, but also about psychology, like where does black have chances potentially. And
although,
here,
here maybe you can take play queen d2 and start driving these pieces back.
Yeah, but you've given up the square, and like there are scenarios at least where black could play for a win here.
Sure, sure. But generally there are ways of dealing with this knight invasion. Like you play queen d8 here probably because you don't want to be playing the endgame. And then I can play knight e3, and if you play knight d4, I have both knight f5 and knight c2 as an option.
No, I understand we're not losing here, but still exchanging these bishops from afar feels like an achievement for black.
Sure, sure, but once again, the position still remains somewhat concrete. So if you can work out this line with queen d2, knight e3, and it does feel like it's reasonably forcing, you might just go for it because it feels like, yes, it's a trade black generally wants on strategic grounds, but it's also a trade, which is something you should welcome in general. And it might force black into even more trades further down the road. So it's not a horrible idea.
We'll see what Magnus Carlsen embarks upon. Is that English? Still tense. Like here, it looks like white has things under control, but
I'll give black a couple of moves, and it will become a lot harder to navigate. And
G3 played. Whoa.
This is interesting because
fighting against bishop g5.
I think he mainly wants to play bishop h3. I think he likes this square for the bishop, and it's understandable. It's a good square, but still, it gives black maybe something to aim against.
Here, then we could take and jump somewhere.
Yeah, knight d4 here is not an ideal addition for white. But even here, let's say we go king g2, and eventually we will prepare either knight e2 or knight c2 here and drive the knight away. And
can we do this immediately, or
you're dropping the knight on b4 here?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna blunder a piece. That's bad news.
Yeah, that wouldn't be very good, but it's possible to avoid it. But yeah, g3 feels like yeah, maybe he had better options, but things are not out of his control yet.
No, for sure.
The position is still very stable, and black is the onus is still on black to create something.
But it's a slightly weakening move, which
yeah, it does create targets potentially for the future. But
I kind of like it because it shows he's not just trying to play passively, but actually to make something happen.
But yeah, it's a proactive decision compared to some other options, but yeah, if you somehow trade off the dark square bishops, you don't allow any further trades, and then you, I don't know, get f5 going with the knight on d4. This is a fantastic source of counterplay for black, but white really needs to be completely compliant for about 5 moves in a row, which probably isn't going to happen.
Unlikely.
Yeah.
Not the compliant type, this Norwegian dude.
Not that compliant, no. And 15 against 12.5 on the clock. This is going to be a very tense game, unsurprisingly.
Interesting position. Expert commentary. Interesting. Do you think both players managed to forget, quote-unquote, about the match situation here and just calculate moves? Or to what extent can you forget about it?
No, it's very difficult. It's once again, I have my personal tiebreak against Sergey to go by, and adrenaline kind of carries you, and you do manage to zone out all the extraneous thoughts to a degree, but still, in particular when it's the last games of the tiebreak, and you know that a favorable result in this game will make you the winner of the whole thing. It does, of course, influence your decision making.
As we concluded the other day, a wounded shark is the most dangerous shark.
Yes. Still looking for plans for black apart from playing bishop g5 in some kind of addition. I'm not even entirely sure why I cannot take on d6 here.
After bishop g5?
But I think the point is black now plays bishop e7. Or bishop, queen f8 is an even stronger move. But I was about to say bishop e7, knight c6, bc6, and then claim you have fantastic compensation on the dark squares, but you just don't, I guess. But queen f8 is very strong.
Far from obvious, but yeah.
Yeah, queen f8 followed by, I guess, the simple threat of bishop e3, knight d4 maybe even. Or maybe the immediate knight d4. The rook on d6 might get stuck.
What are we talking about? Rook bd1?
Rook bd1 and now, yeah, a number of options. You probably should include hg3, but...
Alright.
Yeah. And here, yeah, knight d4 picks up this rook on d6. Not impossible to calculate, so... And I think you want to play bishop g5 because, as mentioned,
sure.
Yeah, it's very much part of your strategic plans because you need to create the d4 square for white to at least worry about. For the time being, white has no sources of worry even.
Then again,
rook a3 played.
Very cryptic. What's that?
Yeah, I'm not sure what this is about.
Even if I want you to go away, whatever you shift here.
Yeah, gain some time maybe, because the square, I mean, there's no better square than a8.
Go back, right?
Yeah, you have to go back. And Magnus could just blitz out knight c2, knight b4 and say, okay, I don't really understand why you've given me an extra minute on the clock, and continue showing something. But also just ignoring it and playing something like bishop h3 and continuing with your own plans is
this option might come in handy later on if you're fighting for the d4 square or whatnot.
Yeah, both moves are perfectly fine.
Oh, yeah, Karjakin probably calculated bishop g5 didn't like, and then just made a move, preparing queen a5 maybe. Is his idea.
No, I'm not sure he actually created a threat, because queen a5, knight c2, you've lost that rook.
You've out-triangulated yourself.
Bishop h3 and rook ca8 played.
Okay, and now knight c2.
But isn't this... Where do you go with this rook? You eventually you settle on a6 and a5, I guess. Yeah, knight before.
Now you have to go here. To avoid move repetitions, which are of course off the table.
Yeah, this is also knight c2, rook a6, b4.
This looks like the strategic way to do this, right?
Yeah, the only way not to lose the piece, I think, is to play bishop a4, which I think white shouldn't mind a great deal, but yeah.
Well, at least you could dream of a world where things happen on the a4.
No, I think what Sergey is trying to do here is to make a number of moves which don't really look optimal to force white maybe to play for a win. To for Magnus not to just keep things under control, but to start expanding. And then maybe once he starts expanding, he creates targets you can play against. Because otherwise, I don't really understand what this achieves.
Also in rapid, you just gotta make moves at some point.
Sure. But bishop g5 was a move.
Yeah. No, clearly that was his #1 priority. Knight c2 on the board, asking his rook.
You have to go rook a6, otherwise you lose material on the queen side. Yeah, this just picks up the bishop, so rook a6 will be played after some thought, and now white, I mean, everything is completely under control. You can make more or less any kind of a move here at all. Rook a5, what?
He played rook a5, but that allows b4, right?
But then you just resign, no?
That is odd. Probably he didn't want to allow knight b4, and he missed this b4 idea.
That just loses a piece, no?
Not sure of a piece, but it loses something.
No, it was a
it
was an error.
Rook a6 knight before rook a5 played.
Yeah.
Sorry. That's more likely. Actually, this move asks some very nasty question, which is, what are you going to do about b4, except for going back to a6?
That actually is a very clever idea. Just play knight c2 here, and yeah.
This is very, very unpleasant, because you can't repeat moves, and if you don't, this will pick up material.
Yeah, this will be a very, very unpleasant shock for black here, because if you play b6, how does white win?
I missed b6, but it looks extremely ugly.
No, it's a horrible move to contemplate, but you have to play it because. But then even knight b4 back followed by knight d5 gains in strength because b6 will be hanging, and yeah.
It's not pretty.
Knight c2 played, and I think b6 will be blitzed out by Sergey because there's really no choice. You can't be repeating moves here. 40 against 9 on the clock, still playing reasonably fast, not in horrible time trouble yet.
Yeah, please ignore these little clocks here. These ones are probably closer to the truth.
Yeah, yeah. The ones next to the little board are the ones to go by.
Can I switch them off? Actually, no, they bother me. Then again, if I change things, who knows what happens? Therefore, I don't know. In the chat, Manjimaru Fin says, I think Sergey has painted himself into a corner.
But not in this game. He's done it in game 3.
Desperate, yeah.
Yeah, he's done it in game 3 by losing with white, and now he just needs to continue making moves and wait until they both run very, very short on time and hope for a mistake. The objective evaluation of the position really doesn't enter into it.
The game has to continue, and that's what he's doing.
And yeah, it's somewhat remarkable how large the white advantage here is according to the machine for a position in which there's equal material and no direct threats. But yeah, black's position with the bishop on h3 and now with b6 played is just tremendously unpleasant. If scores were level here, white would be a huge favorite to win, I think, because yeah, he has all the time in the world, complete control over where he wants to continue playing, and yeah, so.
Well, this is what you've mentioned, though. It's not so pleasant to think about how to win if you're white. You're thinking about how to wrap it up. Well, active moves always carry some risk because you have to expose your position.
Sure.
Very nice.
Yeah.
A little bit. So yeah, well, might be.
And this is I think why it has been why Magnus has taken some time over this, because he understands that his position is tremendously good, but it's really irrelevant. He needs to continue making moves, and he now needs to decide if he goes for something which like is an attempt to convert, or just sort of maintain formation and wait for black to overcome it further. Rook d2 played, which I think is a hint that he doesn't really want to
do anything.
Yeah, break through immediately.
Preparing this to make it even harder for black to go bishop g5 probably.
Yeah, I mean, if you play rook bg1, then something like knight b4, knight b5 might actually become a serious threat. But
after bishop g5 here, you take on e6.
Yeah, you take on e6 and then you take on d6.
No, I think there's no trumps anymore.
No, with the bishop on h3, it's a lot easier to control these pawn sacrifices, because now they just lose. You've ruined your own structure and given away a central pawn. Without gaining anything at all, yeah.
Especially with b6. This bishop is hanging. So
no, black's position is now completely lacking in counterplay, but you can still continue making moves. You can play something like rook a7 or g6
back, so after bd1 you can maybe jump to c5, target b3.
Yeah. You continue making some sort of moves and wait for some kind of a crisis.
Tempting, but every expansion here gives some squares. I know you like to give odds. What are Karjakin's chances here?
Not huge, I guess, because it's so difficult.
Not to win the match, but to win this game.
I'm really horrible at line setting. I've no idea. Because games 2 and 3 have shown that huge swings in evaluation are very, very possible from both sides. And of course, the situation being what it is, and Sergey really being the one who committed the final mistake in the previous one, I think Magnus probably is feeling a lot, more confident and a lot safer in general. So, coupled with his huge advantage, he must be a favorite not to lose this. But
no, that's not the question. But yeah, does black have 20% to come back here? 10?
I really don't know how to set these things. It's not a large number, but how do you define it? How you calculate it is really not something I understand.
Not going to be bookie anytime soon.
No. But we were mentioning that it's difficult to make a move for white. It's also very difficult to make a sensible move for black.
Yeah, and that's sort of Carlsen's point, right? He's making you could even argue if it's so sensible, rook d2. He's saying, your move.
Yeah, you additionally cover the second for maybe if you want to play knight b4, knight g5 later in the game, you make sure you cover the second rank so that the rook never even lands there. And yeah, you continue passing, sort of somewhat passing, and saying you have really nothing at all to look forward to here.
That's how I feel in the morning.
And 3 minutes already for Sergey to settle on a move here, which I think is a very large illustration of how difficult it is, because he knows he needs to play fast, because his one chance is to force Magnus into some kind of a, desperate time trouble with, I don't know, less than a minute on the clock for both of them in a position where there's still a lot of pieces on the board.
Yeah, that also goes to show that Rook D2, it's not praised by the computers or anything, but it was a good practical move because it asks Black very, very difficult questions, and especially with this match situation, the quality of moves can't really be expressed by this is 130 or this is 080. It's more like this keeps things under control and this doesn't.
Yeah, and Rook D2 is a very nice, quiet move to just pass the options to Sergey and say, yeah, show me what you've got.
Yes, you do.
And Sergey is down to maybe even less than 5 minutes, according to what we have on our screens. We don't know how precise this is, but we're being told it's pretty close to the actual times.
Do you think he's trying to pull a Grishuk and get into desperate time trouble to maybe make Carlsen drop his guard a little bit? I'm aware these things normally aren't done consciously.
I don't think so. No, I think the benefits of actually having some time for that one moment, maybe in the game where you will have half a chance and you will need to not miss it, they far outweigh the psychological advantages of luring your opponent into a false sense of security. I don't think it's very much on the agenda here.
Very fair point.
Because it's not easy to see where you will get that chance, but if you do get it and you miss it because you had 20 seconds left instead of 2 minutes and 20 seconds, that really will be, you will feel a huge sense of wasted opportunity.
But he feels a huge sense of no move right now.
Yeah, I would go G6, King G7 just on general grounds.
Why doesn't he play G6? Does he dislike some bishop takes?
It doesn't really do anything. It's just not. It's just 2 moves you can make, but they don't really improve your position. But they are moves you can make, and this is mainly why I would make them, because you need to start playing some moves. Yeah, people are suggesting you start playing fast, confidently, and for tricks.
Easier said than done.
Yeah, but
show me a trick.
Yeah, in this position, the first 2 you can sort of pull off, but the third one is difficult.
The problem is trying to open anything is normally suicide, like here, B5. Either B4 or knight B4.
Before just picks up sort of immediately starts winning material, a lot of material even. Yeah. No, this is the issue. You cannot really force anything at all. You need to continue making some kind of waiting moves and wait for Magnus to start doing something. And that's not a particularly attractive situation to find yourself in this position, because the position is just very, very unpleasant.
Still, maybe we're lacking moves, but to spend 5 minutes here, well, apparently now he's played Queen C7.
Yeah, it is a waiting move. It also allows white, if white wants to pick up the H4 pawn, which might not be so ridiculous, but
well, you should take here first now.
Yeah, you start by this, you take on H4, and Bishop G5 will come later. It's not stupid.
No, it looks good, but still, it's a committal decision, which I'm not sure you're
willing
to take.
Rook BG1 played, which is a lot more expected, obviously, because why would you?
Why mess with the status quo when Karjakin is thinking about his moves, right?
Yeah. 10 against 3.5 or so. Yeah? I probably should stop announcing that because it is on the screen, but it's relevant here.
Yeah.
And the previous move has taken Sergey something like 5 minutes to make.
Which is not a good sign.
Yeah, reminding us of the old Petigorsky anecdote, I think. There were those tournaments sponsored by Petigorsky in the States. I'm not sure of the exact era. And during one of those tournaments, one of the players thought for about 40 minutes and played a move like, I don't know, Queen E7, E6, and Petigorsky's wife, who was watching in the audience, exclaimed, "He thought for so long and made such a little move." So yeah, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here to spend to play Queen D8, C7 does feel like a lot of time to make such a little move. But there aren't.
So you feel he should have played like a longer range move with all this time?
But he doesn't.
There's not that many.
Yeah, he doesn't really have long range moves here.
There's no squares.
Yeah, and bishop f8 played, so he really is daunting white now with the idea of taking on h4. I would actually take. You don't even need to take on e6 now. I think you have so much control over the proceedings. But
that's what you're hoping for, right? Gh, knight f4, and still in great shape. But I would never allow this.
Yeah, maybe not, but. But yeah, it's also not immediately obvious how white breaks this down.
But you don't have to break it down. You can play king h1.
Sure. No, there's all kinds of sensible waiting moves for white, which continue asking the same question from black. But
because bishop f8 doesn't necessarily improve your position, right? You could argue now you no longer have bishop g5 or knight g5.
Yeah, well, with the bishop on h3, you never really had those ideas available to you anymore.
Fair enough.
Gh4 played, so...
You're right again. You're right, me wrong.
I'm not sure if... yeah. When I say I would have played Gh4, I'm saying it from here, from the commentary booth. I'm not sure I would have played this over the board, to be honest.
No, but you called it.
It's very easy for me to call stuff from here. These are not my pieces. It's a perfectly sensible decision. After knight f4, I can maybe even take both of the knights and go after the f4 pawn.
All of the knights.
Yeah, like take here, take here.
Really?
Go knight g2, knight g2, you know, maybe even knight e2 immediately, but that kind of allows f5.
Now we're almost mixing it.
White is still hugely better here. Like,
yeah, I'm not saying
ef is better, e5 is better, followed by knight takes f4. Objectively, white really is in no danger whatsoever. But yeah, the position becomes, and he has taken on f4. Maybe he will not take on d7, but he has taken on f4.
Whoa! I am very surprised by this turn of events. Not questioning it objectively. It just feels like...
Yeah, these are good moves to make, but they do at least finally create something for black to aim against. Yeah, rook a5, h5 is a... Yeah, bishop takes d7 played as well, so I'm...
Yeah, it looks like Carlsen's decided, okay, I'm gonna have to make chess moves to end this game. I won't, like, just do nothing forever because of this situation.
Yeah.
You could jump here.
You can jump here, you can also pick up the b6 pawn. It's a useful pawn for all the future endgames. There's nothing wrong with just taking on b6 and proceeding from there, to be honest.
Still, he's created a universe where at least you could imagine some tricks, some, I don't know,
sure.
b6, d5, bishop c5 check, while earlier it was very hard to think of it.
Yeah. You probably
probably won't work.
Yeah, you probably run into b4 and white just collects everything. Yeah, queen goes back and you win all of these pawns. And now I take all of your material. But yeah, you need to suddenly calculate all this stuff, which you know, you didn't really need to calculate anything at all a moment ago. But you are probably objectively winning now. So yeah, I
don't like either GH nor bishop d7.
Well, I mean, I think they are sort of connected because allowing this knight to land on e5 would be even worse.
No, that's a fair point. Actually, after GH, you have to do it. So, I should focus my anger, not my dislike, towards GH4. Yeah. Psychologically, maybe it's the correct. Well, I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe it's the correct approach, not to try to just do nothing forever.
Yeah. Also, 8 against a minute and a half, so you still are the side in control of the clock, which I think is very, very important. If the clocks were reversed, you would really feel like black might be in with a shout here, because you will have to start to calculate here. It no longer is plain sailing. It is, I think, objectively winning for white, but it's no longer plain sailing. Knight b4 played. He wants to put something on the d5 square, which is
sensible.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
And good old d5 does not quite do it, right?
Yeah, we take on c6. This year we have knight d4, and after queen takes c6, we can play e takes d5 for the time being, and then also actually knight d5, bishop c5, king h1.
That's what I wanted to show you.
Yeah, that's quite cute. But also e5,
simpler.
e5, and we have all these extra pawns, and still the position is quite comfortably controlled from the white side. Rook a3 might be the way to mix it up a little bit in the current position. At least, you know, attacking something, creating an actual threat.
But you can
Yeah, now rook a1, and yeah, this is not good, but rook a1 and then just play. Although, once again, objectively, the white king is not really all that weak. And, winning this position with white will probably be a bit tricky, but if you don't need to win it, you should be able to control it well enough not to run any risks.
Rook a3 played. Kudos to Karjakin.
Yeah, and if our clocks are correct, he will now be playing. I mean, from this moment on, he is pretty much playing on increment.
Would that, once again, psychobabble, but it would be nice not to force anything on general terms here, right?
I would like to take a, you know, I don't want to allow bishop b7 even. Although maybe I'm not, you know, maybe I'm wrong to worry about that. But yeah, rook b2 is definitely a move you can consider. But since there is an option to start trading pieces without losing any material, I would probably go for this. And just something like king h1 or king g2. Yeah, king h1 I quite like. And yeah, followed by some trades like queen g1 or queen f1 next move, get rid of that rook, and then yeah, you really control most of the board here with white.
A lot of action.
Yeah, this could get a bit tricky because yeah, the king is not that safe, and now the idea of doubling the rook on the a file actually is somewhat paying off, because you are creating some sort of nuisance threats on the queen side, which might distract white.
Yeah, it's snagging, right? You don't really want to put rook passive to defend that.
Yeah.
Karlsen, he used to go these gh4 and then start a lethal kingside attack on the open g file.
Yes.
At least. I read an article about that topic. I'm not sure how often it happened. Maybe Magnus read too.
We'll see.
How will we see?
I don't know. I don't know why I said that. That makes no sense whatsoever.
Sure, we can ask him one day.
Knight c6, queen c6, knight b5. Is d5 a move?
Whoa.
Kind of wondering.
Give me?
Queen g6 check, I thought. Well, rook b3 gets a bit messy. Once again, the d pawn is so strong that probably you don't have to worry necessarily with white. You're probably still better even, but it does feel like it's getting a bit messy.
True that. And Carlsen taking time here.
Yeah.
Probably missed this rook a3. And with the situation, this can be quite itchy.
Yeah. 5.5 against what we assume is pretty much the increment time from c4 for Sergey. They get 20 seconds and he has 28 on our clock. So
what happened?
Nothing happened so far. Magnus is considering his options here.
Question in the chat, what about rook a2 is what Mr. Blue Car is saying, but we can take, right?
Yeah, that gives up the material. Yeah, you don't really want to start. You don't really want to start giving up your queen side.
Would be a good idea if rook b3 was not allowed, but it is. Still tense.
Yeah, it is still very, very tense, and as we mentioned, once you go for what can loosely be described a conversion here for white, you do give targets for counterplay in most cases.
No, kudos to him for going for it, but this gh4 I found very, very surprising. Just you don't know what's going to happen, and it does expose the king.
Yeah, and
can we take here, by the way?
That might not be a bad idea at all in terms, I mean, for much situation, because it gives away most of your advantage. But this position you probably just never lose. 94 followed by 92 at some point. He has taken on c6 though, so finally there are developments.
Also very sensible, probably this knight b5 or
yeah, I'm pretty sure this is followed. This is followed by knight b5, because otherwise I think you look for other options.
Even this, nah, you don't do this, right?
You could, yeah. Followed by queen g2, and
yeah.
I mean, he does go for knight b5. I think
sensible approach.
Yeah, even if that other plan of actually going for the Korchnoi type attack on the other side, rook b3 played very fast by Sergey. This is
exchange sacrifice. He has not missed this. He wants queen takes c4.
Yeah, he feels that if you imagine in this position the bishop landing somewhere on c5, black will be doing very well, but it's far away from those squares.
Yeah, the tempo to go away.
Yeah, king g2, king h1, any of those moves, and yeah, No, objectively white is still in control here. King g2 probably stronger than king h1 because you want to keep the pawn on f3 protected. So that you can play something like queen d4 here, queen d5 and start activating your pieces.
Yeah. Second rank is covered, so yeah, this looks very, very...
Queen e2 played by Magnus.
He's trying to stop b5, I guess.
Yeah, he wants to play rook b2. He also sidestepped all of those d5, bishop c5 ideas.
Can you still go d5 for us?
I can take with the rook and yeah,
nothing happened.
King g2, rook 1 d2 even, or rook 5 d2.
Should be 7s on the board, targeting Mr. h4, whom you can keep or you cannot try.
Yeah, you can trade it off for, I mean, you can play rook b2, rook takes b6 here, for instance, if you want. White should be, objectively, if he doesn't make any large mistakes, he should be able to keep this under control.
Here you have to pay some attention to trickery again, right?
Well, you probably include king g2 at some point. You don't really need to avoid it forever.
Just out of, well, not out of laziness, but out of practical, so you don't have to calculate these d5s at every juncture.
It sidesteps most of the possible things you can blunder later in the game. So it's a very sensible choice. 3.5 against some time gain from Sergey. Sergey is now up to close to a minute against 3.5 for Magnus.
Yeah.
King g2 played.
No surprise.
Yeah, and it's really not that easy to create much counterplay here. If black doesn't take on h4, white should probably play h5, rook d5, and
it's very hard to activate this rook if you dream of something like this. Worst case scenario, you can always
even rook and rook a2, rook 1 d2, rook a1 would be sensible. But white can just continue chasing it, because white would very much welcome a pair of rooks coming off, because then he really is completely safe.
So what do? You take?
I'm not sure. You can take, but also queen d3, as Machine points out, is quite decent. And
Queen e6.
Queen e6 played, and yeah, you probably play h5 here. And Magnus has played h5 very, very fast.
Very sensible to stop the check.
Stop the check, save the pawn, also connected with rook d5 is very decent. Yeah, rook a3 played by Sergey, and this is where the much situation comes into it, because you can just start offering this exchange. Rook d3.
And you do, right?
Although queen c4 is a move here, but maybe rook 1 d2 is just a good enough reply. Okay, 1, yeah, even rook d1, yeah. It's really, although
but
here,
now we've triangulated.
Yeah, you don't...
Not exactly winning here, but...
No, not at all, but you probably want to pay more attention than that.
Well, you don't want the rook sitting here if you can avoid it, right?
Probably not, although with the pawn on h5 and the rook on d5, if you imagine this setup, like if you go rook d5 right away here, rook e3, queen somewhere, I don't know where, let's not blunder anything.
That's my point.
But yeah, it does feel a bit shaky. Machine claims white is completely winning, but that's, yeah, rook d3, and now white will continue chasing forever.
I have no, rook a2 first.
Rook a2
maybe
first.
Just trying to gain some time on the clock.
But he will not actually get this, because now rook 1 d2, and you no longer have this option. But he played rook 3 d2 and rook a3, rook d3. Sergey will once again get the chance to play queen c4, which he should, because that's the only move that even creates.
Tiny practical mistake there by
rook a7 actually, yeah. And now you play rook d5.
Now you go here for sure.
Now you go rook d5, and this has been blitzed out.
After rook a3, now you have the luxury to go.
Now you can use the lower rook, so to speak, to continue chasing. Yeah. Now this is very safe, and also e4, e5 is a very large potential threat to just start simplifying. Rook c7 played, and this is not a. You can even go after the f4 pawn here, like queen d2 and rook f5, and take on f4.
Where's your king safest? Do you go king h1?
I don't need to. I think it's fine on g2. There's really no checks to it on g2.
You can also start fighting for the open files if you want to.
Sure. And I actually, no, e5 right now might run into something like f6. That would be the way to start spoiling things.
Pin.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
And Magnus played queen d2, so Magnus noticed the fact that the pawn is impossible to protect. Queen f6, you just play rook f5, and you pick it up next move.
Queen h4.
You can even take.
Takes rook c2,
king h1, and the queen actually gets traded off. Yeah, or queen f2, queen g3 with the same idea, and it actually will be white who will be giving mate here if you continue dodging the queen exchange, like queen e2, rook g1. White probably mates on the king's side.
But if you don't want any shenanigans, you also have this move, which looks nice.
Sure.
And that's been played here. Rook
yeah, and rook c1 has been played, and yeah, the issue for black is that if you go rook a7, even rook c8 followed by something against the black king might be very strong. Like,
not sure white wants to.
Sure.
Deal with
rook a7 played because you cannot allow for the rooks to come off. But yeah, once again, queen takes f4 is still possible to play. It has been possible on the previous move. It's still possible here because yeah, you don't lose the rook after queen f4, bishop g5 because of rook c8 check.
And here you can actually.
Yeah, apparently this is mate somehow. Queen h6. Whoa, this will be
this would be a stylish finish.
Yeah, this would be one for the books, obviously. But yeah, very unlikely to happen, I think, because
very pretty. Whoa.
Yeah, but you don't play rook c8 check even. In that position,
I understand.
Yeah, in that position in the World Championship match, you play queen g3, and you lean back because.
You're saying you don't see mate in 3 in a World Championship match.
With the situation on the clock being what it is,
even if you see it, would you not do it just because you might have hallucinated?
If you see it, you probably do play it, but I mean, seriously.
Imagine it's not mate.
Yeah, imagine something happened and you miscalculate, and then you just lose and you play the blitz. Yeah, you don't really want that. Queen f4 played. Rook a2 will be played by Sergey because there's nothing else. But yeah, there is now rook a2, king h1 on the board. Yeah.
Only move.
Well, there's no other move. And yeah, this is now a reasonably straightforward technical task for Magnus. And
queen f2 on the board.
So we'll see now. He has 2 minutes here, and I'm saying
is he gonna go for this?
I'm saying he plays queen g3 in about 3 seconds flat.
Wow, I don't know. If he's seen it, I don't think he can help himself.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just I will be the first one to applaud, but I don't know. It's whoa. This is fantastic.
He's played it, yeah?
Yeah.
He's such...
No, this is... I am so impressed by this. I am so unbelievably impressed by this.
So I have to calculate everything, like bishop g8, bishop f8 as well.
Yeah.
King h7, and everything else loses, so you better find this move. Wow, that is a cute finish, and congratulations to the old and new world champion.
Yeah,
wow.
I keep on... I know it's a minor point, but this actually is incredibly impressive, considering just...
For the history books, this is a big one.
Considering just how winning the position after queen g3 is, to go for this with 2 minutes on the clock, to be so sure in your calculations to go for this. I'm very, very impressed.
And the game is over. It is mate. Next move, gh6. Rook takes f7 would have been mate. Very rare mating construction. Or king h6, rook h8. Similarly rare. That means Magnus Carlsen wins the rapid tiebreak with 3 points to 1 and keeps his title as world champion. Congratulations and happy birthday to Magnus Carlsen. And I believe it's also in order to congratulate Sergey Karjakin for an incredibly tough fight. He won 15 rating points and gave everything.
Yeah, it was a lot closer than I think most pundits gave it credit for before the start of the match, and he gave Magnus a real fright. And had he held the 10th game, I think he would be an overwhelming favorite to win the title. So
or won the 9th game, right?
Yeah, or even if he managed to calculate a little bit further in the line he spent all his time on, he very possibly would have won the 9th, and that probably was game over.
Absolutely. So Magnus Carlsen, yeah, with a bit of a scare, even today, let's not forget, in game 2, he blew this kind of completely winning position, where he was also 10 minutes up on the clock, which must have put him in a horrible mood with a 1-1 score. But then in game 3, yeah, he played a very aggressive opening, but managed to come through. And game 4 is an impossible situation for black. That's really very hard to criticize anything here.
Yeah. You look at this game without context and you think this is a really horribly played Sicilian from black, but
that's not the point.
He just needed to keep the pieces on the board and hope for a mistake, and mistake never really came. You can criticize some of Magnus's choices, but none were bad. Maybe they were not best moves, but they were solid, and when it counted, he calculated everything very cleanly and converted.
So we are, I believe for now, left with, first of all, thanking you guys for sticking with us. Apologies for the occasional hiccups. Apologies for me not shutting up and letting Peter talk about chess, the usual stuff. But I've enjoyed it. Thanks a lot, Peter Svidler, for bearing with us and explaining this World Championship.
It's been my pleasure, and it's been very interesting to comment on, because I think you know, people could continue saying this was even today I saw some remarks on this not being the best World Championship match ever. Maybe it wasn't. It's difficult to judge, but it was. There was plenty there to get excited about, and yeah, I enjoyed commenting on it a lot. And yeah, once again, thanks for watching. Thanks for giving us inspiration in chat. And yeah, we'll wait for. I don't know how I want to finish that sentence.
We'll wait. If you guys want to support Chess24 so that we can keep doing all these broadcasts and have more video series, because if you click on learn, you can actually watch hundreds of videos of this gentleman. Some of mine are crappy, but I didn't say that word, ruining it in the end. Mine are great too. So if you want to become a premium member, it will help your chess, and it will help Chess24, which I call a win-win situation, which was very tough to construct in this tiebreak match. Someone had to lose. Sergey Karjakin is a loser, but he will hold his head high. We're out for now. We're probably back tomorrow with highlight videos or a recap show, whatever. We have a day, or you have a day left in Hamburg, as far as I know.
Yeah.
So we'll do something. Fiona will fill you in on the reaction in the outside world. And by the outside world, I mean the Twitter sphere. That's as far out as I go. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thanks a lot, Peter Svidler. Congratulations and happy birthday, Magnus Carlsen. Now where do I click? That's the eternal question. Probably here, yeah?
You out of control, so beside you when you're losing your soul. She looks you over with a look and get out. No passing only when you're all by yourself. Cause I won't break, won't shake, won't stall, won't fall. I won't break, won't shake, won't stall, won't fall.
Hello everyone and welcome back for this very final segment on social media, on the Twitter sphere of this World Championship match. First off, many congratulations to Magnus Carlsen on retaining his title and a very happy birthday once again. This is the first time I can really take my time. I might keep one eye on the chat in case anything comes up there. I hope there's still some of you here. It's almost 1 o'clock in Hamburg, but it's been an exciting night. There's been some criticism of the match, of course, but I think we were treated to a very explosive final, very intense. And let's start off this final social media segment with some comments about Game 3, where Magnus won. And the first one is from Grandmaster Gajewski, who is amongst other things Vichy Anand second, and he is saying ironically Karjakin's blunder with rook takes c7 was his second move beyond the 5th rank. You can't win the title playing like this. So some criticism there of Karjakin's play, but then another big name, and that is Jan Nepomniachtchi, chimed in to praise Magnus rather than criticize Karjakin, saying a very strong performance from Carlsen in Game 3. He took the initiative and played brilliantly. Now Sergey should rely on the Najdorf. He did try that, but again, another very nice game from Magnus. Then another slightly controversial tweet maybe, but might be a fair, harsh but fair, let's say, from Mick Greengard, saying that they all played a Sicilian in must-win games with black illustrates the general level of cowardice in the rest of their games. Again, I will refrain from commentating. There's been a lot of chat going on everywhere. I looked basically, Twitter, Facebook, about the preparation and about the openings played, but there you go. And not my place to criticize the players. And this was quite funny. This is Olympiurkan. He retweeted his tweet from the 28th, whenever that was, 2 days ago, after the last game, when Magnus was asked by Kaya Astinache, you want to play a tiebreak, can you try and tell us why you want to do that? And you can see Magnus' cheeky face there, and he replied by saying, we'll see. He had a plan, his plan came through. Again, well played, Magnus Carlsen. Then I couldn't really, much was being said about the game, but I decided to just leave it up to Tom Randall to sum the game up, saying first off, Karjakin speeding up, it might be his downfall, but it's also his only chance, and also kudos to Karjakin. He ended up losing the last game, but he did try. Also says needs to move now or he'll have no time, but I guess he sees it all slipping away, and that is of course a problem. It's a sad day for Sergey Karjakin, but he's still young. He will have another shot, I'm sure. Then Tom is saying, this isn't the end, but it's the beginning of the end. 30 seconds left. It would be really impressive to hold this. Unfortunately for Sergey, he has to win. And we all saw what happened, and what a finish. And here's my timeline. Alex Kolovic ending in mate, great finish. Altibox Norway Chess, congratulations to Magnus Carlsen, well fought by Sergey Karjakin. Looking forward to seeing you both in 2017. They will also be reunited in Vaikansee, so they will be sitting each other opposite the board in January. Chess News, are you tweeting Carlsen? Europe saying good news for chess. Defending is not enough to get a World Chess Championship title, and Magnus Carlsen retains his crown. Also Tarjei tweeting breaking, Carlsen beats Karjakin 9-7 on his birthday after tiebreaks and retains his World Chess Championship title in New York. Jonathan Rowson saying Magnus is too good to fall into that fluffing around nervously mindset that has affected all of us at some point. And reigning Norwegian champion Johan Salomon saying Magnus Carlsen defended his World Championship title after a fantastic match against Karjakin. Congratulations to both players. Then some more messages pouring in. John Bartholomew, play it Magnus. This was still about Queen H6. And I think Peter was the first who couldn't believe it. I was very impressed myself, especially the speed at which Magnus played it. Mikhail Golubev, Queen H6, what a crazy resource. Thomas Wendell, Queen H6 to win the World Championship. Fabiano Caruana tweeting a very sober kudos. New in chess saying congrats to Magnus Carlsen. He retains his World Chess Championship by beating Sergey Karjakin in rapid 3-1. Hashtag Carlsen Karjakin has ended. Indeed, I just have some more photos for you. One more from Anton. I think he had this one ready for a while. I know he was cheering heavily for Magnus. So there you go. Magnus in his Superman cape. What else? One breaking photo from Tarjei Swenson from New York. Happy Norwegians in New York. I know they will all be celebrating tonight. It's a big night for them. So once again, congratulations to everyone. And let's finish on this photo of Magnus. This is not a live photo, of course. This is an archive photo and a tweet from MVL. Queen H6, the guy couldn't prevent himself. Congrats, Magnus Carlsen. I think with that, all is said. From my part, I would once again like to thank all of you for being with us all this time, for watching us, for tweeting to us, for being in the chat. It's been an absolute pleasure. Once again, congratulations to Magnus Carlsen. Thank you to all of you guys. Have a lovely evening, and I'm sure I'll see you very soon. Take care. Bye-bye.